Open your heart. Let's show you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night? Maybe you can give your ray your open your heart and show your eyes your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes your destiny.
Chat, usually I come online and I help you out, getting through content which would be pretty hard to take if you were watching it alone, right? I'm going to ask you for the same thing today. I'm going to ask you to help me out getting through this debate, because there's just like, there's no one to cheer for. We got Krystal. We got Kyle. I feel so uninspired. We got friends. That's Briahna Joy Gray. Again, I mean, look, like the only thing that I like about Briahna Joy Gray is that I disagree with her on a regular basis, but she's a little bit more rhetorically challenging to take on than some of the other people that I disagree with on a regular daily basis. She's a little bit sharper than your Vashas and your Xander Halls and Destinies or whatever, right? So, but you know, no, this is not a good look for Briahna Joy Gray. Let me just say, right? This is not a good look for Krystal. This is not a good look for Kyle. We're arguing Joe Biden versus Cornel West today. Yeah, that's right, new background, and if it'll ever, like, I mean, it should change over time. Boomer, wait, Boomer's supposed to be like, I'm muted. It doesn't work anymore. Did it seem like I was muted? Maybe I just wasn't saying anything at first. Yeah, see, that used to be the mods command whenever I was muted, but I didn't realize it, and I was just talking up a storm, and nobody was hearing anything. The mods would be like, Boomer, 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 and it would play a sound, which I now associate with, like, some of the, you know, some of the hate raids that were... that I had to deal with. I'm, like, literally traumatized by that sign. Yeah, we need a Boomer emote, don't we? We need a lot of emotes. Look, what we got, though, what I got for you is emotes on the Discord, and I'm gonna go ahead and promote that first and foremost, right? If anybody here is not in the Discord yet, fix that, okay? Because there's actually some cool stuff. There's some surprisingly cool stuff in the Discord now. I'm in a voice channel right now. Wait, did I not pop that chat out? I need to pop the chat out. Chat, you need to be popped out. There you go. You're popped out. Come on, chat, pop out. There we go. Yes, good. There's the Discord, right? Wherever you are, you've got a Discord link now, and you can click on it and you can join me in the Discord. Actually, you can't join me in the Discord, but you could join me at other times in the Discord, because sometimes I'm there. Sometimes, like this morning, I was hanging out in the general channel. We have voice channels in the Discord. One of the cool things to do when you're in the voice channels is this. Look, we've got a soundboard, all right? And the first thing I gotta start off today with, right? Because I'm just like, I'm not feeling it. Like I'm saying, I'm uninspired by the content that I've got for today. Not by all the content, because we actually have some funny stuff to show you today. Some really like one story that's just like my favorite kind of story, where it's like there's no big name celebrity attached to it. There's no huge political issue at stake. It's just really funny. It's just a really funny lady with a sign and just the gumption to follow a Trump official everywhere he goes and disrupt everything that he does. And then there's a guy that goes around and messes with her too. Anyway, I gotta show you that. But like the first thing is first, chat. You know what I'm saying?
Void coffee.
Void coffee is a little bit on the warm side today. Yeah, right. We got the void coffee. You hear that from time to time when I'm drinking the coffee, and when you can see through the coffee because of the reflection on it, right? We got the void coffee, right? You also got yeah, and we got. I'm gonna start using these. Like, I'm gonna try to accentuate things in the stream with these because I really like when Polly's on stream and she says something cool and it's like, all right. You know, I feel like right. You don't have the sound of the audience here. Sometimes it feels a little bit, you know, lonely out here, and you're just a little bit like, But then you say something funny, and there we go. You know, it's just we're right back into it, and we're just like, yes, we are back. We are back. We are so back. We are quack. That's how back we are. We are so back that we got our
fucking pronouns.
We did nothing wrong.
I did everything right, and they indicted
me. And it was Weasel. There's the Weasel.
Weasel.
You can literally spam that thing and make me say Weasel as many times as you want, which you can't do on regular stream unless you're just buying a ton of gift subs. Oh yeah, I should mention that too. We have a sub goal for today to unlock more cool content, because otherwise it's going to be a pretty short stream. Other than that, but if we get the sub goal, then we can do extra content and have a lot more fun. Once that's like, you know, that weight is a little bit off my shoulders, and I know that I'm not, you know, doing this. I'm not doing this completely free. So yeah, there's a sub goal, and the ad break. I don't know when the ad breaks are. I haven't seen one yet. But if you don't want to get one, because it is an ad break, it is literally, wow, look at that. Wait. Is this all Minecraft? This is like literally all Minecraft, right? Some of it looks like a little too high res. Anyway, whatever. New background. Yeah, new background. That's right. But yeah, you can get all the emotes that you're seeing in chat. You're seeing people with subs. They have those little Persona 2 faces by their names. That means they've got a sub. If they've got a sub, they can use emotes. The other thing that they can do is not have to deal with the ad breaks, because the ad breaks come at you once every half hour. And for some people, that's a little bit annoying. If you don't want to be annoyed like that, you can get out of it with a Twitch Prime. Use your Amazon Prime, hook that up to Twitch, and get a free sub. If you give it to me, you will get out of those ad breaks. You will get all the emotes. It's just like a regular sub, except you don't pay anything. You could also pay less this month, because it is September, the month of subs, the month of not free subs, but reduced price subs, which means it's like 25% off. Whatever you normally pay, you're going to pay 25% less. And that's a Twitch sub. That's nothing. You pay 25% less of that nothing, right? You could also possibly be gifted a sub. That is a possibility that does happen from time to time. Sometimes there's very generous people that don't want others to have to suffer the ad breaks that they themselves have gotten out of, and they are kind enough. Oh my god, Shaxba! Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, right? It's more likely to happen when you are active in chat, though. That is one thing I'll say, because, you know, otherwise, how does the person even know that you're there? I don't know. Shaxby, we got it half filled up already. Thank you so much. That's very sweet of you. Wait, like, who all got gift subs? Let me read them off, because I always like to, because sometimes people don't realize, like, right? You might be in chat. Oh, come on, out of my way. I need to read this. You might be in chat, you might get a gift sub, and you might not even realize that you get it. All you'll notice is that you don't get ads, and then you come back and you're like, oh my god, somebody got me a gift sub? That's right, somebody got you a gift sub. That was Shaxba today. A legit rando, not gonna lie. You got a gift sub. Bunch of numbers. You got a gift sub. Anarcho Arachnid, you got a gift sub. Yolkio got a gift sub. And Impact Suspect got a reason. Got a reason to come back from lurking and check out the emotes that you just got. Possibly, if that's what was going on. If you did get a sub, make sure to refresh so you won't get ads. Oh wait, do you have to do that? Is that how that works? So they would get the ads, they just wouldn't get them after they've refreshed or like the next time. Well, that's neat to know. Yeah, if I just read your name off, it might be worth it your while to come out of lurking and to hit that refresh button, hit that F5, and refresh your thing so you don't have to deal with the ads. You don't have to deal with them anymore. There's also something similar on YouTube that I should probably mention. It's YouTube memberships. Memberships are really cool because sometimes you get the videos, and I'm working on one right now. I'm working on the Jesse Singal versus Sam Cedar versus Emma Vigland video. It's pretty much done. It's pretty, I mean, I'm pretty close to done. I should have it out to but tomorrow, but let's say I get it done like right after stream, right? That would mean that you'd get it early, because I always try to put it out early for people who are members, even if it's the cheap level membership, because I think the memberships are cheaper on YouTube. They're slightly cheaper. Even if it's like the lowest level of membership, you get everything, right? You get the videos before they come out. You even have some access to some videos that that I just don't put up because I feel like YouTube and the algorithm wouldn't treat them right, but they're good videos still, right? The Scott Adams one, I don't know if anybody's watched that one yet, but it's a lot of fun. And you get something out, like, right, that one actually, it's not just like laughing at Scott Adams. It's like it has a purpose, right? We talk about capitalism in that one. Also, meow at you too, Jeffrey. Yeah. So you can do that on YouTube on membership too. And look, I don't know for sure. Okay, unlike Krystal Ball, I do not have a crystal ball. I cannot look and tell the future by peering into my crystal ball, because I'm not Krystal Ball. I don't have psychic predictive powers like that or anything like that. And if I did, I certainly wouldn't tell anyone, especially not on stream. There are people watching. There are people watching that would probably, try to get me, I don't know, dissected by some government agency if they knew that I have the psychic powers that I totally don't have. But I have a feeling. Let's just call it a feeling. Let's just call it an intuition, okay? That the future is over on YouTube. Oh my god, thank you for the 100 biddies, Shaxbie. I have a feeling that the future might be over on YouTube. Like, right, I don't know. I like Twitch. I started off my streaming career on Twitch. Despite all that I've been through on Twitch, I still enjoy the platform, right? So I'm not like hoping for its demise, but I am seeing big streamer after big streamer pull out of it. I am seeing the industry change and Twitch not adapt quite in time. So there's some chance. There's some chance that the future is over on YouTube. So yeah, YouTube viewers rise up. That's right. That's right. Yo, I need to set it up. I don't know if I get, like, I see it in chat if somebody gets a membership on YouTube, but I don't, and I definitely see the super chats, right? So if you ever are on YouTube and I'm just not paying attention to something that you really want me to address, that's what that super chat is. That's what that's for, to make sure that your point gets dealt with, gets addressed, or even if you just want me to say something, right? You can make me say something with a super chat, because I'll do it for money. That's right. I'm going cheap. But yeah, speaking of cheap, this debate, oh my god. I don't know what to say. Like I said, there's nobody to really cheer for. I don't completely agree with anybody at this table, and there's definitely some hostile vibes going on. So I mean, I guess maybe it'll be fun. But yeah, I would highly recommend you check out those YouTube memberships, because getting the videos a little early makes you feel a little bit special. And if you want to feel even more special, you can support me on Patreon. It's no comment check at Patreon. Have I remembered all the things that I always forgot that I'm supposed to remember but never remember anyway? Did I remember my
fucking pronouns?
Yeah, I think I got my effing pronouns too. Wait, there's one more thing, isn't there? There's one more thing, and it's the Twitter thread. I'm gonna bug you, okay? If you're not too lurked, if you're not like doing some, maybe you're in the garage, you're doing some woodwork, and you can't be bothered, right? So you can't help me out on this, right? Because you're in the middle, you're doing a skill saw or some kind of a lathe or some kind of a machine that's very dangerous, and you need to pay total attention to it. And maybe you can't help me out on Twitter, right? You're too busy. I understand that. But if you're not that person, if you're not too busy, if you're not like if you're not like over the wood lathe, like, sawing away at the wood or whatever somebody does in a garage, right? Then maybe think about clicking that link and giving me a little bit of help being seen, getting that visibility. Was an angry Canadian proud Nazi in the sound clip. Wait, is Heel versus Baby Rage Canadian? You might be right. I don't know. I don't know much about this streamer. He's a streamer, right? It's mostly a streamer, I think. But yeah, those are those sound bites that we've got, right? And we've got a ton of them. I think we've got like 20 of them now, right? They are available to you in the Discord, and you don't even have to pay for that. You just join the Discord and you go into here and you bug people. Like, right, somebody's talking and they're taking forever to say something and you're just like, okay, come on, let's get this going. Or like they're being a little slippery, you're trying to debate somebody, they're being a little bit slippery.
Weasel.
They're a weasel.
Weasel.
They're a weasel.
Weasel.
Your cat shows up. You're confused by something. Yeah, you know, we got all kinds of, oh my God, let me hit that Void Coffee again too.
Void coffee.
We've got all kinds of stuff waiting for you in on the soundboard in Discord. And also the fun part is not just like pressing the buttons. The fun part is talking to each other. The fun part is being part of the community. The fun part is suggesting videos in my stream suggestions and then like crossing your fingers that I actually read them. No, I actually do read them. I read them all. I don't get to them all because there's so much content. Look, I'm looking at my content backlog here, and there we did the XQC Meat Canyon, so I can erase that one. But there is, so did we do the Tim Pool? Yeah, we did the Tim Pool on Larry Sinclair. I can erase that one, but I've got like 20 things in the hopper, and you can add to my hopper and make it even. Oh, looks like somebody did. Shakespeare, thank you for the article on Elon Musk declaring war on the ADL. We covered that story a little bit last time. Might have to cover it again because there's a lot there, like that whole thing. In fact, there's a lot to cover with Elon Musk, right? There's a new biography about him. It kind of suggests that his radicalization to the right and his purchase of Twitter might have something to do with his daughter transitioning, which apparently he was okay with at first, and then later determined was because of the woke mind virus on Twitter. And the only way to get rid of the woke mind virus on Twitter is to buy Twitter. Why don't you buy Tumblr? You know, if you want, why don't you buy a site that actually has like a reputation for leaning to the left? But no, he buys Twitter. He $44 billion well spent. Welcome everybody. Welcome in. We're about to get started. I feel like I've been edging you long enough. I feel like I have I've promoted all the services that I need to promote. Oh, also Factor. Factor is our sponsor right now. We haven't really gotten into them. I haven't figured out how to get a free meal from them. They're supposed to, Factor, you're supposed to send me a free meal so I can eat it on stream, and then people will be like, that looks like a good meal right there. Factor's different than HelloFresh. Factor's different than a lot of the other, competitors that I shall not mention, right? Because I'm contractually obliged not to mention any competitors right now, in that it is a, you put it in the refrigerator and then you cook it usually in the microwave, and it's really easy and it's really quick. So if you're like me and you don't have any spare time at all, you have negative spare time, Factor might be something that you can check out. If it's something that's worth it to you, don't just get it to be nice to me. Get it because you need it. Get it because you want it. That's why I do sponsorships. I try to only do sponsorships of things that my audience will be interested in, want, and that's actually of value to you, so that if you don't just want to they're supporting me, and then they're supporting me and getting something from it. If you want to support me and get something from it, that is a meal plan that if I can figure out how to get them to send me one, I'm very interested to try, because they look good. And the cool thing that I found out about them is that I'm vegan, and I don't even eat any gluten, and sometimes I'm hard to shop for, right? Because I got those two things together, and they actually have special like meal plans available if you're like vegan, if you're keto, if you're, whatever, special diets, they got you. So that's one cool thing about Factor I should probably mention. Wait, you got music? They got music. And we got ads. There we go. That's right, the ad break. Shakespeare, you saved 5 people from the ad break. How does it feel? I gotta know. I will have to. Yeah, I think I saw a kosher option. I think. Oh, let me know though. Let me know. I want to know if there's a kosher option. he can't do this without his audience. Why buy Twitter instead of Tumblr? Because almost everyone left the latter after, oh, that's right, that's right. Yeah, Tumblr used to have a rule, much like Twitter, that you could post things that might be an SFW, and then they got rid of that for advertising, maybe? Maybe not the best decision, and yeah, it's not nearly as active as it used to be, although I do see a lot of people still have Tumblr. Oh my god, hiccup. Hiccup. Hiccup.
Welcome everybody to a special edition,
It's
I'd say.
You know what's giving me the hiccups though? It's gotta be that
Void Coffee.
maybe
Krystal
the
Kyle
wood
and Friends. Not only is it Krystal Kyle and Friends, it's also sort of like a dual thing going on. We got Briahna Joy Gray in the house, and this will be on her channel as
it's
well.
a duel thing. I think he means duel as in fight. Like, it's time to duel.
Bad
Little-
Faith podcast.
Little crossover episode.
Little crossover episode.
Love that for us.
Are
Definitely,
you ready to duel chat?
definitely. Looking forward to it. So
You got your blue eyes white dragons ready?
we're going to discuss Cornel West's campaign and everything around that. And I just want everybody in the audience to know, because I don't know if we've said this publicly before, that like he's been invited on multiple times and he just hasn't come on yet. And you know, this goes all the way back to when he launched. We
Yeah.
invited him on. He hasn't come on yet. You know, will he eventually? I don't know. You know, it's up to him. Ball's in his court.
Huh. What? Excuse me. I'm trying to think about this. Okay, Jimmy Dore, 1,300,000 and something subs, right? Kyle Kulinski, is it 1 million? Yeah. I feel like they're a similar size audience. This is Breaking Points. This is Kyle Kulinski and Krystal Ball. They are a power couple. They are they're like the Morning Joe of the left. They're like the Mika and Joe of the left, kind of, except maybe slightly less cringe. Maybe, I don't know. I haven't watched them. I don't usually watch them. I tend to disagree with a lot that they say, but not everything that they say. I don't know. Like, Kyle in the past has kind of seemed like, sort of like a dirtbag leftist and, bit of a class reductionist. Krystal, I don't even have, all I know about her is she was on The Rising, and that does not impress me. Briahna Joy Gray is the current host of The Rising, so we got a lot of weird post-left energy in here today, but I'm told that these two are sounding less like post-leftists these days and more like Bidenites, more like anarcho-Bidenists. So we'll see what's going on with that.
Yeah,
but
and we had him on before.
we had him on before, before he announced his campaign. I mean, we're going back to when the People's Party thing launched.
Right.
We invited him on all the way back then too, and just haven't heard back or anything. But I just don't want people to think we're debating Cornel West, but like Krystal and Kyle are refusing to talk to Cornel West. We'd love to talk to Cornel West. We want to have him, we'd love to have him on at any point in time to discuss anything and everything.
I'm a little surprised that Cornel would go on Jimmy Dore and not Krystal and Kyle, I guess.
So we're going to discuss his campaign a little bit here. And so I want to lay out what my position is, and then Brie, I'll turn it over to you, and you can respond to it. And Krystal, you can jump in at some point.
Lay
and
it out
say
for
what
us,
you're-
Kyle.
through all
Lay
the
it out.
We'll go through all the things. So here's my, first of all, in the Democratic primary, because I'm a registered Democrat in New York, I will be voting for Marianne Williamson. Very happy and proud to say that. One of the, I'm
Chex BA says Kyle is speed running bad takes at the
the
moment.
chief Marianne Williamson bro out there. I'm leading the charge. Now, in New York, I'm in a safe state. So would I vote for Cornel West in New York? Yes, because I have a 95% agreement with him on policy.
Yo, I wish it was a safe state. Nobody's safe if the Republicans win, though.
And I think it would be nice to get the Green
I mean,
Party.
he means that it's not gonna go to Trump. It's not gonna go to DeSantis. It's not gonna go to Nikki Haley. Did y'all know that Nikki Haley, out of all the Republicans, right, most of them are like in a statistical dead heat with Biden, which not great, not great. But Nikki Haley is beating Biden outright at the moment. Now, it doesn't matter because there's almost no chance that she wins the primary, right? It does make her look like a more likely candidate for vice president, but as far as president, probably she will not be the standard bearer for the Republican Party.
Already in a position where if they become more viable because we get ranked choice voting or something, it'd be nice to grow their popularity a little bit
Yeah, Krystal is just a liberal who would always build up Cigar whenever they were on the rising. She's just never been exactly good. The one thing that I appreciate about Briahna Joy Gray is that she's been going at Robbie Suave lately, and I'm here for it.
And when we get ranked choice voting, I think they kind of automatically become a lot more viable. So I'd like to.
Okay, so ranked choice voting, we all know what that is, right? Instead of just voting for, like, I pick Joe Biden, I pick Donald Trump, I pick Cornel West, I pick Jimmy Dore, whoever gonna write in Jimmy Dore. Instead of that, you would have like a ranking, right? You would say my number one is Cornel West, but my number two is Joe Biden, so that way, if Cornel West gets like 5%, then your vote ends up counting as a pro-Biden vote or an anti-Trump vote, more likely what you're looking for there, because nobody's super excited about Biden. I will say that I agree with Kyle on one thing that he's going to mention here. Biden has surprised me. I thought he was going to be worse. I look at Biden and I see no difference between him and like Hillary or Barack or any of the other third way neo-libs that have run and been Democratic presidents lately. I feel like a few of the things that he did are not things that I would expect people like that to do. So I guess I'm a little bit, I don't think he's not a good candidate. I'm not excited about him. I was mad when the entire Democratic establishment like pulled out on the same night and endorsed Biden to just sink Bernie's campaign. But yeah, he's better than Obama and he's better than Hillary. That I'm going to agree with Kyle on. That might be the only thing I agree with Kyle on.
Help out in that process. But if I'm in a swing state and it's Biden versus Trump, I'm at the point now where I don't even think it's a tough call. I would definitely vote for Biden, because either in that situation, even if other people are running, either the Democrat or the Republican is going to win. And in my estimation, Biden has definitely passed what I would describe as my bare minimum purity test. And I think if it's him or Trump, or even him or DeSantis or anybody, he just blows them out of the water. And so I think I'd happily vote for Biden in that instance. Your response?
So I similarly was voting for Jill Stein.
I don't even think he knows who Biden is. You might be right, Rebel Communique.
In New York in 2016.
I did the same.
And I also happen to believe that strategically it makes the most sense to apply pressure to the Democratic Party by voting for not Biden in a primary. Marianne Williamson is obviously the most progressive candidate in the primary, and then vote for Cornel West in the general. And I know there are a lot of people in my audience who are frustrated by that plan because they think that it takes something away from Cornel West's run, or it affirms the Democratic Party in some way to vote for Marianne Williamson running as a Democrat. I don't feel that way. I feel it's a little hypocritical to have that position, given that we all just enthusiastically voted for Bernie twice in the primary the last two rounds. You can make a distinction saying that Bernie was an independent, and he always identified as an independent, and Marianne Williamson doesn't have that kind of cloak of
Okay, she's talking about a different audience than I think that I'm, like, I don't think that I have a lot of overlap with Briahna Joy Gray. There's not a lot of people that have to decide, like, oh my gosh, no, Comment Chick doesn't like Briahna Joy Gray. Can I still watch her stream, right? I don't have a lot of overlap, right? These are different people. These are a different, different political persuasion that follow Briahna Joy Gray. But I feel like she just said that Marianne Williamson is equivalent to Bernie Sanders. And that's something I gotta push back on, right? Bernie had his problems, and we talked about him before, right? And it was mainly like with his rhetoric, right? The way that I think Cornel West, no, it was in the Jimmy Dore conversation. Jimmy Dore accused Bernie of always turning everything to being about, no, wait, who was it? I don't remember. Right. But Bernie did seem to have a reticence to talk about the issues of marginalized people, which I feel like cost him a few points. Right. I feel like he could have done better for himself. Right. But Marianne Williams, oh, my God, like, look, there's no consistency. There's a track record of saying just bizarre stuff like that HIV patients could recover with the power of positive thinking. Like, where did you get that from? Right? She's known as Crystal Mommy, and it's that's a meme, right? But she is on board, or was on board, with the whole natural health thing. I don't know if that's true anymore. The natural health world has been like swallowed up by QAnon. largely, right? So a lot of people maybe have gotten out of it, but yeah, there's a lot that Marianne Williamson does and says that I'm not impressed by. Most recent thing, going on Bill Maher's Club Random and being way too nice to him, right? That the fact that you are looking for votes from Bill Maher's audience really does not bode well. And that's a problem with a lot of these like third party and Democratic primary candidates, right? Is they're just looking for votes wherever they can get them. We had that issue with like Cornel West kind of, straddling the fence when it came to the pandemic, right? That's what he was doing with Jimmy Dore's audience. He wasn't out and out being like an anti-vaxxer or an anti-masker like Jimmy Dore was, but he was taking great care not to alienate those people, right? And that's not a good sign.
Distance from the Democratic Party. You can say what you want. I don't see those
Marianne's anger towards her political staff,
things as
her campaign
mutually
staff,
exclusive in the least. So that is also my plan. I differ from you only insofar as that I would say it's a more difficult choice in a swing state to decide what you're going to do. But I frankly respect people who feel comfortable. It has not been something that I have to contend with, but I respect people who feel comfortable voting third party even in swing states. The reason is this, and it goes back to that early bad faith viral Noam Chomsky interview in which I asked him about a month before the 2020 race. Look, I said, I take your point. Let's say Trump is an existential threat. Let's say that he's a unique threat among all Republican candidates. My concern is that every year, because we all vote for blue no matter who, because most Democrats vote blue no matter who, or most left-leaning people do, the message that gets sent out is that Democrats don't have a bar. You can go as low as you want, as close to the Democratic Party as you, Republican Party as you want, and there's a ratchet to the right effect. And Republicans know that they can keep being more and more extreme.
The Chomsky interview was a disaster. Yeah, thanks for reminding me that you used to work with Virgil, Texas, Briahna. I almost forgot about that.
And so I want you to explain to me what you predict to be the stopping point at which we're no longer saying this new Republican is the worst that has ever happened. This new Republican is the worst that has ever happened. Tell me you're not going to be saying the same thing about Ron DeSantis or Vivek Ramaswamy.
Okay, look, I mean, being an existential threat is something that gets you votes these days in the Republican Party. That thing has been trumped up, and even if Trump were to have an unfortunate event, like kind of trip over some stairs and he was no longer with us tomorrow, right? It wouldn't change the Republican Party. It's not like they got this really bad idea, let's vote for Trump, and when Trump is gone, they're gonna be like, let's get back to our Romneys and our McCains and our people like that, right? They're just going to get worse and worse, right? They're going to get more and more like, yeah, Trump being in there, like, there's worse people than Trump. There's people that will out and out spread conspiracy theories in their State of the Union speech, given a chance, right? I guess Trump would do that too, but spread more conspiracy theories, wilder conspiracy theories, harder to believe conspiracy theories in their State of the Union speech. So yeah, the Republican Party has not hit the bottom. I get what she's saying though. And look, if it was an issue of, like, let's say Obama 2012, does he get a primary opponent, right? I say yes. Okay? I say yes. I don't want a Mitt Romney presidency, but he needs a primary candidate. In fact, I think that, like, look, if you've got one primary that's not happening and another primary that's active, that means that the primary that's active is getting the attention. The candidates, the party on that side, they're getting the attention. Do you really want that? Is that really something that you want? I don't think it's helpful, right? The Democrats, when they say, let's not do a primary, like let's everybody stand behind Biden, they don't want Biden. They're not doing it because it gives Biden a better chance of winning, right? They do it because it gives Biden less imperative to change any of his stances to the left, to make any promises that he wouldn't otherwise make. Because, right, if you got, somebody on the left, let's say a protest vote, which is what Bernie thought he was going to be, and everybody thought that Bernie was just a protest vote, but a protest challenger, a protest primary challenger is still useful for that reason, and the Democratic Party writ large opposes it for that reason. So I'm all on board with that. I'm just not.
Swami or whatever other person comes down the pike. And he was unable, in my subjective view, to respond credibly to that claim. So if somebody could tell me strategically what the stopping point is going to be of making this argument of the lesser of two evils, I would be open to the idea that, okay, this is the last one. Donald Trump, fine.
Kyle is vulgar.
He tried to steal the election. Fine. That is a new line that he has crossed. But absent an acknowledgement that we are creating our own destiny by lowering the bar
I mean, I feel what she's saying, right? I feel what she's saying.
in these ways, I'm not comfortable coming out and criticizing anybody who no longer wants to be complicit in that kind of a system that's enabled the Democratic Party to not have a primary, treat Marianne Williamson as badly as they've treated her.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, Kyle is ridiculous in this interview.
Treat Bernie Sanders as badly as they treated
Well,
him.
I mean, it's supposed to be a debate, but still.
And openly come out and say they don't have to hold a free, fair election. The DNC argued that in court, you know?
So let me explain a little bit of my position. I think that'll help respond to some of what you said there. And I'm also curious to dig in a little bit more to your analysis of how the Biden administration has actually been in reality. So last election in 2020, I did live in a swing state. I lived in Virginia, still live in Virginia, registered in Virginia. And
Oh my God, anonymous gifter. Wait, did I just pause it? Oh, I did. Wait. I'm so confused. Does that pause it? Look at No Comment Check being a boomer today with her tech. I'm a tech boomer, chat. Tech boomer here. Yeah, thank you, anonymous gifter, Rebel Communique. You just got a free gift sub just by being active in chat.
it did not feel good to vote for Joe Biden, but I decided to vote for Joe Biden, which is something I said publicly at the time. But I said something very similar to you, which is like, listen, this was not easy for me. If you, wherever you live, swing state, not swing state, et cetera, you do whatever you analyze is the right thing to do.
Okay, so that's like, I appreciate the lack of voter shaming.
And the reason that I voted for him primarily at that time, even though I thought he had an atrocious record in the Senate, even though...
Yeah, look, even if you're of the mind that, like, we got to do everything we can to keep Trump out, voter shaming never works. That person who's going to vote for Cornel West, they're not gonna vote for Biden instead because you, like, made fun of them. Like, that, it never, you're just making more Jimmy Dores. I want a third party to be built, right? I want that to happen. I don't think that the priority for third parties should be running a presidential candidate. I think there's a lot of local work that should be done, that needs to be done. And I think that state level agitation for things like ranked choice voting make it, like, infinitely more possible for a third party to really play a role and to be able to run without having, because what happens now is you're either not making a dent because you don't get any media whatsoever if you're a third party, or you're getting attacked by the Democratic Party as being the spoiler whenever they invariably run a terrible campaign with a terrible candidate and offer the American people nothing, and then they lose. Then they turn around to the third party and they're like, Jill Stein, it was you. Cornel West, it was you, right? And that's not that's not helpful either. You can get around that if we get ranked choice voting, which has to be done at the state level. And yeah, the Democratic Party is opposing. So,
complicit in the Iraq War.
I will give Briahna props for going into this 2-on-1. Yeah, she's not afraid. She's a great debater. She's an excellent debater.
Complicit in bad trade deals, complicit, like terrible things on crime, all that stuff, right? The primary reason I voted for him was because of the National Labor Relations Board, and because labor politics and building out union power.
Okay, so yeah, this is something that's been in the headlines recently. I don't know if anybody saw it, but Vosh had a take where he said that Joe Brandon is the #1 labor president in our lifetime. And here's the thing, okay? He's right. If you were born in the late 90s or later, right, then he's the best labor president in your lifetime. That is sad. That is not a flex. So he's right on the substance, right? I'm agreeing with Vosh on the facts of the matter, but that is such a weak claim. That's like saying somebody is, I don't know, like the least racist person in the Klan. Right? That's the kind of like claim to fame that is, right? That saying that Joe Biden is the best labor president in our lifetime. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But that is not a high bar at all.
We're in this country, to me, is one of the most important goals, and something that I think we all share and leftists.
He said the greatest in the century. Oh, no. Wait, that's like objectively wrong. He's including like the 1900s? That's okay. So great. I get to disagree with Vosh. I thought I was gonna have to agree with Vosh.
Generally,
look, if I agree, I tell you, I don't like make things up and like, you know, pretend to disagree with somebody just because I think they're a despicable person, right? I
believe. Now, in retrospect, not only do I feel good about that vote, he's actually surprised me. Now, I've got all kinds of issues, right? On the National Labor...
Yeah, and he surprised me too. He's just still not, like, I mean, I don't think it's that much of a flex, right? He's still not that good. I was expecting less from Biden, but he still sucks. It's still ridiculous that this is like, you know, somebody that you're having to think about strategically voting for.
Relations Board, though, specifically, they just issued a ruling which could be a complete game changer for unions. And just to explain to people a little bit. Basically,
I realize that I'm not reading all of your chat. It's coming at me pretty fast here. If there's something you really need me to address, hit it as a super chat in YouTube or highlight it on Twitch. Just if there's something that you're saying and I'm not addressing and you really want me to react to it, then yeah, just like yeah, I'm trying to get as much chat as I can.
The past.
I'm just scrolling through it and I'm realizing how much I missed.
Bosses could union bust with impunity, no accountability. Now, the process going forward is completely changed. If bosses are caught union busting...
Wait, Marianne Williamson officiated Krystal and Kyle's wedding? I did not know that.
Then that's it. There's no more election. It's canceled.
Is she like a religious official?
They have to recognize the union and start bargaining with them. That's the biggest shift in labor relations we've had.
I'm not giving him credit for anything. Like I said, I don't think that it matters. That like I don't think that that's an impressive claim to make, right? But on the substance, I'm not going to tell you that it's wrong. Yeah, I'm just going to say that it's a sad fact that we don't have a better like labor president in our lifetimes than Joseph Robinette Brandon III.
In our lifetime.
She is an ordained minister for what?
So that's why at this point, I'm not only, you know, it's likely to, I'm a Marianne supporter as well, but we can all see the most likely outcome is it's going to be Trump versus Biden. Not only would I say that protecting the Biden national...
Wait, you're having deja vu? Oh my God, you know what that means in the Matrix, Riveroon. Marianne Williamson is so washed. It's weird that they're pushing her so hard. She doesn't strike me as a hard progressive. And look, if I had to guess, the reason that Bernie went ahead and endorsed Biden, right, without any sort of anything, without even waiting, right, I think it's because there's just nobody compelling running. You got RFK Jr. and you got Marianne Williamson, right? So, you know, what was he supposed to do? I don't know. I still think it would maybe be worthwhile to hold out your endorsement. But again, like, there seems to be something going on between Bernie and Biden. And I don't mean in a Bernie selling out way, right? I mean that it looks like he might be getting listened to. Like I said, Biden is surprising in the fact that he's not running his administration just like Hillary or just like Obama or just like Bill Clinton, right? That's surprising. And some people, you know, there has been claims made that Bernie and him converse regularly. I don't know if that's happening. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you about that. Like, I would rather see him hold out, but I don't know what he's got going on exactly. And I will say that, yeah, I would like a better primary candidate. Can I get a better primary candidate, please?
Labor Relations Board isn't important enough for me to vote for Joe Biden.
I feel like Shakespeare, Krystal looks like everybody's ex's mom.
But it is important enough that I would
Mine
actively
too.
encourage.
No,
I'm
just
not going to
kidding.
shame them for whatever they decide to do, but I would actively
My ex's mom was blonde.
encourage people who are in a swing state to vote for Joe Biden, if for no other reason than to protect that board.
So I think that's a perfectly defensible position. And I had this conversation on my podcast in the last episode, and there were people who would characterize that position as, I mean, you've heard the thing, you've been on the internet, being too credulous about Biden, or, being too comfortable in one's own position in life and not needing enough change and being happy with the status quo. People will say things like that. I think
You'd say that LGBTBJ. That's right. That's what he was called, the champion of gay rights, LGBTBJ. No, LBJ was better with his Great Society programs. So, I mean, like, look, that's the whole thing about, like, if that, like, like in your lifetime, sure, if Foch wants to expand that into the last century, there's like no way. There's no way. I feel like run-of-the-mill Democrats. Then again, like, let's okay. So Jimmy Carter, neoliberal. Go back, Richard Nixon, Republican. LBJ, Vietnam War, not great. But yeah, like in terms of some of the legislation that got passed under LBJ, I'm in favor of that. John F. Kennedy, not really president for very long. Before that, Eisenhower is a Republican who gets called a communist anyway. Go back a little further, Truman is probably FDR's worst vice president, who became president after FDR unalived, and then FDR, who, you'd think that would be where the action is as far as recent pro-labor. But yeah, that's right. There's not that many. There's not that many to choose from.
actually that
Deja vu with a cat. Oh my
your
God.
priority-
That's even more Matrix.
if you believe the path to meaningful change is going to primarily come through a kind of, I don't say this dismissively, but a kind of labor incrementalism, meaning there are meaningful labor gains that happen, but are not the type of which would radically transform the system the way that some people want to happen.
Okay, I agree with her there, right? Yeah, I want more than just this, like, this is card check light, right? Biden got us card check light. But compare that to Hillary and Obama, that's better. That is better.
In a shorter term. And the way that some people might argue Bernie Sanders represented his movement as
Wait, is there really bad blood between Dusty and Kyle? I don't know that much about Dusty, chat. Can you tell me anything?
as the goal of being, then that's a defensible position. But I have to hold space
Hoover was the director of the
for
FDA?
the reality that there are people for whom, even as significant as those labor gains
Ooh,
are,
yeah, Biden supports the Kids Online Safety Act. This is like something that could end up, it's like a bipartisan bill. That's the thing, is like people are like, why don't we have any legislation being passed? Well, it's got to be bipartisan to get it passed. Okay, so here's some bipartisan legislation. And, in addition to maybe some actual protection of kids, it could be used to against like, LGBT QIA content creators. BreadTube has totally lost the plot. Yeah, you're right. Holographic girl, you are not wrong about that. It's depressing. Then again, I'm at least a decade older than Ian, so you might have just missed out on being able to name Clinton if we're going, Bill Clinton.
it's simply insufficient. And what they
Dusty
see when
is
they
good.
look at the trajectory of the last 50, 60 years of Democratic Party politics, when they read Listen Liberal and see the longer game, the Democratic Party making a concerted choice to back away from labor in a way that has gone on for decades and isn't necessarily turning around as a consequence of Joe Biden.
Meatless Monday. If that's a Hoover program, though, I'm guessing you're not talking about like a vegetarian. They're not serving a plant-based option.
Having some good NLRB appointments. And
So
let me
go ahead,
actually,
you respond, and then I want to jump into it.
So number one, I don't think that massively
Yeah, because during the war, it was like meatless Sundays. That was what it was. Like that you save meat for the troops by eating no meat on Sunday or something.
increasing union density. I actually don't see that as incremental change. I mean, if you look at the chart of the decline in the middle class and the decline of union
No,
density.
Eat
You'd be hard
potatoes.
pressed to find
I
a more
understand,
significant
Krystal.
factor.
I made these arguments as well.
But the other piece is, I feel like those same people who are right about the Democratic Party, they were right, right about the analysis in Listen Liberal, right about the fact that you had, this free trade bipartisan consensus, and in large part a union busting bipartisan consensus, also don't acknowledge that there actually has been a notable shift in the Biden administration. Now, my big issue with the Biden administration, there's a million of them, right? On foreign policy, I've got problems. But my biggest issue economically with the Biden administration is the way they've allowed the pandemic relief, the short-term pandemic relief programs to fall away. And
So I have to admit to you, when I first heard her start that, I was getting nervous. But no, she's talking about the programs for relief, for economic relief during the pandemic. Did you know that childhood poverty sunk to, I think, its lowest level ever during the pandemic because of some of those benefits that some of those the support and yeah, you could make an argument that the PPP loans, yes, that's what they're called, PPP loans. They got dispersed to people who maybe didn't need them as much. SNAP benefits being extended, Medicaid being extended. There were a lot of good policies that came about as a result of the pandemic that really there's no good reason to end. And we saw that these policies, had a good outcome. Now, people will argue and say that they contributed to inflation, but when we look at the inflation that happened during the pandemic, what we see is that most of it was really opportunistic companies just raising their prices. Very little of it was actually what we'd call inflation. These were just people, taking advantage of the situation because they could.
Leave a lot of ordinary Americans in a more precarious financial position now than they were at the beginning of the administration. And that's not nothing. But when I look at the long term, when I look at the fact that, listen, with the Inflation Reduction Act, with the CHIPS Act, with infrastructure investment, you're talking about industrial policy in a way that would have been completely unheard of in the Clinton-Obama era. When you look at not just the NLRB, which I said is like the core for me, but also his
TJ, thank you for the bits.
Trust appointments and the fact they're really trying to reverse decades of neoliberal attack on any sort of trust busting. I feel like none of those improvements that have made Biden on that front way better than Obama, way better than Clinton. I just feel like there's no willingness to acknowledge any of that whatsoever.
I don't think the issue is acknowledging it. It's how much it matters to you, how weighty that is to you, and how much you see those kind of call them meaningful improvements as really core to the nature of the project that you're on. And I think that what some people are frustrated by is that this went from feeling like, in both left media and left politics, a bigger revolutionary project that was going to the core of our capitalist system and wanting to radically change the way that human lives are valued, what we consider to be the nature of our social safety net, what we believe to be the nature of what we consider to be human rights. And they wanted to join a movement that validated what many of us felt intrinsically, emotionally for most of our lives, that something in the milk very much wasn't clean. And Bernie came along and articulated that it was legitimate for us to be asking for something more. And so at this point, it does feel as though there has been a kind of a bait and switch. It's not that what you're describing isn't true or legitimate. And I said this on my podcast. If your priorities are what you have kind of articulated your priorities as being, I think it's a perfectly legitimate argument.
Okay, so the comparison Chucksby is making is between Hoover, not J. Edgar Hoover, who wasn't president, but what is Hoover's first name? Herbert Hoover, who at the time was reviled, right? Hoover oversaw the descent into the Great Depression and was not perceived as doing enough about it, right? That was why Roosevelt took over his second term and then became the longest running president in history, so long that he was like the long man of the 1940s and 30s and 40s, right? so long that they actually put in term limits after FDR, right? But yeah, Hoover not necessarily known or thought of as being pro-union, as being good in any way. Yeah, famous for the Hoovervilles, for the villages, the sort of tent cities that would pop up in places because so many people were suffering and out of a place to live during the Great Depression. And he even ran on reducing the work week. So Hoover, but Shakespeare, I'm going to guess that was due to some pressure, right? Like due to some pressure on Hoover. And this is the thing, like there are examples of Republican presidents doing quote unquote progressive things, and it's usually because the situation demands it, right? Richard Nixon instituting the EPA, creating the EPA, right? That was Richard Nixon. Yeah. That was due to pressure.
I have to hold space for the fact that for many people, it simply is inadequate.
Wait, can I respond?
Yeah,
let me jump in here. So my issue is that many people on
People are trying to extend the school hours?
the left are, I would say, dishonestly refusing to acknowledge any good things that were done. We could all on the left list, like, here's the 57 things we hate that Biden did.
Yeah, I've heard of the 4 days a week thing.
But when something good happens, I'm the only one talking about it, and then I get accused of being a DNC shill. Now,
Well,
I'm not like, look, I'm not blind. I think in order to be intellectually honest, you have to look at,
I don't know, Kyle. You gotta make a calculation. Like, I mean, do you have people in your audience that are like on the fence of like, yeah, I don't know, am I gonna vote for Biden? Or I mean, I guess there might be people in his audience that might consider Dr. West or something, or consider not voting, but I don't think he's talking to a lot of Trump voters, I guess is what I'm saying. So does his cheerleading for Biden even, like, in general, I try not to do that. I'm not, afraid to say when Biden performs better than I expected, or when he performs better than you'd get from Hillary or Obama or Bill Clinton. But at the same time, I don't think it's my job to cheerlead for Biden. My policy, right? You know how Vosh has riding with Biden? Oh boy, Mr. Biden, you got a great convertible. Can I ride along with you? Sure. Get in, Jack. And he opens up the door and Vosh gets in. He's like the kid in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, right? Getting in the car with Biden. And I think that's cringe. I think that's really, really cringe. Look, you can use Biden for something, and you should use Biden for something, right? But don't think about it as riding with Biden. You're not getting in his convertible and be like, this is a great car, Mr. Biden. Gee golly, where are we going? Because you know where that car is going, and it's not going where we need it to go, right? If you want to hitch a ride with Biden, you do it like the Back to the Future kid. You get on the who was, I think was 30, it was like a 30-year-old playing the kid, right? What's up with that? Old movies, they've got like 30-year-olds playing playing high schoolers. It's weird, right? That's all I'm saying. But he grabs onto the bumper. Right, he grabs onto the bumper, and the car like pulls him along, and he's not going exactly where the car's going, so he lets go. The car's not going to his school, the car's going to McDonald's. He doesn't want to go to McDonald's, he's trying to go to school. So he lets go, and then he turns off. That's what you got to think of it like, right? It's not riding with Biden. It's riding with Marty McFly, I guess.
Here's the good things that happen.
See, even more cringe. I think people understand how terrible it would be for people on Medicaid if Trump was president. Yeah. Oh my God, so many things. Look at the 2020. We got to talk about the 2025 things at some point, right? If any Republican gets in, honestly, CMS director appointed by him would add work requirements and lifetime caps to Medicaid, essentially making a big component of what Obama, Obama had some achievements. Obama had some accomplishments. A big part of that was expanding Medicaid. I think that was a great policy, right? So now you've got, for people who are making nothing or next to nothing, you've got an assurance of some kind of medical care being available for them. That would not happen under Trump. Marty almost became his own dad. Yo, that's got to be... Wow. It wouldn't... Oh, God, I'm surprised that Xander Hall's not, like, super into this, right? All the MILF fans, all the MILF people should be, like, really... Like, Back to the Future literally has a MILF Maybe it's a little too incestuous, though. I don't know.
The bad thing that happened, I'm going to give them all to you, and then you could judge how much you value each and which one you weigh more and how that factors into your like voting analysis. But I was like the poster boy back in the day, or people viewed me this way, as like he's the purity tester. He's like the main purity tester guy.
I mean, he's definitely my poster boy. I definitely got him on my pen. No, just kidding. God.
And I didn't vote for Biden in 2020 because I didn't think
this is the portion of the stream where NCC pretends to thirst after other social media creators.
Pass my purity test. Now,
he's taken though. He's taken. They should just extend the funding mechanism for Medicare Part D to all Medicare, and then there would no longer need to be funded through the trust fund taxation.
At the time, people could go back and watch the video. My purity test was super
I'm so bad
and lenient. It was like, if I'm convinced you're going to do like 2 or 3 of the things that I value.
Look, thirst is so natural. I might actually have to get some sody pop. I finally got some sody pop again. I was like off it for the longest time because I was drinking entirely too much sody pop. And it was costing me. You know, have you ever, okay, so does anybody else deal with this? I like to drink those like highballs. You know what I'm talking about? It's like, it's like seltzer water. It's bubbly, but it's got a little flavor in it, but it's not like super sweet. So it's not sweetener, and it's not sugar. It's just a little bit of flavor, a little splash of flavor. And I love those things. So then caffeine, that's the biggest thing. It's got caffeine in it, right? I love those things, but those things are like $3, $3.99. I can't afford that. I can't buy that. Look, yeah, that's right. If I wrecked Kyle's home, I would definitely have Kyle buy me some highballs, right? So I can afford that. But then I figured out, like, I just need seltzer water and then like some caffeinated drink enhancer. I'm on Water Talk, chat. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm a Water Talk girl. It kind of like La Croix, but with caffeine. I think so, yeah. Does Kyle keep on losing bets? You mean his hair?
Highly, then I would vote for
Or you mean me? No,
because I know it's basically down
there's
to
nothing between me and Kyle Kulinski.
just the Democrat and the
Krystal, you have nothing to worry about, I promise.
Republican, no matter how much we want to
I'm not Kyle's type, I can tell you that.
wish the Green Party or Libertarians want to wish the Libertarian Party into existence. And so when I look at the record, again, I could list all the bad things, but you just mentioned the NLRB raising overtime pay, or you mentioned the thing where, you know, they automatically recognize the union if the bosses try to bust it up. There's also the overtime pay rule where now it's not $33,000, it's about $55,000 a year, where now you get overtime pay. That's a huge, huge change.
What happened to Kyle's hair? He accidentally went to Xander Hall's stylist.
Student loan debt reduction, and even Biden coming back after the Supreme Court tried to slap it down, and he said, no, I'm going to try to do it through the Higher Education Act now. There's little things we could go after him. Oh, the interest rate. Yes, that's bad. I agree with you on that. But we got to recognize that that is, all things considered, a step in the right direction. Pulling out of Afghanistan, he actually had the balls to do it, even when the media was shitting on him relentlessly. And I didn't see anybody on the left coming into his defense at that point in
I
time.
saw a lot of people
I was like the only fucking one. It was like me and Maga Cult.
I definitely defended it.
Yeah, I feel you, Michael. I'm frustrated by this election, too. Look, I want... Like, first of all, I want there to be a real primary. I want a real meaningful candidate, somebody along the lines of a Bernie Sanders, to actually run against Biden. Somebody like noticeably and verifiably and objectively better than Biden, right? And somebody that like is a serious contender for president, even if they're just running as like a protest, right? And I want to build up third parties. It's just like the choices that we have as far as that goes, right? Marianne Williamson, I for a number of reasons that I've mentioned, I can't take her seriously. And Cornel West, I don't know what's going on with him and Ron DeSantis. No, like so many people interview him. Nobody has asked him, what was that? Endorsing Ron DeSantis's educational initiatives? What were you thinking, right? What was going on there? Why did you do that? I need to know.
Okay, well, then it's like 3 people. And all these, oh, I'm so anti-war. He pulls out of Afghanistan, and it gets messy because that's what happens when you pull out of wars. And all of a sudden, oh my God, you know, it's the
I thought that was
end of the
actually
world.
a good moment for the left. I saw a lot of consensus.
Slim Shady to Far Cry 4 villain.
Good on you, because we almost were.
Yeah, classical education. We gotta, you know, like make sure to concentrate on Western culture with
presented and kind of were enjoying the extent to which he was getting, you know, dogpiled by the mainstream media, and we were the only ones defending him. So I would quibble with that a little bit.
I
But
didn't see much defending him. I really didn't.
Kyle, what people are responding to, if I can offer this, is not the idea that you are accurately describing advancements, good things that Joe Biden is doing. I think you could also say Obama did some good things.
No, Biden is way better than Obama, not even close.
That's not the point I'm making.
Okay.
It's not that one is better than the other. You could also sit here and say Obama did good things. Now, the way you bristled at me saying that, I could say, oh, why won't you just acknowledge that Obama did good things?
Ooh, thanks for mentioning that, Jules. I'm going to write that down. Look, I've got a list now of content that slips through the cracks, but I want to cover it anyway so that if I ever get a chance to cover, if we hit the sub goal, today or anything like that, and I've got some extra time, I know what to cover, and I don't just like go for, empty calories. I want nutrient density when it comes to covering stuff. And I think that covering, the PragerU Kids thing, it's been on my radar for a while. But I just I couldn't really fit it in. But yeah, now there was one where they're talking to like Abraham Lincoln, and he's giving them the sob story about why you got to be nice to the Confederacy. It was so cringe.
Thing with it, you're saying that leftists won't acknowledge, they bristle when you acknowledge that Biden did good things. And it's because we have different standards and we're making different kinds of comparisons.
But that's not my issue, because they're not even acknowledging the good things, is my point. I have a list of 47 things here, and I've heard nobody talk about any of them.
But let me get to the core of this point. The reason that people are frustrated with that kind of analysis is because it's been used for so long by liberals to justify why people shouldn't be asking for more. I'm not saying that that's what you're doing. But if you bring up something like student debt, when the consensus of all of the student debt experts that I've talked to on my podcast, people from the Debt Collective, the Asher Taylors of the world, the legal experts I've brought on, is that there was a path toward doing this, to canceling all student debt that would not have been stymied by the Supreme Court. The same authority that Donald Trump used to enact the student debt moratorium, which has been ongoing until beginning of this month for the last 3 years, was the same authority that he could have canceled all student debt with a stroke of a pen. He chose not to do that because he decided to means test the program. He circulated.
I agree with her on this. And you're going to see how Kyle and Krystal push back, but
those
I think she's got a point here.
Documents. I got one in my inbox last August, I believe it was, to see if you qualify for.
But again, I kind of didn't expect Biden to. I mean, I know he made a promise, but I didn't expect him to do anything meaningful on student debt.
Student debt, it was a very easy form. But when he did that, that started the clock for people to be able to challenge.
Kyle looks like he's feeling frustrated on behalf of multiple people.
In court, which 6 states did, 2 of them were successful, and now here we are today. Not only did he decline to do the unstoppable mechanism to actually cancel all student debt, he additionally chose to use a legal authority, which when many legal experts said was the most vulnerable one. So you're now saying,
no,
he could have used the Higher Education Act.
So what he did, basically, he had a variety of options open to him as far as canceling student debt. And there were ones that I guess are seen as, I don't know how to explain this, right? He could have used an executive act to wipe it all, right? That's a possibility. But if you're Biden and you're his cabinet, you're thinking, well, okay, so we did promise to do something about student debt, so we got to do something. But if we do that, they're going to say it's a government overreach, and they're going to use it against us, and the business interests are going to be mad at us. So let's try to do something that's like where we forgive like a little bit of student loan, and we do it the nice way. We do it the way that's less controversial. Yeah, so there was a controversial, and it's not controversial like I don't know if it'll work or not. It's a controversial because it will work, right? And there's nothing anybody could do about it because it's an executive order. And there's no even way for like Trump or DeSantis, or if he loses, there's no way to roll it back. So that's the way to go. That's what Briahna's saying. I'm agreeing with her on that, right? And instead he chose the way that is more less controversial, but more open to being challenged in court. It got challenged in court, and surprise, surprise, our conservative judicial branch overturned it, right? And I think it's there's the high. Okay, so there's that. Then there's the Higher Education Act, which is what he's trying now. But then there's also this executive order thing, which he hasn't touched, right? Am I right about that? The Higher Education Act is not the same as the executive order, right? And he's not talking about forgiving, like he's not talking about wiping all student debt, right? It's a very limited sort of deal here.
He did. He did. He
could have done that in the first instance,
but he didn't. And now he tried it again through the Higher Education Act. The idea that it's a conspiracy, he doesn't want to actually cancel it. No, he appealed the case like 4 or 5 times.
Kyle walks into the barbershop. I gotta read this, and says, "Hi, my name's Kyle Barber. Say no more." The barber knows exactly what to do.
And then at the end of it, when the Supreme Court said, no, you can't do that, he said, fuck you, I can. And he did the Higher Education Act. That's exactly what we wanted him to do. Then he does it, and people go, oh, that's not good enough. And it's like, that's ridiculous.
There, Kyle, what we wanted him to do was, first and foremost, just cancel the student debt.
I expected him to do nothing on student debt. This is the point I'm trying to get across to you, is that I expected nothing from Biden, and he did way more than I expected. Let's be honest about that.
It's not about your expectations. We have different expectations.
Of course I'm going to talk about it through my expectations. I'm me.
But I want to pivot.
Okay, that one was a little bit funny, but like Kyle gets kind of toxic later on. Watch
this conversation a little bit, because what we really have is a tactical disagreement. We could quibble about student loan debt. We could quibble about all kinds of aspects of the Biden administration. All of us would like him to do more. There's no doubt about that. But hold on a second. Our political aims are ultimately very similar. But I do think the student loan debt example is instructive, because it shows what has been effective in terms of securing real gains versus what has been ineffective. Jill Stein running in 2016, I don't think she was a spoiler, but the Democratic Party thinks she was a spoiler. They put that out to the public. So in the theory of change, where a third party would force all of this revolutionary change on the Democratic Party, that should have worked. But instead, it served to allow the Democratic Party to basically demonize and dismiss third-party efforts, and then they prop up Joe Biden. So that definitely
I mean, she is getting talked over a lot.
Didn't work. However,
Briahna,
the fact that Joe Biden had to be on a primary debate stage versus Bernie and Marianne and a whole lot of Elizabeth Warren, a whole lot of other people who were pushing him on student loan debt cancellation, forced him into a position of doing something when he 100% would have done nothing otherwise. And we can see that now because, the fact that they've basically blocked any sort of real democratic process within the Democratic primary has made it possible for him to literally promise nothing for this next term thus far. So you can see how the third-party effort was not successful in bringing about whatever revolutionary change people want to see. And the process that Bernie engaged in and that Marianne Williamson is engaging in now was far more effective in actually delivering results.
So this is her, and this is the argument, this is the discourse that's going on. People who want challenges to come from within the Democratic Party, basically because they think it's more likely to cause a incumbent like Biden to have to promise more, to have to write better policy, right? You're going to push Biden to the left with a challenge from within. I would say with that challenge from within, you also have to have a good candidate, because having a candidate that's kind of a joke like Marianne Williamson, or a candidate that's actually in opposition to all the things you want, like RFK Jr., doesn't help you at all, right? Whereas Briahna Joy Gray, wants to see 5% for the Green Party to get them on the ballot, not to get them on the ballot, but to get them matching federal funds, right? They can be a more serious contender for the election if they get that 5%, and that's basically the argument that we're dealing with here. She's huffing some copium,
and that's what I'm focused on.
So first of all, you, I think, are both fundamentally, dramatically overestimating and overstating and giving way too much credit in that you can make your labor point, the student debt point, absolutely not. Joe Biden promised and coerced people to the polls by saying he was going to cancel at least $10,000 of everybody's student loan debt, and moreover cancel all student loan debt for graduates of HBCUs. And he went down to Georgia, a state that he not only needed to win for the presidency, but needed to win for the Senate, and where there are 3 of the major HBCUs in the United States of America, made that promise, and people knocked doors and turned people out to the polls on the basis of that promise, which he immediately stopped talking about the second he got elected and reneged upon. He also knew He knew the authority that he had to cancel all student debt. And I know because all of these student debt advocates have been talking about how they were directly liaising with this office and communicating these points, and they chose to ignore them and do a plan that he knew could be obstructed. You can say it's not a conspiracy theory, that's conspiratorial thinking, but
One thing that's definitely not a conspiracy theory, oh, look at that, there's coffee in the corner right there. One thing that's definitely not a conspiracy theory, although I wish it was, is the top of the hour ad break, which is coming upon you in about 5 minutes. I'm actually doing my job for once, warning you, letting you know that it's coming, letting you know that it will happen, letting you know that for 1 minute and 30 seconds, you will be taken out of your immersion and you will have to watch some ad. And I can't guarantee what that ad is going to be for. You could be taken by, any ad that Twitch chooses to serve you. If you don't want to have to deal with that, if you don't want to have to find out what that ad is, what is Twitch trying to sell me today, you can get out of it with a Twitch Prime sub. You can get out of it for, I think, a cheaper, right? It's September, so subs, if you pay for them, are 25% off. So are gift subs, right? Which is the other way that you could get out of it if you're lucky enough for somebody to be, to see your predicament, see that you're facing the ad break, and to pull you out of that before you even have to deal with it by gifting you a sub. That's a possibility too, but it's going to be more likely the more you are active in chat. So yeah, I actually did. It's either
a conspiracy or he's an idiot. Those are the options. And I'm not especially comfortable in validating either of those things. Now, you were saying that you were looking through the prism of your own perspective.
No, I was saying I expected nothing from him, like we all expected nothing from him.
Absolutely not. The people that he promised.
I expected nothing from him. I expected nothing of Joe Biden. He was the guy who brought us NAFTA. He's the guy who brought us the Iraq War. He's the guy who wrote the Patriot Act, who wrote the crime bill. I expected nothing of him.
When a presidential candidate makes a promise to people and lies to them in order to get them to go to the polls, I believe that it's my job as a member of independent media to make it clear so that people don't fall for those kinds of mistakes going forward. People, if Biden wants to run...
I mean, look, she's right. She's right. But I would be silly if I didn't tell you that presidents break campaign promises all the time. And usually it's the kind of thing like this. Here's how it'll work. President makes a promise, like, I will forgive X amount of student debt and do this and do that, and vote for me because of this. And everybody's like, yeah, forgive the student debt, right? And then they get in and they try to do it, and they go like, oh gee, I want to do it, but you know what? Joe Biden, he twisted my arm. Joe Manchin twisted my arm. Cinema twisted my arm. Like, they'll blame they'll blame the conservatives, right? They'll blame somebody in this. There's a rotating cast of villains. All they have to do is be like, nope, not going to vote for it. And then they could be like, oh, geez, I really tried. I really wanted to forgive the student debt, but I couldn't do it. Biden in this case is, there's a real clear, obvious way to do it that is not going to be popular with the pundit class, that is not going to be popular with his donors, and that it is controversial, I guess is all I can say about it, right? And that's the frustration that Briahna's having, is that the organizations, the debt relief organizations that are talking to him are like trying to get him to do this, and he's just like, nope, I'm not going to do I'm going to do the way that can be overturned in court instead, right? So I mean, that's frustrating too. So yeah, I mean, it's this game that they always play though. It's kind of like, you can't really single Biden out as being worse than normal, but it still sucks. And she's right? He made specific promises in Georgia in terms of trying to, and look, Georgia went blue, okay, and in no small part due to black voters in Georgia. That some of the issues that they might have been voted on are like the forgiving of student debt to people, graduates of historically black colleges and universities. So I mean, there's a real tangible promise that was made that Briahna feels like he could have kept and he didn't, and she's not wrong.
Is I'm a milquetoast incrementalist who's just better than Trump. He can feel free to do that all day and night, and then he would have lived up to the expectations that he set for himself in the context of a primary campaign.
He did run as a milquetoast.
He promised to cancel all student debt for every graduate of an HBCU and $10,000 to $20,000 of student debt for people who earn less than $125,000 a year. Now, that might not matter to you, and I defend I defend you guys against claims that, you don't care about this stuff because, you're out of touch and it doesn't affect you in material. I think that some of those claims get really silly and overly personalized. But Biden made a choice to tell 44 million Americans who have student debt that he was not only going to not fulfill his promise to them, but that in the middle of the debt ceiling argument of a couple of months ago, the one thing that he was going to bargain away to get the debt ceiling passed was ending the student loan moratorium. So now it's not me. I'm not
She's right. She's right.
the one in control of whoever votes. He has to make the case to those 44 million Americans who's he's starting their student debt up.
That's
Right? Months
Is
before
the
an
plan
election.
stronger
Hold
or
on,
weaker
hold
than
on.
what you expected? Because it's way
But
stronger than what I expected.
Hold on.
Way
hold on.
weaker than what I
But-
expected.
but
Well, I
the
expected
question
nothing
is-
from him on
but
student debt. Nothing.
The real question, though, is we all want all of the debt to be canceled.
Duh. Yeah, of course.
What is the most likely path to get us there?
It's not Joe
but
Biden,
hold on,
obviously.
Hold on. But I don't see how Cornel West getting 5% of the vote and unintentionally helping to reelect Trump, that doesn't get us there at all.
Let's get into that. Let's get into that. So for
Whereas,
So look. So far, like I'm really There we go. There's the ad break. Sorry if you're getting sucked away in that. Well, they can't hear me. I shouldn't try to talk to people in the ad break. During the ad break. Here, I'll just do housekeeping instead. The housekeeping is that if you are trying to get my attention in chat and you're saying something and I'm not responding to it, it's because there's too much stuff going on, and it's a segment. It's going to possibly go up on YouTube, so I'm being really cautious to make sure that somebody watching the YouTube video, that it's not too hard to edit, around every bit of me talking to chat. But if there's something that you really want me to address, Super Chat is a perfect way to get my attention with that. Another way to do it is highlighting your text, which hopefully I'm reading everybody's highlighted text. Did I miss one? Why doesn't Biden make Election Day a federal holiday so that people can go to the polls like they... Wait, is that something that he could do with an executive order? Because I mean, that's half of the reason. When there's something that they should do, when there's something that they campaign on, and they don't do it, a lot of times their excuse is like, I just can't get Joe Manchin on board, or the Republicans in Congress are too mean, or something like that. But if it's an executive order kind of thing, then there's no excuse other than like that he's gonna say, well, we don't want to be seen as doing presidential overreach.
as if you have a primary contender actually able face to face to pressure him,
Well, those
we
things
have
aren't
seen the
mutually
way
exclusive,
that
Krystal.
can potentially work.
Those are
I'm sorry, Morgan.
But
mutually exclusive. So
tell
why
me
is that an
why-
argument against Cornel West?
It doesn't have to be exclusive, but do you think that the project of defeating Trump is worthwhile at all? Because I would turn back on you. You asked the question, like, where's the bottom of the lesser evil
Yeah.
question? Like, where does that end? I would turn it back on you and
Oh my god, anonymous gifter. Tier 1 sub gift to Morgan the Fae. So at least you won't have to deal with any more ad breaks for a month. Yeah, it's September right now, so gift subs are cheaper, and so are subs that you get for yourself.
say, where does it become not just a lesser evil, but like, actually, this person is significantly better? And I would say that Biden, for my disappointments with him, for all of the things that I talk about plenty, including disappointments on student loan debt, including on the pandemic relief that I talked about, including on the railway, all these things, right? Ukraine. At what point, though, do you acknowledge that this person is a lot better?
It's interesting that she mentions Ukraine, but she doesn't go into detail about, right? Because that would be the controversial part.
Than Donald Trump. And so when you're in this binary choice where let's not pretend like Cornel West is going to be president of the United States, it is worth making the choice in that situation to reelect Joe Biden and get the NLRB and get the antitrust stuff and get what is at hand to be gotten in this moment and live to fight another day.
So for one, Krystal, somebody might say, and people did make this exact argument against Bernie Sanders. Fine, he's on the stage, but I'm not going to vote for him. I'm not going to weaken the person who's ultimately obviously going to be the president of the United States. Why not vote for Biden in the primaries? You're wrinkling your brow because it's a ridiculous argument. I completely agree.
I would normally agree with what Briahna's saying here. I don't have a compelling candidate to vote for, and I frankly, I gotta say it, I don't take Marianne Williamson seriously, right? I need somebody like Bernie, right, to run in the primary, even if they don't have the profile that Bernie has, even if they have very little chance of winning, I will vote for them in the primary. I think it's a positive thing, and I think ultimately it's actually good, even if you make the assumption that Biden is a fait accompli, that we can never defeat a incumbent Democratic president, which would be pretty hard. I think that an active primary is actually beneficial to the incumbent. So yeah, but look, as much as I'm agreeing with Briahna right now, and it does happen occasionally that I agree with Briahna Joy Gray, just wait, because she's gonna say something later on that I absolutely cannot agree with.
I don't see the argument for Marianne and against Cornel West. They have nothing to do with each other. You can vote for Marianne in a primary. You can be happy that she's on the debate stage, which obviously they aren't allowing, which is material to this argument, I've got to say. Some people you're saying, what is the Green Party going to do? The Democratic Party has demonstrated that it won't host a free and fair and open primary.
Wait, I get that. But how does Cornel West getting 5% of the vote and helping unintentionally to reelect Trump, how does that?
I really don't like the vote shaming, particularly like this early. Like, all you're doing is taking Cornel West voters and making them double. You're not convincing anybody to, like, I don't know. I don't think vote shaming never works. Even if that's your thesis, is that, like, it's too dangerous to have Dr. West run as a third party. The vote shaming's not going to change anybody's mind.
That move us towards our goals.
So two things. One, you said this in the now viral clip, that just framing Cornel West as the spoiler, looking at those polls. In those polls that you referenced, Biden is losing in both.
And look, this is the thing that Krystal and Kyle have said recently that kind of surprises people. A lot of people were a little surprised that they came out so hard for Joe Brandon this time. It's not something that people were expecting from either of them.
With or without Cornel West in the race. Now,
Cornel West makes it worse.
Cornel West is incremental worse.
I just want to clarify one thing. I'm not blaming people or saying like it's their fault for Trump getting reelected or whatever. But I am saying we would like it if the way the Democratic Party responded to Cornel West would be to cancel all the student loan. But we know that's not reality. So we know that what ought to happen and the reality of what will happen are two very different things.
I mean, look, on a question of strategy, she's got a point. If the Democratic Party can demonize third-party candidates like they do, then it's really hard to use third-party candidates to agitate for a Democratic incumbent being better, right? So I mean, she's.
Let's get to the second.
I don't think it justifies the voter shaming that she's, tacitly endorsing here, but she's right on that part.
Point.
Yeah.
You framed the 2016 votes for Jill Stein and the reaction of the Democratic Party subsequently as evidence that a concerted movement effort to withhold one's votes has been proven ineffective. It is obviously the case, Krystal, that there was not a concerted effort in 2016 or any kind of structural movement to withhold one's vote for Hillary Clinton in favor of Jill Stein. It was just a bunch of us angry Bernie bros, a very small number, by the way, because we all know sitting here that more Bernie Sanders voters in 2016 bent the knee and voted for Hillary Clinton than Hillary Clinton voters in 2008 bent the knee and voted for Barack Obama. We all know these statistics. We've been saying them back at neoliberals for the last 5, 6, whatever years. That being said,
that's true.
There was no argument to control the media narrative and present an opportunity for actual leverage and change. So there wasn't like a group, there was no spokesperson, there was no politician, there was no left media that was saying, here, I have a organized movement, an organized group of people who are willing to actually change their mind and vote for the Democratic nominee in exchange for various concessions. That didn't exist. And I'm, by the way, not advocating for it. I know that some of my friends like Nathan Robinson have said that Cornel West should do exactly that, say that he'd be willing to drop out in exchange for various concessions. I think that's better than nothing. I think that's more than, frankly, I love Marianne and I hope she's successful, but that's more than Marianne is.
Yeah, I hope nobody's reading my covering of this debate as an endorsement of either Krystal, Kyle, or Briahna. Like I think I said, I don't know if people were here in the very beginning, But yeah, this is, like I said, help me get through this debate, and I appreciate all of you who are staying here to help me deal with this, because this is frustrating. There's no one here I can really agree with, right? Even if, you know, like Krystal, or if Briahna's making some good points or whatever, like it's just like, you know, you're gonna see where it goes later. You're gonna see, you know, where Briahna is willing to go with this, and it's disappointing, because like I do agree with a lot of what she's saying.
Likely to get out of this. However, that is not even my plan, my perspective.
Yeah.
What I am saying, though, is that knowing that the Democratic Party is fundamentally not willing to be fair. They're willing to rig the election. They're willing to change the order of the states. They are willing to completely block Marianne out of the media. It feels rich to say that running within the Democratic Party is manifestly and demonstrably more effective in actually changing the outcomes
because of the structural barriers,
than Cornel West, who at very least, you keep being very dismissive, Kyle, about this 5% matching funds.
First of all, I've said like 2 words in the past 10 minutes, okay? So I'm not being dismissive about anything. I haven't gotten a fucking word in.
Okay. What is it that you're chomping at the bit?
I mean, look, she did get a chance to talk here, but like, I don't think that was after doing a lot of listening. I don't know. This is I think where it starts to get ugly with Kyle.
It's the structural barriers against running as a third party, as rigged as it is by the DNC against outsider Democrats.
Maybe not where it starts,
which it definitely is. It's even more rigged against third parties, which is why they always get like 3% of the vote.
Which is literally why
Bernie got 43% of the vote.
Which is literally why people feel it is a structural advantage to get someone like Cornel West to 5% of the vote so they can get federal matching funds. To me, as a voter,
40% as a Democrat.
For me, as a voter in New York, I'm not interested in shoring up the Democratic Party.
No, that's him getting his ideas out. It's shoring up Cornel West. That's the whole point.
I am not a Democrat.
I understand that. That's very clear. But I'm saying that would shore up Cornel West.
And the people who also don't want to vote for Joe Biden under any circumstances are not Democrats. And fundamentally, you can make your argument. I think it's a perfectly legitimate argument to make to Democrats. I think that Democrats might think that Joe Biden is a manifestly better Democrat than other Democrats.
But it's not about whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. It's about what are your political goals. And I think that 100%. We share a lot of the same political goals.
There's a big one that we don't share.
But hold on. So I still don't understand. Just lay out for me. Yeah. What in the ideal scenario happens, and how does that constitute any sort of revolutionary change or help to further the goals that we largely share?
Yeah. I think, for one, getting federal matching funds for third-party candidates, since I believe third parties are going to be a much better vehicle to actual meaningful change in this country than the Democratic Party, is infinitely more significant a goal.
But third parties haven't gotten a single electoral vote in 50
it's like round
years.
And round and round and round.
No, but it's true, because, I mean, look at Ross Perot had all the money in the world. It didn't matter.
He didn't get one electoral vote.
He didn't get one electoral vote.
Do you agree that ranked choice voting...
But, I mean, that might have something to do with the fact that Ross Perot never hit like on one of my YouTube videos, even though it's like right there the whole time, right there in front of him, that like button, and he liked the stream. He was enjoying it, you know, he was enjoying me. He was enjoying everything, but he didn't hit that button. I gotta say, that's gotta have something to do with the fact that he didn't win any electoral votes. Try hitting that like button if you want to win electoral votes.
That's the important question. Do you agree that if we get ranked choice voting, then yes, overnight third parties become more viable?
I think that Cornel
but until we get them, they're not viable.
I think that Cornel West running in a general election where he has been doing this. He's been talking about ranked choice voting in interviews, but continuing to talk about how the onus is on the Democratic.
It's giving you a headache. It's giving me a headache too.
Party to prevent the spoiler effect. He is in a position now, running in a general election, every time he goes on TV, to say, if you're upset at me at being a spoiler, you need to look at the Democratic Party, who across the country for the last decades has been purposefully undermining any ballot measures that effectively put into effect ranked choice voting in Maine, in North Carolina, the way they attacked Matthew Ho. I am not the enemy, they are. And that's the burden shifting, the narrative burden shifting I think the left should be engaged in right now. To the extent that you think that Cornel West can ruin Biden's chances, isn't it Biden's responsibility to find those votes, not among disaffected third partiers who don't owe him anything?
I'm curious what the chat thinks, right? Because there's 2 ways that Dr. West could go with this. Dr. West could run in the Democratic primary, and then, you know, invariably when Biden gets the nomination, he could switch to a third party at that point, or he could just, you know, run in third party the whole time. What do you think, chat?
Anyway, but the tens of thousands of millions of
Because it sounds like to me, like if I'm getting Krystal and Kyle right, they would rather have Dr. West run in the Democratic primary, and they think that that maybe he could extract at least some concessions.
To Democrats who aren't going to vote for him. We've all talked about this together. In Wisconsin in 2016, there were 88,000 registered Black voters who voted in 2012 who declined to vote in 2016. That's like 2 or 3 times the margin by which Hillary Clinton lost.
Wait, Science Scientist brings up something interesting because I feel like I've heard something about this. Dems won't allow a primary. I remember some Democratic officials saying that, like, well, we don't have to do a primary, right? Like, look, there's like not allowing a primary as in like, you know, doing things so that structurally no primary candidate can really succeed. And then there's actually just like not holding a primary. They aren't even doing, yeah, they definitely aren't doing debates.
Lost in that state alone. And yet we're sitting here talking about whether or not Cornel West is going to pull some
Because the thing about these parties is they're kind of private clubs, right? The way they operate, you know, the party officials have a big say in that. It's not, I mean, a lot of this stuff is not federal law. This is not, you know, it is, you know, literally a private club that nominates candidates.
Party voters away from the Democratic Party?
It's the difference between what I would love to happen and the reality that we have experienced now. I mean, we tried it before in 2016. It did not help.
What did we try in 2016?
The third party effort. Jill Stein was not a spoiler. It is not those voters' fault who voted for you, like you guys that voted for Jill Stein.
But she got blamed anyway.
But she got blamed.
And then the left was further marginalized as a result of it.
So I don't see the connection. If I did, I would love to vote for Cornel West. It would feel way better to vote for Cornel West. I share his politics almost 100%. But I don't see the connection between voting for Cornel West.
I mean, I'm pretty sure there was a primary in 2016, right? That between Hillary and Bernie was a lot more competitive than anybody. I mean, that's where the whole thing started, right? That's what got this attention. That's the fire that ignited BreadTube, was seeing a candidate who had participated in socialist orgs in his political career be accused of being a dirty communist bastard and not get completely rinsed out of the campaign. But yeah, he did ultimately you know, fail to beat Hillary in the primary, and a lot of that was because of the way that the primary is set up.
And
she very much had next, right? She had next in 2008, and it's kind of a miracle that the Obama voters were able to displace her there, but definitely after missing her turn, quote unquote, right? In 2008, she was going to be, you know, the Democratic Party establishment, and they've got no interest in running Bernie Sanders as a candidate. Maybe it's not that they don't have primaries, it's that they don't pay attention to primary results. Yeah, and I mean, they've also done things like moved around states in the primaries, you know, just had you know, made phone calls to get like all of the candidates except for one to drop out all at the same time, get them all to endorse Joe Biden. There's been a lot of dirty tricks run by the Democratic Party. Don't think Bernie lost many states in lost many states?
Achieving any of the aims. And I see a much more direct connection between protecting the Biden National Labor Relations Board and allowing this little budding, exciting, amazing, potentially transformational labor movement to actually grow. Whereas if Trump gets reelected, which is, listen, it's the fact, based on how the Democratic Party is going to respond to Cornel West's election bid, it is more likely that Donald Trump gets elected with Cornel West in the race. And that, to me, is a massive loss because we know what his record is. We know what his National Labor Relations Board was. We know who his labor secretaries were and how they were engaged in all this union busting. And so I see a much more direct connection between that moving the ball in our direction than, you know, Cornel West getting 5% and either his candidacy not really mattering at all or being used once again to, you know, smear the left and marginalize the left and say these are just the people that are interested in getting Trump elected.
So to that second point, I'm just going to be honest. Not only do I not care about arguments that the left is going to be smeared. I think it's silly because no matter what we do, the left is going to get smeared. Bernie won Nevada, and it was, oh my God, we're going to decapitate people in Central Park.
So yeah, that was a 2016 statement made by a Clinton campaign, I think. No, Chris Matthews, sorry. I said Clinton campaign official. Chris Matthews kind of seems like a Clinton campaign official, but no, he's a news guy, right? And he started saying stuff about Bernie, unaliving people in Central Park. Yeah. This is the guy that said that he got a like tingle up his leg whenever he heard Obama speak. He's a huge fan of neoliberalism. Chris Matthews, sometime I want to watch with you. I mean, look, I know, like, I have a limited tolerance for Krystal and Kyle, and I'm sure you do as well. That's why we're not going to watch this right after this, right? But there is actually a quite entertaining exchange between Krystal and Kyle, and believe it or not, Chris Matthews, right? And I don't know. It's kind of the only reason. I mean, they look good in comparison to Chris Matthews, but that's damning with faint praise, is what that is.
It is, I think, deeply unrealistic to expect that there's ever going to be a left movement that genuinely challenges power in this country that's not going to be smeared. And if you are choosing your political strategy on the basis of what's going to get you a pat on the head from MSNBC, I know this, I don't mean to
Not saying that about the present company excluded. Okay, gotcha.
You.
Gotcha.
But that is
But
naive.
Listen, that's fine, and I agree with you. Left is going to be smeared, but the question is, what is actually going to move the ball forward?
I'm confused by why you keep asking that.
Because I don't see...
Because policy is all that matters at the end of the day.
I don't see how Cornel West getting 5% and helping to reelect Trump ends up with things going in a better direction.
Like that, Krystal? He gets 5%, and then the Green Party, a third party effort, it gets stronger and more well-funded and more able to compete in future elections.
Until we have ranked choice voting, there is no even 1% viability for them. Can you admit that? Can you acknowledge that it's until we get ranked choice voting, no third party has any chance in hell? You agree with that, right?
Who do you think has been doing most of the ranked choice? Who do you think?
I'm not going to answer it. It's a simple question.
I'm going to answer it in my own time, in my own words, Kyle, respectfully.
It's a simple one. The ranked choice voting thing, if we get ranked choice voting.
I go around, I do a lot of podcasts, and I don't know what's going on right now. It might be the phase of the moon. We had the double moon last month. But I'm getting a little frustrated with feeling shouted down and disrespected in every single space that I go into. I gotta say, I promise I'm gonna answer your question, Kyle. Sit tight. I got it coming for you.
I'll sit tight.
Who do you think has been doing the bulk and the best funded ranked choice voting
spoiler, not the Democratic Party.
Advocacy in terms of getting it on ballots and getting it passed in the United States of America?
Third-party voters.
The Libertarian Party.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Wow. I mean, that makes sense, but wow.
Because unlike the Green Party, I'm no, fan of the Libertarian Party, but for obvious reasons, they were enormously better funded than the Green Party. And they, as a consequence, have been able to make much greater gains in actually getting ranked choice voting passed around the country. What I'm saying is that there's a tangible material benefit to getting more money for a Green Party, whatever third party happens to be, but right now all we have is the Green Party for obvious reasons. Getting them more money to do the work across the country to advance third parties, ranked choice voting rather, is exactly the goal that you're articulating. So yes, I do see a direct connection between your goal, your stated goal of getting ranked choice voting and voting for the Green Party. You know who's not going to fight for ranked choice voting? The Democratic Party.
Here's my point. There's not even...
In fact, I would be surprised if the Democratic Party were not actively opposing ranked choice voting.
A 1% chance or a 0.1% chance of Cornel West winning unless or until we get ranked choice voting. So I have to be honest, I feel like it's self-disenfranchisement to really put all your effort into third parties before we get ranked choice, putting the cart before the horse, in my opinion. That's my point. And on the issue of Democrats versus Republicans, we know either the Democrat or the Republican is going to win. And clearly we have a disagreement in terms of how good of a job Joe Biden is doing. Because like I said, I expected nothing of him, Briahna. I expected, this is the guy who brought us the Iraq War and the Patriot Act and NAFTA, and he's like the poster child of the conservative Democrat and the neoliberal. But then he gets in office and he does all these things which shock me. He massively reduced the drone war by over 90%. He, like I said, pulled out of Afghanistan. The Supreme Court overturned the EPA's ability to regulate greenhouse gas emissions, and the Democrats slipped into the IRA a provision that redefines carbon as a pollutant, which then allows the EPA to start protecting the environment again. If we didn't get that, and yes, that was brought to us by Democrats, we would be beyond fucked on the issue of climate change. We still are, but we'd be even more fucked if the EPA couldn't do basic EPA stuff. We have project labor agreements for hundreds of thousands of construction workers. That came to us from
I gotta say, on climate change, it's not exactly an all or nothing issue. Like, right, there's no point where I would say, hey, it's fucked. Forget about it. Don't worry about it, right? Just carbon, you know what I mean? But it is, there's like, you know, there's crucial points, right? And so climate change, climate policy is one area where, like, there are thresholds of what is helpful and what is just like rearranging the seats on the Titanic.
Biden. $15 minimum wage for federal contractors and employees. That's from Biden. Gun reform with red flag laws and closing the boyfriend loophole. Those are definitely good things. Ketanji Brown Jackson on the court. A George Floyd executive order to create a registry of abusive cops. We have the PACT Act, which is healthcare for veterans exposed to toxic burn pits, which every single Republican voted against. He added 800,000 manufacturing jobs. I didn't expect any of these things. So when
But I do expect the middle of the hour ad break, because it's coming at the middle of the hour, which it is now 3 minutes away from, right? You're going to get an ad break. You're going to be served those ads against your will. The only way to get out of that is if you have Amazon Prime, you can use a Twitch Prime sub, do it for free. If you have the money to be able to buy a sub from Twitch, it is actually 25% off right now. So that's pretty cool. Or you might be lucky enough to get a gift sub. If somebody's feeling generous and they see you in chat with no little face by your name, there's some chance that that you might get a gift sub from them, and going to happen more often if you're more active in chat.
Talk about Biden the way I do is because none of these things were on the menu and we got them. So now when I look at the fact it's either going to be Trump or Biden, a standard generic Republican or standard generic Democrat, the way I feel now versus the way I felt in the past is like, oh, this is definitely way better. If you asked me in 2019 or 2020, I'd be like, I don't know, man, flip a coin. 52%, maybe a Democrat's a little bit better than a Republican. Now I'm looking at it like, it's not even close. One blows the other out of the water, and all I care about is the policy. And when we have all these policies, I mean, we have a 15% corporate minimum tax rate now. That is not something we had previously. You'd have corporations paying nothing in taxes, or they'd even get a negative tax rate, which is a subsidy effectively from the taxpayers. These things are not nothing. We have a 1% tax on stock buybacks. They're cracking down on wealthy tax cheats. Like, all these things are very good. They're objectively good. So do you agree that Biden is better than what we expected on the left?
Maybe you've already set your expectations on the ground, and it seems like he's surpassed your expectations. He has not surpassed mine. I don't know what you want me to say.
But he's not better than what you thought?
No,
that's honest
he's not
question.
better than what I thought he
really?
would. No.
So you expected to be better than I did, for sure.
I expected him to. Well, I didn't really expect him to fulfill his campaign promises, but I'm not going to pat him on the back when he so flagrantly lied about them. No.
But let me ask you a related but different question. I mean, how do you assess the difference between a Trump and a Biden? Acknowledging that, I mean, I think you would acknowledge it's not, Cornel West is not going to be president.
I'm going to be honest with you. If it's about convincing me how Briahna Joy Gray is going to vote, Briahna Joy Gray lives in D.C., is constructively disenfranchised, and Briahna Joy Gray also is sympathetic to accelerationist arguments. So
Look, I don't agree with either of these sides in the debate, okay? But I was kind of with Briahna on the substance of a lot of what she said. Like, she was bringing up stuff that is accelerationism. Yikes. I mean, like, okay, so let me not assume that everybody knows what we're talking about. Accelerationism is the idea that in order to get to a point where things are better, material conditions are better, you know, people actually, workers have leverage, right? It's worth it to purposefully make things worse. And I don't think that's what she's saying. She said she is sympathetic to, you know, she's leaving a little wiggle room there. She's not exactly Nick Land over here. But yeah, accelerationism, especially in the sense of issues that we don't have that much longer to be able to do anything about, like climate change, like student debt, right? Those loans are coming due within this next year. You like, damage will be done. You can't just wait around forever. But you know, if you're gonna say accelerationism, right? That's like, yo, let's 4 years of Trump, 8 years of DeSantis, 12 years of Republican presidents. Maybe that would help us out. Maybe then Americans would see how bad the right wing was, and they'd say, you know what? The Democratic Party isn't strong enough anymore. We need a real, we need socialism, right? It's just like, I mean, that's accelerationism, and it's just, yeah, it's not something anyone should want, as chat saying. I think there's an ocean between accelerationism, no, I will grant that. I will grant that. That's what I was saying. I was saying she's not exactly Nick Land over here, right? But it's just like, that's not something I like to hear. That's not something that I like to hear. And it actually kind of undercuts her own arguments, right? She was making some good points about student loans. Biden made real concrete promises about forgiving student loans. Oh my God. Dweeb Chan just got a subscription from Anonymous Gifter. And totally distracted me. Somebody tell Dweeb Chan to hit refresh, because if you hit refresh, it'll get you out of the ads. And Dweeb Chan is stuck in the ads right now, I think. But thank you, Anonymous Gifter. Hopefully Dweeb Chan can refresh and get the use out of that. But yeah, no, I'm not comparing her to Nick Land. I'm counter comparing her. Like, I'm saying she's not Nick Land over here, but just like mentioning accelerationism. And look, like, if you know, that's saying that 1 Republican administration, 2 Republican administrations, 3 Republican administrations. I mean, if it gets us to where we want to be, if it shows people how empty their policies are, yeah, let them do everything. Let them go after trans people, right? That's what I'm scared about. That's why accelerationism is yikes in this context. Because, like, you know, some of us have got skin in that game. Some of us, it's not just like, yeah, you know, we can wait it out. It's going to be a shitty, you know, presidency. We're not going to get what we want. The taxes are going to go down on rich people, and things are going to be a lot harder for poor people. But it's just 12 years. It's just 8 years. It's just 4 years. You can't say that if you've got skin in the game the way that a lot of us do. So that's what's yikes about it. It's like, the more you embrace accelerationism, the more it sounds like you're talking about being willing to use somebody as a sacrifice to get to your ends, and that's fucked. I don't know what you want me to say about it, but yeah, that's look, she kind of had me up until then. Like, I don't support either side. I think that my opinion is not Briahna's opinion, and my opinion is not Krystal and Kyle's opinion. You know, like, I have, you know, my own opinion, but like, I guess I was like leaning towards Briahna on a lot of the things. I thought that Kyle and Krystal were kind of dismissive about a lot of what she said. Yeah, they were rude to her and talked over her too. So I mean, you know, I wasn't on her side, right? But if I had to, you know, it's like leaning that way up until she's like, look, I got some accelerationist sympathies, you know, what can I say? I don't know. Maybe we need maybe we need 40 more years of Trump. That's just like something that I'm not hearing that.
I am not afraid of Trump, and I will never for the rest of my life. I don't care if I live in Pennsylvania.
That is such a wild thing to say. And that's what worries me about her, right? Is that her allergy to ID poll. I couldn't remember what it's called. ID poll. Yeah, ID poll. And we know where it comes from. We know that she worked for Bernie Sanders, a candidate who was basically victimized by a very cynical appeal to ID poll, which bore no reality in terms of the substance, right? The idea that Hillary Clinton is better for any marginalized group than Bernie Sanders is absurd on its face. So we know where this came from, right? But and she's not saying that. She's not saying, no comment, chick, I am willing to sacrifice you to the Trump DeSantis agenda to purge America of trans people in order to get a better third party in there in 4 years, 8 years, 12 years, 16 years. She didn't directly say that, right? But I mean, what are you saying, right? That's the thing that's really dicey here. That's the thing that's really dicey. And look, that breaks up coalitions. When your coalition says it is okay to leave some of us behind for the greater good of the group, that's not solidarity. That's not a coalition. That marginal. And here's the thing: even if you are that person who's like, well, I care about the greater good of the group, they're, you know, like, right, you know, like I'm gonna, like, even if you're that person that's gonna prioritize the majority over people who might you might be sacrificing along the way, it's still not a good idea, because you want to win, right? And you need me to win, and you need us to win, right? Even if you're a cynical piece of dog shit who's willing to throw people under the bus, you still need us, okay? So that's bad policy. So it's both wrong strategically and ethically, and that's I'm sorry, I am stun-lucking on this, but you know, this bothers me more than a lot of stuff, right?
Pennsylvania.
And the kind of shock of like hearing that in the midst of feeling like somewhat, look, I don't often find myself agreeing with Briahna, but compared to Krystal and Kyle and you know, their neo anarcho Bidenism, whatever arc they're in right now, you know, she was refreshing a little bit, right? I don't completely agree with her, but yeah, like, I mean, that's just like I feel like I'm on a skateboard and I hit a rock. You know what I'm saying? Maybe some of you out there are good skateboarders and you know what to do when you hit a rock so that you don't fly off your skateboard. But whenever I get a little rock wedged under there, I fly off my skateboard. I'm not good at skateboard. I'm a terrible skateboarder.
I don't care if I live in Georgia, vote out of fear. That's not who I am. That's not who I was raised. That's just me. And I recognize that I am radical.
She didn't say amenable to accelerationist arguments. Her exact words were sympathetic, right? Is that what she, I think she said sympathetic.
I'm not telling anybody to be like me, but that's who I am.
So, but just to get back to the question, I mean, do you acknowledge that Biden is better than Trump? I genuinely want to know, like, how do you assess? Do you see they're like roughly the same?
I think it depends on what metric they're using. There are people who...
Okay, so here's her saying that, there it is, right? I think that she thinks that Trump is better on issues of war and peace. I don't know. That's my best guess. What do you think?
Will take everything that you just said and say, if Biden escalates...
Like, in her hatred of identity politics, I believe that she has swallowed some right-wing brainworms hook, line, and sinker, and that's what concerns me about her.
In Ukraine, the way he has been doing, missiles going off deeper, closer to Russia that are Western in origin, and the doomsday clock tipping.
Okay, now look, there's a point to be made there, and like, I'll be the first one to tell you that the current state of Russia is directly related to the United States' foreign policy, right? Putin being in power, Putin being an oligarch that got his money when they just like gave away state industry, basically, in the former Soviet Union, right? And the United States has a lot to do with this policy, right? In a lot of ways, you could say that U.S. foreign policy is somewhat responsible for Putin being in there in the first place, right? So, you know, like, yeah, sure, right? And you know, encroachment of NATO and all the rest. Okay, sure, right? But Trump might be like okay, so you're talking about like being dovish and hawkish, right? And she's saying that Trump is more dovish on Russia. All right, but we're not exactly attacking Russia. Like, you know, this is a conflict that the United States like didn't exactly start. And the more you're going to kind of place that on the United States, the more it sounds like you kind of have some sympathies towards Putin. And you know who has sympathies towards Putin? And maybe more than sympathies? It's Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump may be dovish with Russia, but it's because he sees a fellow fascist, a fellow reactionary, a fellow demagogue, a fellow authoritarian in Vladimir Putin, right? And he wants to go to war with China instead. It's not a better choice. Yeah, let's go. You know what? Yeah, screw, screw doing, screw caring about Ukraine at all. Like, right? Let's provoke some shit in the South China Sea. Let's go to war with, like, right? I don't think that's any better. I think it's dangerous either way. It's I don't know what you're gonna mean to say, but it's
ticking down.
God, I'm being look. I feel like I'm overrepresenting my nuance here because like what she's saying here is
on World War III, the way it has been done, cancels out all of the meaningful gains that you just articulated so nicely. If it comes down to World War III versus that litany of achievements that you just articulated, there are people that, with the hindsight,
she literally sees, and look, there's some argument also that Trump is not a peace candidate when it comes to Russia. Like, right, Trump moved more troops onto the borders with My sister used to really love Brie, so I've studied her closely. There's no need to extend the good faith. Oh my God! Wow. Yeah, like I don't know. I want to like Brie, but like there's a lot in the way of that.
Of living in the nuclear holocaust would say, well, I guess.
And I will say that for people that I disagree with, I find her rhetoric more challenging, better thought out, more difficult to push back on. So. Yeah, if I
Trump actually was a better president.
I don't
Who's more likely to get us World War III, though? I definitely think it's Trump. I definitely think it's Trump more likely to get us World War III.
I don't want to know what people think.
You disagree?
I want to know what you think.
All candidates are entirely too likely to get us into World War III, right? I think what Kyle's probably saying is that Trump's more unstable, right? So as a person with the nuclear football, Trump is more concerning. But, policy-wise, yeah, like anybody that you're going to vote for is a shit sandwich when it comes to foreign policy.
I think that's accurate. Because to me, I look at the record.
We don't know until history happens what history is going to do. I wouldn't have expected that under Biden we would have gotten in the middle of this war with Ukraine and Russia. I would not. That wasn't on my bingo card either.
Yeah, but we know that Trump was actually more hawkish towards Russia than
he built up on NATO's border.
Obama
he put troops on NATO's border.
We know what he did with Iran. We know he said he was going to get on Afghanistan. Biden actually did it. So we can evaluate these two claims. That we shouldn't believe anything that Donald Trump says about Ukraine.
A toxic. This is literally just a vote blue no matter who a lesser of two evils conversation.
No, it's a let's discuss the facts and how you weigh them.
Look, I'm frustrated with let's vote blue no matter who too, but I'm really, really uncomfortable with looking at Donald Trump as a peace president, right? That is a very disingenuous right-wing talking point that you seem to have swallowed hook, line, and sinker. Yeah, that being said, like, right, she is getting talked over here and disrespected, and that's what I mean, right? There's nobody to really root for in this debate. There's nobody I can root for here.
Conversation.
How about this? Biden can be 10 times better than Trump. Let's concede that for the sake of argument. I'm not voting for him. And millions of other people feel the same way because it has absolutely nothing to do with that. I don't know how else to express this to you guys. Kyle, it's not that there is a disinterest or a failure to recognize what are meaningful changes, but there is a realization that acknowledging gains when the possibility of what someone could be doing to help the population that elected them, when there is a huge gap there, it can be papered up by championing someone's accomplishments.
She's making a good criticism of what Kyle and Krystal have been doing lately. I would say that it doesn't make sense not to acknowledge what's better than Obama, what's better than Hillary that Biden does, right? I mean, and that's just as a content creator, right? You don't want to, be like, I don't like this guy, so I'm not going to acknowledge, the relative, how bad he is relatively. I'm going to just be like, but at the same time, yeah, they are, they're not just acknowledging the surprising things the things that went better under Biden than one would have expected. The policies that were better. The National Labor Relations Board, right? That is, that is something, right? It's not where we need to be. And, it's a watered down policy from even card check, right? Which was the original thing that the Democrats were supposed to get unions. But it is going to make a big difference in terms of organizing. It is worth getting. But you don't need to say, like, Biden's great. He's not great. He's not. He's a far cry from being great.
And people are reluctant to give.
And even saying stuff like what Vosh said, like the greatest pro-union president in our lifetime. Yeah, it might be technically true, but it's such a low bar, and it's so Voshian to harp on that.
Precisely because they think it will end the conversation about how much further people should be pushed. So it feels akin to saying Jeff Bezos was walking down the street and he gave a $5 to a homeless person.
It's not that. Oh my God.
Don't you want to pat him on the back? And it's like, well, yeah, on some level, I'm glad the homeless guy can give his sandwich. But your framing of the student debt issue
is accurate. Yes,
is precisely what the problem is.
It's not a problem. Look, I am actually discussing the facts that I learned through reading 1,000 articles on the.
I mean, look, and I'll say that, like, I agree with her on the student loan thing too, especially on this point, because praising Biden for what he did do or what he tried to do in terms of student loans is going to be less effective than letting the Biden administration know, letting the Biden campaign know that we're not satisfied. We're not near satisfied. We don't just want some of the student loans forgiven. We want all of the student loans forgiven. And you should definitely keep your promises to graduates of historically Black colleges and universities, right? So yeah, if you want him to change, if you want to press on him, you can't be too willing to be like, oh yeah, good job, pat on the back. Like, right, the pat on the back for Biden, I think at this point, from commentators like Kyle and Krystal, who you would think would be agitating for Biden to do a little bit more. I don't think it's. I think Briahna's right about that. It's not helpful.
Case now, if I bring up those facts and it triggers some idiots into hating me, so be it. They can hate me.
Oh yeah, Krystal was pushing the same shit 3 months ago. Yeah, they had a change. Anybody got an idea of like where this change came from? Because Kyle and Krystal have made like a pro-Biden pivot that's kind of surprised a lot of people, and they weren't great before. I felt a lot of like post-left and class reductionist and dirtbag left energy coming off of both, but a little bit surprised by this pro-Biden turn.
All they want. The facts still matter.
What are you talking about?
Okay, I didn't expect him to appeal the case.
Yo, Brie, intellectually, Brie bakes you a big, beautiful cake, but then lets you know that she mixed up the dough in a skibbity toilet.
He appealed the cases. I didn't expect him to do the Higher Education Act after the Supreme Court slapped it down. He did the Higher Education Act. I didn't expect him to do any of it, and he did it. And this is something that if I said early on, Biden's going to do nothing on student loan debt, everybody on the left would have been like, you're right, he's going to do nothing. Now he does 5-6 different things on it. And it's like people go, no, doesn't count. I'm not saying what he's doing is perfect. Obviously, the best thing to do is to wipe it all out through executive order. And he has the authority to do that. That'd be the best thing to do.
But realistically speaking, like a good bet on why they're doing this maybe is to sort of pivot to a more mainstream, liberal, I don't know, like, it could be career related, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say.
He didn't do that, but can we at least acknowledge the facts of what went
Least aggressively anti-union is more appropriate, for
down?
describing
and I see
Biden.
This rugged insistence. Honestly, it's like Biden derangement syndrome among some people on the left, and it's like Democrat derangement syndrome.
And it's like Vosh derangement syndrome. It's like Kyle derangement syndrome. All these deranged people are just deranged because they don't.
The fact that we can't all agree very quickly that, well, obviously Democrats are not 10 times better than Republicans. They're 100 times better than Republicans. And even if you are somebody who's a purist and you're on the left, you can acknowledge a W in the instances you get it while still pushing for more. I mean, a perfect example is what's happening in Minnesota right now. Minnesota has a 1-seat Democrat majority. We got universal free school meals, legal weed, carbon-free electricity.
Oh, Sisyphean Task thinks they're trying to take up the old TYT lane now that TYT's right-wing.
By 2040. Tax rebates for the working class up to $1,300 if you make under $150,000 a year. 12 weeks paid family leave, 12 weeks paid sick leave. They banned conversion therapy. They did red flag laws for guns. They did universal background checks for guns. They did automatic voter registration.
Oh, yeah. Ubafly points out that they may be praising Biden on the Krystal and Kyle side, but Briahna's literally arguing that a Trump victory is okay.
Public free college if you make under $80K, a ban on PFA.
Yeah, he really said that.
Which is the forever chemical. $2.2 billion increase in K-12 school funding. Sectoral bargaining for nursing home workers. These things are all not little wins. They are huge wins. And I still see this insistence like we're back in 2016 or something where people are like, nope, Democrats and Republicans are either equally bad or actually jujitsu move, Republicans are the lesser evil. And I think it's idiotic. It's doomerist. It's nihilist.
And that's the post-left shit that's, never mind. I shouldn't attribute it all to one strain of leftism, but it's just something that you hear from a lot of that crowd, right? That idea that like actually Trump's the peace president. It's like, oh, come on.
People who are refusing to acknowledge reality, and they'd rather narrative hump all day talking about Democrats are so bad, Democrats are so bad, Democrats are so bad. But
like I would argue that Trump doesn't have a meaningful foreign policy. His foreign policy is like whoever kisses his ass, we're okay with.
Oh yeah, I'm a leftist.
Like for him, international politics really are personal.
Going back to the student debt point, it is kind of telling to me, Kyle, that you so quickly, you injected your own low subjective, personal, and low expectations into the argument to say, well, because Joe Biden did more than I subjectively believed was possible, you're accusing me of minimizing the accomplishments. I think that you might be minimizing his failures and the extent to which that he knowingly, it seems, lied about what he was willing to do and, in fact, dramatically underachieved his campaign promises. And for you, that might be a hop, skip, and a jump. Okay, but he did more than I expect. You're setting your expectations lower than the expectations that he set for the American public in the context of his campaign. And I completely respect and appreciate that that doesn't bother you as much as it bothers me. I don't know if it's because I have experienced six-figure student debt. I don't know your life. I'm not trying to make any presumptions about it. I don't know if it's because I had a certain kind of life experiences or the other people who kind of share my view.
Yeah, my biggest problem with Bri is that although I'm agreeing with a lot of the individuals' things that she's saying, there's not a consistency there, right? If you are so concerned about the impact that the very real impact that student debt has on people, and it disproportionate negative effect that it has on POC, you can't also be so cavalier about the prospect of another Trump administration, right? I mean, and I'm not trying to voter shame here and say that, you can't support a third party, but it's the acceleration thing that she said that really got me. It's the implication she gave that Trump is actually the peace president, that Trump is better than Biden on certain issues. That is a brainworm that I refuse to swallow.
Have these kind of life experiences. But for millions of us, 44 million in fact, that kind of bait and switch is unforgivable when you recognize, as you have both recognized, that it was in his power to sign an executive order to deliver overwhelmingly for the people whose votes he needs right now. So the argument is not with me. The argument is with the millions of Americans who feel betrayed by Joe Biden and his campaign promises. If we have a contract agreement for you to fix the hole in my roof and I give you $100.
I mean, look, she's right that we have come to expect so little from politicians in terms of keeping their promises. But, I mean, on a realistic level, a campaign promise is not a contract. And it's naive to think that it is, right? You're not dealing with this world where politicians will make campaign promises knowing that they've got a revolving cast of villains to blame their inability to, get those achieved, even if it's not an inability, even if it's just that they actually didn't want that because their donors don't want that, and they're talking out of both sides of their asses, as politicians are wont to do, right? You gotta recognize that that's the world that we live in. It's not a world where politicians are signing contracts with us and that we expect, campaign promises to be upheld even when it's so easy to get out of them. I can't stand Kyle and Krystal, but if Trump wins, there's literally not going to be a chance you will to ever vote again. That's a great point. Brie admits she doesn't care. There's no, that's the thing about it, right? If you even if you're an accelerationist, right? And she didn't say that she was, right? She said she is sympathetic. So let's keep that nuance in there. Keep that nuance in mind. But if the plan of the right-wing machine right now is to end any sense of democracy and to purge starting with trans people and who knows who else from public life, right? It's really, really dire.
And you come into my house and instead you restage my living room and it looks beautiful. That simply wasn't the agreement. And so I am fine. I'm happy to acknowledge the furniture placement is gorgeous. I love the floral arrangements, but that's not what we bargained for. And if your desire is to push the Democratic Party left, you have to, Chris Hedges says this all the time, it's a politics of fear. If you are more afraid of electing Trump than the Democratic Party is, you are never going to be able to exert any leverage on them at all. And I understand that's a risky position. I understand Trump getting reelected is scary. I understand that there are meaningful ways in which he's hurt real people in real ways. I understand all of that. And we just have a difference of opinion about what the priorities are. You said in that viral clip, Krystal, if your priority is reelecting the Democratic Party, then X, Y, and Z. And I think that was good that you said that because you articulated what the priority is for you.
Oh my God, the priority for me right now is to mention to you that in 3 minutes we've got an ad break coming. That's right, an ad break. If you don't know what that is, that means those little ads that you're seeing that are lasting for like a minute and 30 seconds, right? You can get rid of those with an Amazon, with a Twitch Prime, which is when you use your Amazon Prime on Twitch to get a free. That's right, you heard me right. Free to you, not free to Bezos, to get a free sub to my channel. You can also get out of it by paying. It's less than $5 now. It's 25% off $5. So whatever that is, I think it sounds like to me that they are during the month of September, they're costing about the same as YouTube membership. So quite a deal on that right now. There's also a deal on gift subs. So there's also the chance that you might be gifted a sub. It's going to happen more often, more likely to happen if you're active in the chat.
That is not the priority for me. The policy is the priority for me, Brie. And I think you know that. And I think it's disingenuous to say otherwise. But let me just say though, is it worth? I mean, I think you care a lot about the labor movement, right?
Sure.
So is it worth letting that baby be smothered in the crib in order to what? I mean, that's the piece that I don't understand. I understand all of your critique of Joe Biden. I think it's reasonable, okay? I actually am not as strong as Kyle in terms of the intentions on the student
more of a Biden
loan
bro
debt,
than she
right?
is, for sure. And she gets accused of being a bigger one than me, but that's a side point.
I understand your critique
They're like the #1 cringe couple, aren't they?
of Joe Biden very well. Many of them, if not all of them, I basically share. What I don't understand is just simply a tactical question of how focusing on a third-party effort gets us towards the goals that we share. That's the piece that, to me, recent history proves it has the complete opposite effect, whereas we do see actual progress that is possible made through the Democratic primary process. And I know you accept that. Like, you're not a Marianne hater. I'm not putting that on you whatsoever.
Marianne.
But I don't understand how risking the reelection of Trump and allowing a Trump union-busting NLRB to quash what is the most hopeful thing happening in American politics, which is the labor movement. I don't understand how that moves us forward. Like, that just doesn't compute for me.
Well, for one, I'd say, and I don't mean to.
I mean, it's the need to take risk at time. Look, I mean, there is something to be said about leverage, and I think that Krystal and Kyle don't have like a meaningful strategy for obtaining leverage either. Right? Like I said, I don't agree with anybody in this debate. I'm trying to point it out when I agree with something that Briahna says, but then she'll say something like, and I'm sympathetic to accelerationism, and I don't think that another Trump presidency would be the end of the world. Look, for some of us, it is the end of the world, right? And it hurts to hear people saying that, like, you gotta like that, like look, don't make your bravery, your fearlessness, like your willingness to throw other people under the bus, right? That's the whole thing. And that's what she's missing, right? Somebody said in here that she is sympathetic towards the student loan issue. Great, because she's experienced that in her life, right? But she's not picking up on the fact that another Trump presidency has some dire consequences for trans people, and I think would have a dire consequences for. She's talking about the future of third parties, and that the accelerationism is the idea that literally the bad things that Trump is going to do is going to enable us to do more as a third party, or pulling the Democratic Party to the left, or whatever we triangulate in the future, is going to be better based on people getting a really bad taste in their mouth for this is how bad Donald Trump really was. And I gotta say, that is a dangerous game. And if you're playing it at somebody else's expense, right? If you don't have that skin in the game of being on the chopping block, that's a messed up thing to say.
At all minimize the value of this latest ruling, but I have
but I feel you, Miguel. It is a rock and a hard place. It is a choice of evils, and it sucks, and it's been like this for all of our lives, right?
been heartened by the energy and the gains
And something does have to change.
made by the labor movement prior to that. Over the last few years,
Which were enabled by the Biden NLRB. I mean, there were keys. The workers get listen, they do the work. I'm not trying to take anything away from them. But there were key decisions that were made in the Starbucks organizing drive in particular, in the Amazon labor union drive as well, that enabled those workers to do their thing. That wouldn't have happened under Trump.
it feels as though, one, the question has been asked and answered several times. You don't agree with my priority. But
no, I still don't
fine.
understand it. And I'm may just be dense, but explain again.
I agree with Kyle that ranked choice voting is a priority.
Yeah.
I believe that getting the Green Party more powerful, getting them federal matching funds, enables them to join in the Libertarian Party, which has been the most successful advocate for ranked choice voting in the country, to continue to further those efforts. My vote for Joe Biden does nothing to advance what I think will be the ultimate path toward left victory in the United States, which is getting rid of the corporate duopoly. I don't see.
I mean, I agree with that. I 100% agree with that, but I see a different path to that than I think she does, right? It is a third party building local power, establishing ranked choice voting, and then displacing the Republican Party as the second most popular party at some point, right? That's what we need to see. And I just don't know if she's going about it in the right way.
Voting for Joe Biden as advancing that core effort at all.
I mean, electorally, I guess is what I'm saying. Obviously, I don't mean to imply that politics are or should be limited to electoral considerations. Is YouTube better than, I don't know. I'm not sure what you mean by better for engagement. If you mean better, like you'll have more interesting conversations, or if you mean like it gives me an algorithmic boost. But in general, I think, and again, I don't have a crystal ball. I'm not psychic. I'm not able to predict the future, but I think that the future is more likely on YouTube, given the trickle of larger content creators away from Twitch. I don't know that for sure, but it's my thought, right? And at this point, I think it costs you the same to be a member on YouTube as a sub on Twitch. So, and I probably get a little bit more of the money on YouTube. There are advantages just to YouTube, but I also get that some people really like using Twitch. And I want to continue to like offer a choice for now, but yeah, maybe at some point will be YouTube. The thing about like the overall audience is bigger on YouTube, right? So that might be another reason why the future is going to be over there, and maybe YouTube will get its act together and actually improve its streaming so that Twitch doesn't have all these advantages over it. There's so much other work for leftists to do locally. Taking over the party, not letting Trump win, is the easiest choice we have. The cops, for what they did to profile people who look like me, I could be deported. So I have some skin in the game, but I am not going to be a cavalier and say, yeah, that's the whole thing, is that this is... It's the sort of attitude towards like a Trump, another Trump administration being something that we can tank, right? Some of us can tank it, some of us can't, right? And it really depends. Like Trump, when he started out, like was had very different targets in mind. He was talking about building the wall. He wanted to undo DACA, and he wanted to, make life miserable. He even talked about like getting rid of birthright citizenship, and that's still in the hopper for Republican politicians. But the focus has shifted, I guess, in terms of what they talk about, to going after queer and trans people. But yeah, in the end, all we have is each other, and we gotta have that solidarity. And so, like, look, I'm sympathetic to somebody that says that something needs to change, right? But when that something that needs to change is we need to be willing to throw each other under the bus, that's not it. That's not how we get there. That is not it.
So ranked choice voting is kind of like, I'm just trying to understand, is like the end all be all. That's the number one priority. And so you would actually support the Libertarian Party, the American Constitution Party, the Forward Party, whatever, if it advanced that goal. And that's the priority over everything else. I'm just trying to understand.
Would I personally support an effort by any of those parties to advance ranked choice voting? Yeah, of course.
No, but would you support those parties? Like, because ranked choice voting is so important.
Why would
to
I
you.
when I could vote for the Green Party that actually shares my ideals as well?
Well, I'm just trying to understand where your priorities lie. Is it like you're basically a single issue voter and it's ranked choice voting?
Well, it's not a single issue. It's breaking the corporate duopoly. That's it. This is the fundamental issue. I think that for many people, they are very wary of validating what they see as a two-headed snake. And this comes back to your concern, Kyle, about people not willing to acknowledge these successes. I think that we all understand that there is a way that the two corporate parties play off of each other. Democrats get to keep lowering the bar because the Republicans are worse. They both play these culture war games back and forth with each other, where at the end of the day, we're told, well, you gotta go vote for the Democrats because gay rights and trans rights and black.
So there we go. There's the other part of it. So my two problems with, Briahna are this whole thing of like, I'm sympathetic towards accelerationism, and then maybe Trump is kind of the peace president, and then on top of that, well, if the Democrats could just leave the culture war issues alone, okay, so stop supporting trans people, and then, like comparing that to the Republicans. The Republicans are doing culture war issues. The Republicans are doing, anti-trans legislation, anti-trans propaganda, not necessarily because every single one of them is just like has burning hate in their heart against trans people, but because it works, because there is that hatred out there, and they're pandering to that hatred, and they're trying to, they're trying to win with that hatred. So,
rights and immigrant rights and all of these rights are on.
But yeah, I mean, these are my problems. These have always been my problems with Briahna.
The line. And I said this in 2020 as well. It's not that those arguments aren't true. The question is, how do we ever disentangle ourselves from that? Because it's always going to be the case that some worser thing.
And what's funny is that their pivot, like Krystal and Kyle's pivot, and like granted that you don't hear them push back when she's saying like these culture war issues. You don't hear them pull back and be like, are you talking about, trans people being expendable? Is that what you're saying? Like, they're not going to push back, right? Because they were there. They were right there. That was their previous thing. This whole like dirtbag leftism, anti-ID poll thing that she is throwing around now, right? That was Krystal and Kyle's thing. They've pivoted, and now they're like anarcho-Bidenists or something. I don't know what's up with that. So they've changed their focus, right? But God,
that's coming down the pike precisely because we've enabled that to be the case. And many people, and I don't feel quite this way, but many people feel as though there is an energy suck that happens with even paying attention and voting in these general elections. I think that your points about what's happened on the state level in Minnesota, et cetera, are much stronger. I know that, for example, Sabby Sabs is always making the case that, don't forgo electoral politics, focus more on what's happening on the local level. And I think that is a perfectly reasonable argument to make as well. But I do think that there is a failure to recognize the extent to which.
Look, somebody in chat said, like if you fear Trump more than the Democrats, right? I do fear the Democrats, but I fear them in a specific way, right? The danger of the Democrats is to sap revolutionary energy, to hijack our movements, to agree with our slogans, and to make us think that they're going to fulfill our priorities, our objectives, and then to just drag their feet on everything. That's what they do. That's what they do, right? That's the fear from the Democrats. Now, the fear from Trump is literally that we don't have peaceful transfer of power anymore, that even if he loses the election, maybe he can stay in now because, I don't know, maybe it's all, it's... like every election that he doesn't win is fake, right? The consequences are the elimination of trans and queer people from public life, right? Yeah, I am more afraid of that. But I do recognize it's not just important who you're afraid of, but what you're afraid of from them, what the danger that they pose is, and assessing that situation.
There is a validation that takes place of the status quo that people are trying to negotiate as they reckon with real gains that the Biden administration has effectuated.
Yeah, so let me respond to that. I don't want to validate the status quo as much as
I know this is so frustrating, and I know that especially when I talk and interrupt them all the time, it's taking a long time to get through this. I promise there's a really cool segment at the other side of this, so stick around for that. We've got the sign queen versus the truth conductor. Who wins? Who wins in that exchange? That's what I care about.
I want to acknowledge the positive things that exist and have happened recently, which I think is some evidence that in some ways, limited, but some ways, we are moving in a better direction. So let me share a point of agreement, because we've been arguing the whole time. It'd be nice to have a point of agreement real quick. If we wake up tomorrow and there's ranked choice voting everywhere, I would be the biggest Green Party simp on the planet. I would be insufferable. I would basically spend every day advocating
Wait,
for
are you insinuating that you're not already insufferable, Kyle?
the Green Party. The reason I don't do that is because we don't have ranked choice voting, and I do feel like the choice is effectively just down to a Democrat or Republican in the general election, whoever they may be. Now, having said that, I don't want to validate the status quo. I just want to let everybody know in some ways we are moving in a good direction. You brought up the state parties there.
So you're cheerleading for the Democrats. Great.
There are 6 states now that did free school meals for kids. And in some of those states, that's even breakfast and lunch. And people are not going to be surprised to hear this. Those are Democratic states. And you have the Republican Study Committee, which is basically 3/4 of the House GOP. They're pushing to ban any and all states from doing free school meals for kids. They released this in their priority. So when I look at that, I feel like I try to hold.
She didn't learn this from Bernie Sanders. Hey, good point. Anybody know, has she said anything about Bernie Sanders, right? About Bernie Sanders endorsing Biden? I'm sure she's not happy with it.
The 2 thoughts in my mind at the same time. I want Cornel West to be president.
But yeah, for those who don't know, she was a former, I think she ran Bernie's campaign in 2016 at least.
I also know that given how structurally deficient and biased the system is right now, that's not going to happen. So given that, yes, I would prefer. Let me ask you this, because I feel like this is a better way to put it. Forget about voting. Voting's irrelevant, right? Let's just say it's election night 2024. It is all of our worst nightmare, Biden versus Trump. Not voting, but that night when you know it's going to be Biden or Trump winning, are you sitting there like, yeah, of course I would prefer Biden win over Trump?
Honestly,
it's like 50-50?
I don't care.
Okay. All right.
That's
That's an answer.
It's not
Look,
my party.
That's an
I know
answer.
That's
It's an answer.
radical, and people are going to be very upset with me. I don't care. I don't
think
care. That's
there will be people who agree with you. I don't think you.
I know.
Yeah.
They're my audience. And I have come to this position after talking with, I got to say, I loved Colin. I'm sad that they're shutting it down. But part of the reason I loved it is because I would talk to people who were calling me. I would hear their doors dinging in the background because they were doing food delivery, or they're EMTs, or they're like, and this gets characterized as a privileged position that you don't care who wins, Trump or Biden. My experience is the people who have been taking this position, this is
Fucking pronouns!
This is what I hate about class reductionists. Okay, yeah, it is a privileged position. That doesn't mean that everybody who agrees with that position is privileged in every way. In fact, very few of us, I always go over this. There's very few people who are privileged in every possible way. If you want to add up, people that are at the absolute intersection of privilege versus people who have one or more intersections of oppression, you're going to have more of the latter and less of the former, right? But yeah, it's not, like, it's the whole thing of like, are you on the chopping block or not, right? Are you somebody that is like, yeah, I'm like 12 years of Trump, or not 12 years, 4 years of Trump and 8 years of DeSantis, or whatever, 4 years of Trump, 4 years of DeSantis. Yeah, we can ride that out. And then America gets a good big taste of how bad the right wing is. And America comes back and says, you know what? Those Democrats, they're not enough anymore. We're going to vote for the Green Party. Thanks to you, accelerationist, helping Donald Trump get elected for a second administration, right? And I don't even think that's just not a rational point of view. When it's a guy who refused to leave after being defeated last time, refused to leave, right? Tried to hold on to power, tried everything that he could to disrupt the peaceful transfer of power, and somebody who has vowed to not let that happen anymore. Somebody who's got a plan and has got an infrastructure and has got like a whole bunch of right-wingers behind them, a special kind of normal. Thank you for the gift sub to Pan Fried Surf. They are ready, I'm telling you, to go after a whole list of people, right? And I'm convinced that the people that are on that list, that's not the end. I'm convinced that anybody who's any kind of thing that a Republican doesn't like has got it coming in a second Trump administration. That's the privilege that I'm talking about. If you think that you're not on that targets list and you're like, yeah, give America a nice, good taste of the bad shit ice cream that is another Trump administration, and they'll get it then. No, that's, oh my God.
Just anecdotal, tend to be people are the lower end of the economic spectrum who do feel like their lives aren't meaningfully different under a Trump versus a Biden, and who would rather rock the boat and throw a monkey wrench in the machinery if there's even a fracture of a sliver of a chance that it has some outcome other than what we've been experiencing for their entire lives.
Fair enough. You gave a direct answer,
Yeah,
so I respect it.
I mean, Lawrence, that's why they called me ad hominem chick. I'm not sure what ad hominem I said, but I probably said it because, oh my God, you know what we need? We need a soundbite of NCC bad. Yo, if only I'd gotten somebody, like, if only I'd recorded, like, Dylan. Wait, I think I do have a recording of Dylan talking shit about me. We'll have to look for that. We'll have to get an NCC bad soundbite.
The thing I would say, though, because you said you're basically an accelerationist. Like, you think things need to get better in order for them to get worse.
I feel.
I mean, worse in order.
Look, Chad, I can get you Dylan Burns talking shit about me. I can get you Chud Logic talking shit about me. Xander Hall talking shit about me. Maybe. No, he deleted that VOD. That's right. He deleted the aristocracy talking shit about me. There's no end to the number of people that hate my guts.
Own class privilege.
And make no mistake, they hate me for being so based.
I am reluctant to personally put those wheels into motion.
Oh,
but I very
it was
much
the chat. Your argument was
like
was
I
the
just
chat.
was talking
Look,
about.
if somebody tells me I said an ad hominem, I just agree with them because most of the time they're right. Most of the time I have said an ad hominem, but
who do feel that way. I think that's a legitimate perspective.
that's why they call me ad hominem chick, don't you? Yeah, I'm supposed to be all about the drama, all about fighting with other content creators. I'm a super meanie bot. I'm a woke scold. I might be a tanky depending on who you talk to. Yeah, all kinds of bad things about NCC.
I'm not.
Oh yeah, I got compared to the Stasi. That was
it's
fun.
Not my place to say let's make the world burn.
Yo, chat. What do you think about this? Okay, look. I'm sorry for stun locking on something that's not directly related to the debate, but I gotta ask you this because I got this great idea, okay? I feel like I need to have an interview show. I feel like I need to do like one interview every week, right? With a different person. And we'll call it the interrogation. We'll call it the interrogation. And what I'll do is I'll go through their file with them, because you know how NCC has files on everyone, literally everyone, including you, chatter, files on every content creator, files on every chatter, files on every editor, every thumbnail artist, just everyone, just files. I'll go through their file with them. We'll discuss the things that are in their file. Like, they'll get to find out what kind of files that I've got on them. Because obviously, chat, I've got files on everyone. Just ask Chud Logic. Just ask Aristocracy, right? Just ask any of my haters, right? They can confirm that I've got files on anyone and everyone. So obviously, we could just do an interview show where I interview them, and I'm like, let me look at your file here.
Because I'm gonna be okay in either way. But I am open to that perspective.
Colors your view and how you approach these things, and why you wouldn't really care whether it's Biden or Trump.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the night of 2016. I wasn't. I don't know. How did you guys feel? I wasn't personally devastated.
So,
I felt
that's a
in
great
some
question.
weird
Let me
way
answer.
vindicated.
That's a very.
This is what we had been telling them was going to happen the whole time.
So
More
I agree with
interviews,
you
yeah.
completely about 2016, right? And I voted for Jill Stein in 2016. 2020, I didn't vote for Biden. I didn't vote for anybody. It was sort of like, no, seriously, I think they're roughly equal. I think Biden's around the edges better, but I thought he was going to be as conservative a president as he was a senator. So I was like, okay, whatever. But on the night of 2020,
what?
I was actually like,
I'm kind of surprised by this.
I was like, okay, whatever. I didn't vote for Biden.
How did you guys feel? I wasn't personally devastated.
So,
I felt
that's a
in
great
some
question.
weird
Let me
way
answer.
vindicated.
That's a very.
This is what we had been telling them was going to happen the whole time.
So I agree with you completely about 2016, right? And I voted for Jill.
You felt vindicated in 2016. That's how you felt? Not like a little bit worried, not anything, just vindicated, just like, I mean, look, yeah. Hillary Clinton's a terrible candidate. They shouldn't have picked her, right? People thinking that she's the safe choice when the whole time she was losing to Trump during the primary. She was losing to Trump. Bernie was outdoing Trump, right? It seems like Bernie was actually the safer candidate. There's that, right? And then when she actually runs, she skips Wisconsin. Oh no, those workers are in Wisconsin. They're going to vote for me because they always vote for Democrats because the union supports the Democrats even if the Democrats don't support the union. Wrong. 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 And you lost Wisconsin. And you didn't even go there. You took it for granted. Yeah, there's a lot to say about like Hillary Clinton. Like and look, I mean, as much as I want to like Schadenfreude, I hate. Okay, I shouldn't say that. That's too strong a word. I don't hate anybody, especially not a political candidate. But Hillary Clinton is among my least favorite political candidates. Let's just put it that way, okay? Not my favorite person, right? Hillary Clinton, yeah, there's nothing I like about Hillary Clinton. But it's just like, I can't immerse myself in that Schadenfreude because there's too many things to worry about. And I know that, you know, a lot of people have a lot on the line. Like that was the election where Donald Trump had his target set on immigrants.
In 2016. 2020, I didn't vote for Biden. I didn't vote for anybody. It was sort of like no, seriously.
Okay, wait, 26. Wait, sorry. Let me go back. I gotta know this story. He votes for Hillary.
How did you guys feel? I wasn't personally devastated.
So,
I felt
that's a
in
great
some
question.
weird
Let me
way
answer.
vindicated.
That's a very.
Oh, no,
This is
you
what we
voted
were
for
telling
Jill
them
Stein.
was going to happen the whole time.
So I agree with you completely about 2016, right? And I voted for Jill Stein in 2016. 2020, I didn't vote for Biden. I didn't vote for anybody. It was sort of like no, seriously. I think they're roughly equal. I think Biden's around the edges better, but I thought.
What? What? Now you're not being consistent. Wait, am I getting this right? He thought who was roughly equal in 2020. Wait, no, I'm confused now, right? Because there was a primary too. I'm assuming that he supported Bernie Sanders in that primary. Am I right? I gotta be right. Hillary skipped Wisconsin because she knew that cis straight white America and rural white America won't vote for her because they were all on the Trump train. She didn't skip it because she was giving up. She assumed that she would. That was part of her firewall. The strategy that Hillary Clinton had was this, right? I could make a lot of promises that priorities that people want, student debt relief, etc., right? I could make a lot of promises like that. But if I think I'm going to win, if I know I'm going to win, if I've got certain states that I know I'm going to win, and those give me the electoral victory no matter what, I'm not going to make any promises. I want to govern I'm Hillary Clinton. I want to govern as far to the right as I possibly can, right? I want to keep those corporate donors happy, right? That was her calculation. That was her calculation. I am running against a complete shit show of a candidate. So it doesn't matter how much charisma I lack. It doesn't matter what an ineffectual campaigner I am, how unrelatable I am. You know, all the faux pas that I make, none of this matters because I'm running against shit show clown of the world, Donald Trump. And in the end, yeah, you turned out to be somehow more of a shit show. Congratulations. Not in the popular vote, but in the electoral vote. You shouldn't have been close to Trump in the popular vote. Yeah, like I 100% blame Hillary.
He was going to be as conservative a president as he was a senator. So I was like, okay, whatever. But on the night...
Wait. He was 50-50 about Trump, Biden? Okay.
Of 2020, I was actually like...
Look, I didn't like that Biden was like the nominee. Like, I mean... Oh,
for the love of God, I hope Trump loses. And, you know, that it's because I see everything he did. I mean, look, I can run through all the bad things Biden did. That's my standard rant that I've been doing for a long time now. But when you look at Trump, I mean, I don't want to sidetrack the conversation here, but like the 91 felonies that he's charged with for defrauding the United States.
Okay, now he's got something to explain. Look, I'm gonna be fair. I called Briahna on her inconsistencies. Now I got to call Kyle on his inconsistencies. You estimated what that Biden was like 10 times, 100 times. I don't remember what he said, but some magnitude of like 10 or greater better than Trump, right? I think he said 100 times better than Trump, right? But you thought that there was like arguably just kind of a wash in 2020? That doesn't make sense. Their pivot doesn't make sense, right? And in an ecosystem where grifting happens more often than not, now I really wonder why they pivoted towards the riding with Biden train.
United States with fake electors and effectively trying to steal the election. Like, to me, I kind of agree with the people who are like, on that alone, I mean, this is fucking crazy. We've never been here before. We're talking about the peaceful transfer of power is genuinely in question now in a way that it never was before.
Let me say, in terms of my view on Trump, the reason.
Okay, so that's what changed his mind. So it's not just that he thought he didn't expect what Biden did in terms of National Labor Relation Board and other policies, but he also didn't realize that Trump would potentially jeopardize the peaceful. See, I don't get it. There's no consistency here. You have to have known that there was a good chance that Trump was not going to accept defeat. He talked about it constantly, right? That was one of the questions that the media was always trying to pin him down on, is if you lose, will you accept the transfer of power? And he would never answer that question. And it's really clear. Oh my God, you really didn't know that? You want to act like that's a new thing? I mean, look, like, granted, if you didn't think that January 6th could happen, I guess, like, no, you know what? I that's such bullshit. That is such bullshit. How could you not know? Donald Trump was telling us, right? His supporters were telling us, right? This wasn't something that they were keeping secret and was some big surprise. Like, he made damn clear that he would not accept the results of an election that was not going to be in his favor. You have to have known that. And, like, look, I would say that the surprise with January 6th, rather than being a surprise that there actually was a January 6th, is a surprise that January 6th was not more coordinated, more violent, and more effective, right? That's the surprise to me.
Why I'm not even a little bit sympathetic towards the accelerationist view is, first of all, I just think, like, you know, things get worse. Sometimes they just get worse. And I think there's a real possibility that, you know, we go in rather than a leftist utopia, we go in the direction of like a fascist police state. I think that's a real possibility on the table. And if things get worse, I think that's probably more likely than the outcome we would like to see. But specifically on Trump, in some ways, the worst part of the Trump era has been not.
Oh, nice. Thank you, Ubafly.
Not that it has created a
mods are on it, even when I'm not.
Divisive politics, because I believe in a divisive politics. It's just about where the divides should be.
Everybody, let's get some love for the mods.
And he has made politics all about just how do you feel about the person of Donald Trump. And I think that that has been a significant barrier in terms of making any of the arguments that we want to make for a different world and better policies, et cetera. Because, yeah, you could say, oh, they'll just say Ron DeSantis or whoever is worse than Trump. But you got to acknowledge there is something a little special about the dude who's going to, like, do a January 6th and, like, you know, have an insurrection, et cetera. He's a particularly potent villain that is weaponized very effectively. And
look, I won't even say it's just about Donald Trump, right? The entirety of the Republican Party is like this. I think it would be like this with Ron DeSantis. I think it would be like this with Ramaswamy. I think there's very few, you know, candidates that I wouldn't have this concern with at this point.
So
if anything, the light sentences and, you know, the way that January 6th was handled, it's emboldening to somebody that wants to do something like that.
Creates a divisive politics that is divided along all the wrong lines. So that's why I'm not sympathetic to the view that, like, oh, maybe if we elect Trump, somehow that'll make things better in an a process that's 3 years down the road or 3 decades down the road that no one can really explain. I'm not sympathetic to that because I've seen the way that Trump has made our politics worse in real time in a way that has not been beneficial.
Well, for one, I would say to the extent that we are inching closer to fascism as opposed to the socialist utopia, we got exactly here doing vote blue no matter who. So I don't think that any kind of concerted Green Party campaign or effort, third
But
party.
that's not
vote.
really
If we voted
true,
blue no
though.
matter who, Al Gore would have been president. We would have never had Bush, and Hillary would have beaten Trump. So vote blue no matter who would have been a
Wait a
whole bunch of
minute, wait a minute.
standard milquetoast
What?
Democrats.
Now you're making the argument that it's third party spoilers' fault that Al Gore wasn't elected in 2000.
No, I
Not-
didn't say that. I'm saying you accused, hey, no, the vote blue no matter who
I don't
argument.
think
I'm
he
saying
understands what
if
that
people
means.
had quote unquote voted blue no matter who, Democrats would have won every election. That's the point I'm making.
Well,
The vote blue no matter who means everybody votes
so
Democrat.
for one, more
No,
registered
like-
Democrats in Florida voted for George Bush
I know, I agree with
than
that.
they did Al Gore. Al Gore failed to win his own state.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree with you on
So
that point.
I'm struggling with the argument here. What is George? But then there's
No,
Supreme
you just
Court
said
of it
we
all.
got where we
So
are
what
now
is-
because of vote blue no matter who. And the point I was making is in a real quote unquote vote blue no matter who, there would have been no Republicans elected if everybody votes Democrat. That's the point I'm making.
Okay, I don't. Yeah, that's not it, Kyle.
Vote blue no matter who doesn't mean everyone votes Democrat. Vote blue no matter who means the Democratic Party uses coercion and guilt to get people to vote for it instead of delivering on what polls demonstrate overwhelming majorities of Americans want, which is left policies. That's what the
And again, shaming somebody who's saying that they're not going to vote for a Democrat because they're not liking what's being delivered to them, right? That's not actually going to change there's no dunking that you could do on third party supporters that is going to be like, they're going to be like, oh God, I mean, you made fun of me, so I was going to vote for Jill Stein, but you made fun of me so bad that I guess I'm going to go ahead and vote for Hillary Clinton instead. Like, right, that's not realistic.
the pernicious nature of vote blue no matter who is that it absolves the Democratic Party of having to look at polls that say 2/3 of Americans don't want Joe Biden to run because he's too old, that 88% of Democratic voters want Medicare for all, that 60% of Floridians, a state that went
No, like the Joe Biden thing. Okay, look, did you ever go out to eat with friends and everybody's got like a different idea of what they would rather eat, right? But you end up choosing something that nobody particularly wants because it's going to piss off the least number of people. That's Joe Biden, right? That's what settling on Joe Biden as a candidate. As I recall, Joe Biden was not a candidate that really excited anyone. And it was only with people getting out of their race and endorsing Joe Biden that he was able to beat Bernie in all those states, right? And take the nomination. So yeah, he's like a compromise choice from, the very beginning, right? He's just, he's bland. And I don't know. But the fact that the Democratic bench was so shallow back then and that it hasn't gotten any better since, like, that is so bad, really. Like, it's bad enough that you got to have, I mean, I hate to say it, but octogenarian Biden as your standard bearer in 2020. But the fact that we can't come up with somebody better for 2024, that part's sad. That part's sad. But yeah, like literally nobody's running that I think is even, serious.
for Trump wanted a $15 minimum wage. But Joe Biden, whose praises we've been singing a lot today, purposefully stripped on order of the parliamentarian from must-pass COVID legislation.
Yeah, literally blue no matter who means this, okay? That if Michael Bloomberg wins the Democratic nomination, right, and is like theoretically running against somebody less bad than Trump, right? That you still vote blue. Like if you take vote blue to its no matter who to its extreme, it's ridiculous. It's right because I mean theoretically Bloomberg ran. Remember,
So that one core promise that he made to Bernie, as Bernie dropped out after like 3 days of not being.
I mean, blue no matter who. Technically, blue no matter who means that if RFK Jr., who's not even on the left, RFK Jr. is a right winger. If RFK Jr. wins the nomination, you're gonna vote blue. Yeah, right. Just like that. That's how absurd it is.
Bernie, endorsed after 3 days after dropping out, was immediately thrown under the bus.
But let me just to interject real quick, because I don't want you to get the misimpression that I'm not aware of the negative things around Joe Biden. He also said he was going to get back in
Oh my God, chat. We're almost done with this. I promise.
the Iran agreement, did not get back in the Iran agreement. We're still terribly cucked to Saudi Arabia as a country as they.
I mean, look, is the Iran thing Biden's fault? Because I think it's Trump's fault. Am I right? Iran won't get back in the agreement with Biden, right? Is there anything that Biden's like, is Biden giving them a shittier deal or something? I think that it's this, that like it took a lot of trust to get Iran into that nuclear deal that Obama signed with them. And that the fact that the next president to get into office nixed it breaks that trust. So there's just no chance of making another agreement. Why would they make an agreement when they know that it can be rescinded, right? It's, I don't know.
Do a genocide where he's still.
They love using cucked, yeah.
Sanctioning Afghanistan. He's super conservative on the border, almost to the point of being as extreme as Trump. He did the Willow Project. He didn't give us a public option. He didn't give us $15 minimum wage. He didn't get the original Build Back Better through. He screwed the rail workers union, which is something you very potently covered. So I'm not here to pretend like Joe Biden only did good things. I'm trying to do, to the best of my ability, explain what I think are the facts on both sides of the equation. Here are the good things he did, here are the bad things he did, and then people could just make up their own mind as to.
Oh yeah, the peace president Donald Trump having generals of Iran not only breaking the agreement with Iran, an agreement which is really beneficial, to the United States, to its foreign policies. It's so weird, right? Not only breaking that agreement, but also unaliving one of their generals.
How they want to proceed in a showdown between Trump or Biden.
I mean, like, talk about something that's likely to provoke a war.
Who they would prefer.
Do you think that Biden is better than Obama?
I'm open to that argument. But again, my fundamental, what purpose does that serve for me?
I think it's everything.
What would you do in a Trump versus RFK Jr. situation? Oh my God. That's wild. That's wild. What would I do? Yeah, not vote. I don't know. God, that's a bad situation. Like, the weird thing is that as bad as Trump is, and Trump, don't get me wrong, Trump has been anti-Semitic, right? Trump has said some really anti-Semitic shit, but not the conspiracy, not the anti-Semitic conspiracy shit that RFK Jr. says, right? So, I mean, there's that right there. Oh my God, what a
opinion.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that's like, is the person going to do good things that move us in a better direction?
Hoopafly says vomit. That's a pretty good choice.
Especially, I brought up labor unions a million times, but for me, that's really
We're almost
central,
done, chat.
or are they not? And
almost
I
done
guess
with
my
this.
question for you is, because you were sort of like, all right, let's acknowledge, sure, let's say Biden's 10 times better than Trump. Like, how much better would he have to be before you're like, okay, it's not just lesser evil, it's not just vote blue no matter who, it's actually worth voting for this person?
He would have had to have done everything that he could have done.
Even Bernie wouldn't have done everything he could have done, in my opinion.
Even in comparison,
what kind of statement is that?
I just think.
Wait a minute. I'm not saying he could have.
I'm not taking a shot at you.
I mean, look, that's a standard that no politician in recent memory. I mean, maybe Bernie, but in general, no politician upholds that, right? They all break promises.
Just saying, I don't think even somebody like Bernie who's principled, I don't think he even.
And I don't think they all even go as hard as they can.
He has to fulfill miracles. I'm not saying he has to accomplish everything that he says he wants to do.
Yeah, which one is going to overthrow democracy?
I'm saying he has to have done
everything he
could have done.
You can do a lot as president. You can do a lot.
So this is the issue with Biden. Not that he didn't wave a wand and create Medicare for all, because we can all acknowledge that even if it were Bernie Sanders, that would have been an uphill battle. But what I choose to focus on my show, and what I really appreciate about reporting by people like David Sirota.
So again, so what she's saying, she doesn't expect them to do everything that they promise, but to do everything that they in their power to fulfill their promises. And again, that should happen, but it doesn't happen. It hasn't happened in politics for a long time. And I would posit that until you get rid of the first primary, the money primary, the donation primary, you're going to have this disjointed nature between the rhetoric of a candidate and the actual policy, and even the policy that they're attempting, right? How hard do they go?
And the lever is that he exposes the gap between what these people have done and what was literally possible, either because of the nature of executive orders, whether it's walking us through the parliamentarian brouhaha on the $15 minimum wage, because so much of neoliberal democratic politics is obscuring that they really could have done things to make lives better for all of us.
That's true.
Behind the veneer of insidery Hill jargon, or the idea that the Republicans are the big baddies that couldn't allow us anything to pass. And I believe that my job is to cut through those narratives, to expose to the public that the Democratic Party is making choices. They're not
he could have done Medicare
in the football.
I'll go even further than you. I agree. He could have done Medicare for all with the stroke of a pen. And it was David Dayen over at the American Prospect who laid this out, who said basically, look, under a national emergency, you have the authority under Obamacare to basically do single-payer health care, and they did it, I think, in Libby, Montana, because there was some issue there with health. So he had the ability to do it. So I agree with you. He could have done that. He didn't do that. The only point I was trying to make is that even with somebody like Bernie, I think there would be a little bit of a gap between what he says when he's on the podium and if he were to actually be president. I think a guy like Bernie would deliver on way more of the stuff that he says, because I think he's more honest among government officials. But certainly Biden, there's definitely going to be a gap there between what he says and what he would do. But to be fair, like I said before, I do think Biden kind of ran as he wasn't as conservative as like Mike Bloomberg in the 2020 race, but he was pretty conservative. He was running as a pretty conservative Democrat, in my opinion.
Yeah, he was, but he still said, we're going to get a $15 minimum wage. We're going to cancel.
I'm not arguing with you. I don't know why you're I'm not arguing with you, Bree.
But Kyle, if you say that he ran as a conservative, what it sounds like you're doing, and correct me if I'm wrong, is a furtherance of you saying the bar was on the ground. He fulfilled my expectations.
To me, it was, yeah.
But what I'm telling
he surpassed my expectations.
But he fulfilled, surpassed, whatever. What I'm saying to you is that you have constructed a bar that's lower than Biden constructed for himself.
No, but I don't agree with that. I was going based off of his commentary at the time.
He literally said and ran on
Nothing will fundamentally change.
Nothing will fundamentally change. That's true. Come on. I understand what you're saying. There are some examples to the opposite. I agree with you.
Did he not run on a $15 minimum wage? Yes or no?
He definitely did.
Did he run on canceling all student debt? Yes or no?
We're not making that
I'm not sure about.
That's actually, I'm not sure about that either, right? He ran on canceling student debt to graduates of HBCU, and didn't he run on like $2,000, $1,000, if you don't have Pell Grants, $2,000 if you do have Pell Grants? Isn't that what he ran on?
He literally did.
I thought it was $10,000.
But hold on, we're not even
$10,000 for all people.
Yeah, I thought it was
not
that.
arguing with you.
Yeah, I'm not
that
trying to argue
he
with you right
couldn't
now.
have done more, or
We were
that
arguing
he
earlier, not now.
fulfilled every promise or whatever.
Okay,
but what I want to get from you though is in terms of how you see your role as independent media.
Yeah.
And you said you see it as exposing the gap between like the Democratic Party neoliberal rhetoric and what they actually deliver.
What they could deliver.
And I do plenty of that as well. And, we feature the lever reporting a lot on Breaking Points, et cetera. But when does it become not just you're exposing the gap, but you're actually presenting a dishonest impression of the Biden administration if the positive things that do happen don't get any acknowledgement or coverage?
For one, I think that there is a multi-billion-dollar liberal media sphere whose job it is.
And who your audience doesn't trust.
They don't talk about these things. They don't talk about
your
these
audience
things.
doesn't trust
That is not my fault. I have a bunch of poor people giving me $5 a month to give them something that they can't get with their cable subscription. I'm sorry, it is not my job. People are not paying me
I'm not-
the bulk of their minimum wage salary.
No.
To
Bree,
have them,
Bree,
have
I'm
you
not-
tell them what a great job
I'm not-
Biden did
But
somewhere.
listen, I'm not attacking. I just genuinely want to.
I mean, look, this is more the grift of like, I am for class politics. I am not for identity politics. My supporters are poor. Like, right, if you disagree with me, your supporters are rich. That is a bullshit virtue signal. You do have those people watching you. True. You do have probably even some of those people supporting you. True. Right? But look, you are on the hill, Briahna. You are the co-host of The Rising. You are constantly triangulating, throwing marginalized people under the bus, right? You've got some privileged people supporting you as well. Don't bullshit me, okay? Don't bullshit me.
Understand your view. So you
Like, I will not take Briahna being, like, I will not take any Hill host being like, I am the pundit of the working class. All of my support comes from, like, that's like plundering, like, Bernie Sanders' like $27 thing. I don't know.
The
So,
media
like-
doesn't talk about the good things I mentioned Biden do. Like, nobody talks about those.
you feel like
Nobody brings those up.
is this
She's talking down to her viewers, yeah.
representative of your view? The media doesn't talk about these failings of Democrats. And so they can get the good stuff about Democrats somewhere else. I'm going to just focus on the negative things, the places where they fall short.
Yeah.
I mean, is that so you would acknowledge that if people are just consuming, for example, your podcast, that they're not getting the complete picture of what's going on.
And like the other side of that too is like she's also servicing right-wing people. She's also servicing people that look at Trump and Biden and see Trump as the lesser of two evils, right? And somehow think that they're like, on the side of the working class as Trump lowers taxes for the wealthy and screws the poor, as the Republican Party, eliminates, puts a work requirement on SNAP, right? No, come on, that's garbage. That is garbage.
I think that anybody consuming any one news source, particularly an independent journalist who puts out 1 hour episodes twice a week.
Oh, but you do Rising
many of
too.
many
you
of
do plenty
which-
of plenty of content.
Well, sure. I mean, they're certainly not getting full news if they're watching Rising, but the content that I'm responsible for in terms of picking topics.
They like, so here's the, like, she can't say this, right? But it seems like she's a little frustrated with Robbie lately. Like she that's her co-host, right? That's her job. She can't say this, but yeah, they're acknowledging it. They're kind of
no, like the episode I'm going to record later today is about AI. It's a niche subject. It's not a news show. So I don't quite understand what the takeaway is from that. Of course, I'm offering what my goal is to offer to fill in the holes in what I perceive to be in the media at large.
So I understand that because that used to be much closer to my perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And I have shifted.
That's what I was saying earlier, is this was, this was the lane of Krystal and Kyle as well.
My thinking, because I feel like when I only covered basically like Democratic Party sucks, this is their failures, et cetera, it began to create a misleading impression that the Republicans are better, that the Democrats never do anything good. And so it has caused me to reevaluate.
I'm surprised they haven't made her answer more on the issue of RFK, because that was, I'm trying to remember. God, I haven't watched enough of The Rising to say for sure, but I think I remember that she was surprisingly positive on RFK, surprisingly willing to defend him on his very obvious anti-Semitism and his weird COVID conspiracy theories, and maybe refreshingly skeptical about Vivek Ramaswamy. But still, though, what, like, am I right about that? I'm pretty sure she was way too, and the Hill in general has just been riding that RFK train.
The coverage decisions that I would have made in the past. So this is not to, you can cover whatever the hell you want to cover,
because
I just wanted to understand the lens you were bringing to it, because I think that makes a difference in terms of like what stories you would include and the things that you would focus on.
Well, I think that might be true if you also aren't covering that Republicans are bad. which I do as well, when it's relevant, and especially when it's a coverage of why Republicans are bad that are different than what the mainstream media is doing. So, for example, I just had an exchange on my last episode about this because my guests seem to be largely unaware of the legitimacy of the claims in the Georgia indictment against Trump. And there is a section of the left which takes the position that, well, Trump isn't the real problem and the media is unfair to Trump and Trump derangement syndrome is what it is with Rachel Maddow and that. So I'm just not going to listen to any of those kind of arguments. I just don't care.
Right.
And I think, I mean, like, I don't care about it as much as many, many other things. And I think it takes up too much energy. But I also need people to understand that it wasn't just a 1-6 thing. It was this conspiracy to overturn the election that people should take seriously.
Okay, great. I didn't see her coverage on that. I'll take her word for it. But in general, the only time that I can ever remember her really holding somebody's feet to the fire, or like the Rising in general, I don't even know if it was her, if she was like out that week. But yeah, they had the author on who had written a book about wokeism and woke things, and maybe it wasn't her. I don't think it was her though. I do remember the Rising, like, you know, just asking the obvious question, what do you mean? What is wokeness? Explain wokeness, define wokeness. And that would, you know, that's the only thing I can think of when it comes to the Rising really pushing back on right-wing shit.
So I, you know, and we cover those things as they come up. The trucker, you know, whatever it is that comes up. We did a whole Tucker Carlson series last summer. Like,
Obama's gay. Did you know that? I'm just kidding.
you know,
Robbie can tell you about it.
Hey, YouTube. Thanks for watching.
Okay, so yeah, there we go. We got through it. We did it. Thank you, chat. I could not have done it without you. Thank you for your support. Seriously, I appreciate you subs. I appreciate people who support me on YouTube. I especially appreciate my Patreons who support me over there on Patreon. And I appreciate you just for being here in chat and helping me get through this, whatever your opinion was of this whole matter. And like I said, I can't pick a winner. I can't pick a side. I don't like either of these sides. There's really crucial things that I disagree with both of the debaters, the debate sides on here. So yeah, this was a tough one. And, you know, like, as much as I wanted to have some sympathy for, you know, what Bree was saying, and she brought up some points which I don't disagree with, that whole accelerationism thing, that's hugely concerning. And then she just went on to reinforce all of my concerns about her. So I guess I am where I started, where I'm not a big fan of Krystal and Kyle, but Bree scares the fuck out of me. No, they both, like, they're you know, I don't know. I can't even pick a side, and I won't. And luckily, I don't have to, because we got something funny to cover. Right? I always feel like I never cover enough funny stuff. I should probably like look at my let's take a look at the thread. How is the thread doing? The thread's doing all right. The thread could be doing a little bit better. I will go ahead and copy that link if anybody got here late, wants to help me out on Twitter, wants to support the thread. And really what you're doing is you're giving somebody that's your follower on Twitter a chance to see that this is going on and come in and see if they like it. So pretty cool thing to be doing. Let me put it in YouTube chat as well. But I'm really going over here to Twitter for something else. I'm supposed to look at something on Twitch. It truly was a Nightmare Blunt rotation. You're right. It definitely was. Yeah, juice that tweet if you don't mind, because like, right, with a tweet that's got a see how it's got a link connected to it. Twitter loves to bury these because it takes them off site, and they're like, we don't want that. We don't want that. We don't want your link taking people off site. So you got to convince it that, like, no, this is a good thread. This is a really good thread. Let's so what I want to explore here is going to be the subject of the Sign Queen. See if I can look it up as the Sign Queen. That is not the Sign Queen. That is not the Sign Queen. Oh my god, I might have to look it up under... There he is. there's the sign queen. So that's Peter Navarro. Peter Navarro got a subpoena to testify before Congress, and he blew it off. And generally speaking, right? I mean, people sometimes get away with this, right? Sometimes it's not a big deal. There is a bailiff in the legislature, right? There is somebody there whose job it is to maybe compel people to obey their subpoenas. But it takes a lot to actually enforce it. It doesn't automatically happen, and they don't always enforce these. They did on him, and they held him in contempt for not abiding by the subpoena. And this is the sign queen standing there with the Trump lost and you know it sign. All right, let's see if we can get some more sign queen. Can we find some more signs of the sign queen? The sign queen, though. I'm gonna have to look it up under Navarro. Is it 2 R's? Navarro. Okay, there's another view of the sign queen. Oh, here we go.
Navarro.
Here we are with one of the most important constitutional separation of powers issues, and people will not let me speak.
This is my First Amendment right.
We make it a little bit bigger.
Here we are with one of the most important constitutional separation of powers issues, and people will not let me speak.
This is my First Amendment right.
What I'm going to do now is allow.
There's cameras here. The marshals just saw you. The marshals just saw you. You're in trouble. You're in trouble. You just assaulted me. That man just assaulted me. He stuck a.
Okay, so let me go over this. Let's roll it back a little bit, right? So as we come in, we don't see the sign queen in the beginning. What we do see is the truth conductor. You know what it feels like to me, chat? It feels like there's superheroes. Does this not feel like some Marvel superheroes? I am the truth conductor. I dress up like a train conductor because I am hoping to get the truth to its station safely. And I want to, he says, stop hating each other just because you disagree. That's his truth that he's conducting, right? So he's holding up his sign. He's the truth conductor. A lot of people have pointed out that he is wearing a mask, which, if you're going to stand close to people, may be a good idea. The mask is not over his nose, though. The important part of a mask is that it covers up all of your breathing apparatus. So not really wearing the mask properly, but wearing a mask nonetheless.
I'm going to interrupt you. I'm sorry. We're going to listen to Peter Navarro.
Here we are with one of the most important constitutional
And here comes the sign queen.
Separation of powers issues.
Peter for prison.
And people will not let me speak.
This is my First Amendment right.
What I'm going to do now is allow.
Okay, did you see what happened there? There's a guy standing behind her with a flag.
There's cameras here. The marshals just saw you. The marshals just saw you. You're in trouble. You're in trouble. You just assaulted me. That man just assaulted me. He stuck a flagpole in between my legs.
He stuck a flagpole in between my legs. Yeah, that's messed up. So yeah, there's a whole Marvel universe here. The sign queen, the truth conductor, the flagpole assaulter, I guess.
Hey, don't touch me. There you go. You're in trouble now. They're calling protective services. I was just assaulted.
Look, if you got a sign,
no, I
hold it
didn't.
over there.
Liar.
I can hold it anywhere I want. This
Yeah.
is public property,
It's
sir.
assault. I want to press charges.
I can hold it wherever I want. Yeah, you can't hold it between somebody's legs, though. Come on.
Man, talk.
Charges.
Are you interested in hearing him?
Man, go ahead, Peter. Go ahead and talk.
You're on federal
I don't
property.
agree with some of your shit, but go ahead and talk, man.
I
Go
want
ahead
to
and
press
talk.
charges. No, I
All right?
didn't. No, I didn't.
Go ahead and talk, man. Go ahead.
The truth conductor. The truth conductor doesn't necessarily agree with what he has to say, But welcome back, everybody that got sucked out from the ad break. Yeah. So if you're just joining us, if you missed the last little bit, we got the Sign Queen over here on the right. We got the Truth Conductor over here on the left. The Sign Queen is here to ensure accountability for Peter Navarro, who did not want to abide by the congressional subpoena, and as a result of that effing around, actually found out that you can catch a contempt, charge, right? Which he did. And then we got the Truth Conductor, who just wants to make sure that, everybody can speak. I want to hear what you have to say. Let's hear what he has to say. And then we got the Flagpole Assaulter, who just got hauled away for, I kid you not, goosing the Sign Queen. Like, right, the Flagpole Assaulter. It's basically the Marvel Universe, all right? But with weird people who show up at political stuff.
Sad day for America, not because they were guilty verdicts, because I can't.
Oh wait, the Flagpole Assaulter's back.
Come out and have an honest.
Okay, honest something.
Go ahead and talk, man. Go ahead.
Sad day for America, not because they were guilty verdicts, because I can't come out and have an honest, decent conversation with the people of America. People of America, I want you to understand that this is the problem we have right here. This kind of divide in our country between the woke Marxist left and everybody else here. And
yo, I love it. This country, everything's too divisive. We're too divided, and it's because of the left. The woke Marxist left. If we could just get rid of those people, then that's right. It's the woke Marxist left that's making everything. What a hypocrite! What an absolute! Oh my God, chat! I haven't been using the soundboard anywhere near enough. He's a weasel. He's the guy. Weasel. Absolutely. Weasel. And then he's like,
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Seriously, I'm like, what's up with this? What is actually up with this weasel?
this is nuts. So what I want to try to do here is have an interesting discussion about what just happened. That's what you all want to know. You want to know what just happened. So I'm going to give Mr. Raleigh first crack at this, and there's some issues that each of my attorneys here, Mr. Irving, Mr. Brand, where did these guys go? They're back there. And let's just do it. And, look, I appreciate if you guys.
Wait, is there something going on with Shark?
Guys can work through.
Look, I mean, you know, like, I don't like to talk about Shark because Shark was a friend of mine and has absolutely, like, lied about me. It's, you know, it's a sad thing, like, right? I had Shark on a lot. I talked to Shark a lot. Shark was, I wouldn't say like a friend, but we were definitely friendly, and you know, I feel it's a real feeling of betrayal. And then, you know, after that, to deal with like all the just blatant lies, it just feels like anytime that somebody's an enemy of the Vosh network, he feels like it's okay to lie about them, myself included. And, you know, like I didn't expect him to agree with me or support me. I know we have very different you know, very different politics. He's more along the lines of you know, Vosh kind of politics, whereas my leftism is more intersectional. But, you know, I really didn't expect him to attack me like that. And it kind of, that's why I never really talked. There's no drama of, like, you know, Shark Attacks NCC video, just because it hurt too much. Right. And even given a chance when he came back in chat, he didn't apologize then. I don't know. I don't really want to get into it, right? Because, like, I'm not trying to start drama with a former friend of mine, but
there's no problem with the print.
Yeah, and it still hurts.
You get it, right? I apologize to the pool camera, but maybe you can kind of, you know, that's what editors are for. So, Mr. Raleigh, have at it, my friend.
Thank you. Listen, on behalf of Dr. Navarro, we want to express our appreciation to
we're talking about FD and Briahna Joy Gray?
the court, to Judge Mehta, and to the...
Yeah, I mean, as far as I know, he's still part of the White Leaf Network. I don't think anything substantially has changed with Shark.
Jury that...
Okay, so, yeah, wait, did I miss, like, any hot action with the Marvel superheroes here? I got distracted by
work through. There's no problem with the print media. You get it, right? I apologize to the pool camera, but maybe you can kind of.
Okay, so that's just him giving his.
That's what editors are for. So, Mr. Rowley, have at it, my friend.
Is that his lawyer?
Thank you. Listen, on behalf of Dr. Navarro, we want to express our appreciation to the court, to Judge Mehta, and to the jury that.
Dr.
Like the other
Navarro. Okay, so yeah, that's what we got. Now, look, if you think that that's it, right, you would be wrong. There is Peter Navarro talking to Ari. Is it Ari Fleischer? Ari Miller. No, Ari Fleischer's like a Trump guy or something. I'm mixing up my Aris here. Oh God, I'm like so worried about like scrolling Twitter. Like there could be like anything under the hashtag Navarro. No, that's what I'm worried about. That's what I'm worried about. No, that's what I'm talking about. Twitter. No, we didn't see anything bad. We didn't see anything bad. Oh my God, though. I want to show you more of what's going on with Navarro. Let's look on YouTube. Maybe it'll be safer on YouTube. What if I type in Sign Queen? Has anybody covered the phenomenon of Sign Queen? No, this is all about the Queen. The Queen. This is all about not the Sign Queen. Truth Conductor. Oh, yo, this is his channel. That's him. This is the Truth Conductor. He's been on Jesse Lee Peterson. Okay, so here's Peter Navarro at the courthouse. This is from the Truth Conductor's perspective.
Pro forma.
Not the
going in,
best
what the
audio.
verdict was going to be.
What a weird...
That's why this is going to the appeals court. And we feel, look, I said from the beginning, this is going to the Supreme Court. I said from the beginning, I am willing to settle this issue. I'm willing to do that.
Talk about an unreliable narrator. Yeah, looks like he joins Jesse Lee Peterson. Looks like he uses a lot of music. It's like all of his videos say, I do not own the copyright to this music. That doesn't necessarily save you from a copyright strike should you get one. Hopefully the Truth Conductor will not. Okay, let's try Peter Navarro, because I swear to God, like it's not just that instance, right? We ran into a problem with Twitter, and it was like just as I said it, just as I said, like I feel like we're gonna have a problem here. The problem appeared in the form of, you know, some content that has the word Navarro attached to it that might not be entirely safe for work. So we had to scroll away. I don't think we saw anything bad, though. We didn't see anything bad, right? Nothing bad. Nothing bad was in those pictures.
In this case, the die was cast. This was pro forma. Pro forma. We knew going in what the verdict was going to be. That's why this is.
Well, yeah, because you're in contempt of Congress, right? Like, I don't know. If I commit a very blatant crime in a very obvious manner, I would know what the results were going to be of that too. And it wouldn't mean that it's because the deep state is going after me.
Going to the appeals court. And we feel, look, I said from the beginning, this is going to the Supreme Court. I said from the beginning, I am willing.
You don't have a case. Wait, he's not going to get to the Supreme Court, right? He's in contempt of Congress.
Prison to settle this issue. I'm willing to do that. But I also know that the likelihood of me going to prison is relatively small because we are right on this issue.
I mean, look, I don't think you would go to prison over this either. Generally what happens in these cases is that... Oh my god! Normie Girl, thank you for the Prime! The Prime! My very favorite kind, right? That's my very favorite kind of sub. Because I know you only have one to give, so it means the most. Thank you so much, Normie Girl. I must have called you Normal Girl, right? Which would be incorrect. I want to see more of I need to see more of, not Peter Navarro, but like, I don't know why nobody is covering the real... Like, why is nobody covering the real story? I'm the only one on this beat. Look, there they are. There they are. Sign Queen. Truth Conductor. And somebody else with a sign too. It says democracy. Defend democracy. Wait, but what is defending democracy in this case? I can't tell what side you're on when you have a sign that says defend democracy. Oh my god, thank you. Meow. Look at Natalie's chat. She dropped a link. Ooh, she did? How did I miss that? Ooh, here we go. Here we go. Wait, let me scoop this. I got it. Thanks for the scoop, Natalie. I say as I try to scoop the link out of, there we go. Yes. Yes. Yes.
I bet they're not licensed with the DOJ. You don't want to do it? You want to go back inside and do it? You want to get the marshals? I want to talk or not.
Wait, what? She's like talking to him. They need to turn the volume up too.
Peter's hired bodyguards for 120-pound female. I bet they're not licensed with the DOJ.
Okay, he's hired bodyguards, she says.
You don't want to do it? You want to go back inside and do it?
I think she's talking about the flagpole assaulter.
Here, but if these people touch me, then I'm going to be loud.
Let's have a democracy. Who wants her out of here? Get her out of here.
Nobody. Everyone wants her out of here.
These people do not understand free speech, right? I love these like free speech.
There are many other issues
absolutist.
that are related to this case that are open questions. But
and look, I'll admit that she's obnoxious, she's annoying, whatever you want to say, right? But you know, I mean, this is literally
at the end of the day, the day that Judge Maida ruled that I could not use executive privilege as the defense in this case, the die was cast. This was pro forma.
You could not. He wanted to use executive privilege. What the hell do you think that means? Like, right? That it sounds like you think that the executive privilege means the president is to be treated like the king, and the king in the sense of just like I am the law.
Pro forma. We knew going in what the verdict was going to be. That's why this is going to the appeals court.
Okay, so
Let's have a democracy. Who wants to vote to get her out of here? We voted. We voted against Trump. I'm saying let's vote and get her.
okay, so when he says defend democracy, he's saying defend democracy against Trump.
Anybody listening, anybody want to tell me that I would be...
The AP knows where the real story is. The real story is with the sign carriers.
Here, if Republicans had held the House or President Trump was in the office, no.
This is the best soap opera ever. I love it. I love it. We need more of this. This is the kind of democracy I want to see in action. Oh, this one's so good. Oh my God, Natalie, this one's so good. I love this one.
Witness stand is inside.
Thank you. WW.
Yes.
This is what's wrong with America here. www.defendpeter.com. Defend.
Come on, my man. Cut it out, man. Let the man talk, man.
The truth conductor is like, come on, you gotta get him a chance to talk.
Let him talk, man.
It's great.
He has every right to talk. Come on, don't
Thank
do
you,
that,
sir.
man. Let the man talk, man. Let the man talk.
Please play this on your channels, because this is just wrong. I'm trying to.
Yeah,
speak
no, I agree, Peter. Please play this on your
about
channels.
serious constitutional issues.
I will play this on my channels. If you will play this on your channels, let's play this on channels. Can we play this on channels? It's so good.
Clown with a whistle, witch with a broom. You go.
What? Are you insulting the truth conductor? He seems to be on your side, sir. He went on Jesse Lee Peterson. He's obviously an American patriot. You're gonna call him a witch with a broom?
Figure. So, defendpeter.com. Please go there.
And here comes. Oh.
Help support.
Was that the democracy guy? Yeah.
Fighting against the attack on the separation of powers. These trials are very expensive.
Peter's using my image to grift off me. Send me money. Continue.
These trials are very expensive. That's part of the Democrats' lawfare against us.
All right, come on, dude. Come on, dude.
Kidnapped, raped, and almost murdered by a white supremacist gang after he doxed me.
Yeah, it's time to go. All right, we'll see you tomorrow, and hopefully,
Same time, same place.
hopefully, free speech will.
Wait, what? Don't like fascists? What did she say? Don't like? Look, no, that was awesome. That was so good. And what impresses me extra about this, right, is it's not just somebody that, like, in general does not like right-wingers or does not like, Trump apologists or people who are, in that J6 plot. Or this is somebody who specifically is protesting Peter Navarro. I find that amazing. I find that exciting. And look, look, this is what makes it worth it while to cover politics. Like, we need superheroes like Sign Queen and Truth Conductor. We got to have Truth Conductor. Is this in DC? I'm not sure. I mean, I know that charges were related to, in his refusal to show up in front of Congress, right? They're finding him in contempt. They wanted to bring him in to talk to him on the J6 hearing, and he didn't show up, and at long last he's getting held in contempt for that. But Peter Navarro gets trolled while trying to talk about serious constitutional issues. Yeah, like extending executive privilege to the point where an official in your corrupt administration who the Congress has reason to believe knows something about this plot on January 6th can just say, "Oh no, I don't have to show up in front of Congress." Executive privilege. No, that's like he's look, as much as she like she's very annoying. She is so good at being annoying. She's got that whistle. I wonder, did she used to be a raver? I have these questions about the origin story of the Sign Queen. Did she maybe used to be a raver? You found her on Twitter. Okay, that's her. Satire AP. the world of Trumps. In a world of Trumps, be the hero, holding the sign behind Peter Navarro. Yeah, my favorite thing is just her weird specificity. This is Anarchy Princess. Okay, I mean, look, I don't know, like, maybe I'll be sorry, maybe I'll find out that you're really a milkshake duck, but I'm gonna hit that follow for now. Until somebody tells me that Anarchy Princess is a milkshake duck.
Trump! Fuck Donald 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 Trump! Lock his ass up!
Wait, is that her? Is that Anarchy Princess? This is Albuquerque. Okay. What else does she have for us?
Here we are with one of the most important constitutional separation
yeah, we got multiple angles.
You shut me.
And people will not let me speak.
This is my First Amendment right.
What I'm going to do now is allow...
Okay, you saw that, right? Did you see that, chat? Did you see that? There we go. Look, I mean, I almost feel bad about joking about the flagpole assaulter, because, like, seriously, like, that, I don't know what you want to call that, like, right? That was a pretty personal touch. Like,
allow...
There's cameras here. The marshals just saw you. The marshals just saw you. You're in trouble. You're in trouble. You just assaulted me. That man just assaulted me. He stuck a flagpole in between my legs. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. There you go. You're in trouble now. They're calling for seriousness. I was just assaulted. No, I didn't. Liar.
I can hold it anywhere I want. This is public property.
It's assault. I want to.
You can hold it anywhere you want? Like, yo, this, like, I love Republican logic, right? The president didn't commit a crime. That was free speech. You're allowed to say anything you want inside this country, including, let us steal votes in Georgia. That is free speech. That is just find me some votes. Free speech. It's free speech. It's not a crime. How could you commit a crime while you're speaking? Freedom of speech. You can say anything you want. You can say, like, seriously, like that. And now he's like, listen, my flagpole is going to move like this, and if your ass gets in the way, it's your own fault. No, come on. Donald Trump.
Press charges.
Let the man talk.
Charges.
Are you interested in hearing him?
Go ahead and talk.
You're federal property.
Some of your shit, but go ahead and talk, man.
I want to press charges. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Go ahead and talk, man. Go ahead.
You're right.
Go for it, Peter. Say they for America, not because they were guilty verdicts.
Oh, wait, does she have a YouTube channel? I think she might have a YouTube channel. Or somebody has a YouTube channel. Yeah, this is Anarchy Princess on YouTube. So yeah, like I said, Truth Conductor has his YouTube channel. She's got hers. There she is, Anarchy Princess.
Here it comes again.
Oh, wait. I gotta switch. I've got one that optimizes Twitter and one that optimizes YouTube. Let's switch back to the YouTube. That's Steve the Stalker, I guess? Is that the flagpole guy?
What are you doing?
Don't talk to me.
Aren't you supposed to be down there doing your
Aren't
job?
you supposed to be down there doing your job? Go away from me. Don't come over here.
What's going on?
Don't come near me. I'll kick you
Okay,
in the
clearly-
fucking face. Get the fuck away from me.
Clearly she doesn't want him around.
Get the fuck away from me. Get the fuck away from me. You're always starting shit. Get the fuck away from me. You know what you need to do? Get the fuck away from me. Get the fuck.
Chat, do you think I could bring Anarchy Princess on the show for an interview? We need to make this happen. I'm gonna try to make this happen.
Away from me before I get the cops or kick you in the fucking balls.
That's what I'm saying. That's what when she said before, kick him in the butt or whatever. I was like, yeah, but isn't there someplace you'd rather kick him?
Fuck away from me. Get the fuck away from me.
I can't make heads or tails of what he's saying. I should interview her.
See if it works out for you.
You and Ant and all you pieces of shit. Protest against extremely evil government, not against freedom lovers.
Get the fuck
Freedom
away
lovers
from me.
like Peter Navarro.
Yep, fuck you too.
You're a bitch from hell.
Yeah, you got
know
a
it.
small dick.
You know it.
Small dick. Small
He definitely
dick.
does have that energy to him. Yeah, I don't know. I can't speak
Yeah,
for.
fuck you. Which. 666.
Yeah,
If
she
you
had.
come back here again, I'm gonna fucking mace you. If you come near me again, I'm gonna fucking mace you.
Nobody can stand your sorry fucking ass.
If you come near me again, I'm gonna mace you.
Nobody can stand your
I'm gonna fucking mace you. I will fucking mace you. Don't come near me again. You're gonna get arrested. Call.
Oh, Princess with 2 C's. If you're looking for her. Yeah. Well, I'll subscribe. And I'll like.
Well.
Glad you had your
Still
camera.
talking shit. Content spray. A rumor spell.
She's just trying to
You
get her
sexually
vape on.
assaulted Sherry. Weirdo.
Okay, that's pretty awesome. She's got shorts. She's got long form content.
We're going to go up to 750,000 by the end of the trial, and the appeals are going to be over $1 million. Okay? Do I look like a rich man? This is the same suit.
He wants money. He needs money.
In 2017.
He's wearing the
going
same
into the White
suit.
House, okay? So anyway,
oh my God, chat. I feel like if I did this stuff, I'd be insufferable. I don't want to tell you, like, how old my clothes are. Look, if you find it useful, if you find it, if you want to support me, support me. It helps a lot. It helps me bring what I'm bringing to you. But I'm not gonna go around and describe the state of my clothes or anything like that to you.
I'm not going to answer any questions about what transpired today or about the case for obvious reasons. If you have a general question, I'll take it. But other than that, you're the Post guy, right?
Yeah, right.
So here's the problem here. It's like, where's the CNN? CNN here? Is CNN here? Anybody want to own up to that? Here's the problem.
Hero.
Who's this? Come on.
Bro,
Get me out.
you're already
Come on.
facing charges.
Yeah, I get it.
Go ahead and commit
So,
another crime.
so,
I've been here this whole time. Situational awareness.
yes, okay.
Situational awareness. She said situational awareness.
Am I right?
Here's the thing. If you look at the partisan nature of what's going on, you can understand what's going on. This is free speech. This is fine. I got no problem with that. I got
I
problem.
just tried to take her sign from her, which I don't know. Is that assault? Is that a crime? Maybe.
With people.
But hey, I'm not above committing crimes for the former president.
Shouting behind me, that's a problem. That's not right.
Look, if he was around in the 70s, he would have been one of Nixon's plumbers, right?
But
if he was around for Iran-Contra, he would have been on Ollie North's squad.
When you look at the coverage, if you look at like CNN's coverage versus, say, the CBS story Monday, you can see that the CBS News was quite fair and balanced in terms of old-style journalism, in terms of providing a message about that. Whereas the CNN, they did their usual kind of hit pieces. So I would ask you as journalists to get this right, okay? Focus on the constitutional issues, the separation of powers issues that are important to this. And I think the Republic will be better off because we can't keep doing what we're doing. Yes, sir. Who are you with, please? Okay.
Any concern about the jury pool in the District of Columbia? Because I'll just note symmetrically, Trump's attorneys expressed some concern about the jury pool in the District of Columbia.
No.
I'm not sure why the president.
Chalk Tifa never loses. Oh my god. But what does lose is playing suspicious music. We don't want to fall victim to that. Nobody loves Gary. Yo, I feel like there's like a whole world of lore that I'm just missing to be able to understand this. Anybody know who Gary is? Nobody. There's a video over here called Nobody Loves Gary. What is going on here? I can feel the lore. Is that her TikTok? Yellow Sizzler? Princess? Anarchy Princess? Thaifo. Satan. Takes money from the Chinese Communist Party? Oh god, what is Prison Boys? Okay, I get that one that she's talking about. So was she there with the you got some 666 and I mean that's not like the See, normally with a 666, you'd see an inverted star, but I don't know. For some reason, she just likes the pentacles, the good old-fashioned pagan symbol, the pentacle, rather than the inverted version that you'd normally see with 666. She has a Twitch. Yo, we gotta talk to her. We gotta talk to Anarchy Princess. Michael Fanone is hot and a hero. I mean, there's a lot going on here. Look, not all heroes wear capes, okay? Not all heroes wear capes. Steve's something are perverts. Steve's thank you, Capitol Police. F the Proud Boys. Somebody has no butthole. Tommy P and W hates Ethan. Oh my god, can somebody help me? Anybody got some lore to throw me? There's a lot going on here. 666, I know what that means. Still no inverted pinnacles, but whatever, you know, you do you. You do you. Ethan Nordine, okay. Apparently the PNW, is that Pacific Northwest, hates Ethan Nordine. Alicia Howe is something? Anyway, let's see what else she's got to offer. What other offerings does Anarchy Princess have for us today? There's Nobody Loves Gary, ATVs crossing the street, disrupting the PAAU. Wait a minute. Oh, the PAAU. Chad, do you remember these people? The PAAU is the Progressive, like, Anti-Abortion Union or something like that. These are some weird champs. Does anybody remember this? We saw, and not all of you were here, obviously, right? We watched a, it was like a jubilee, and it was a jubilee about abortion, and without really, like, telling us what's going on, because that's the great thing about jubilee, is they'll just bring weirdos in and not even tell you who they are, right? They brought in these people that they were like, we're progressive, we're on the left, we're anti-abortion, and not only are we anti-abortion, we are going to steal medical wastes from what we think is like a facility that provides abortions, and then we're going to name the medical waste. We're going to give the a name to it, and we're going to hold a funeral. Like, right? That is how wild they are. Talk Tifa never loses. Okay. I'm scared to watch them though. These people, yeah, they literally will be holding up like medical remains. Yeah, who's this Gary that nobody loves?
Don't you worry, baby, don't worry.
No, get that off of there. Yeah, thank you. That is definitely some copyrighted music right there. I don't know what's going on. Oh, it's some dude with it's some like one of these like patriotic trucks. Make America Great Again. Okay, so what's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? What's Gary's deal? Is he a joker? Is he a smoker? Is he a midnight toker? Does he get his lovin' on the run? Here he comes. He's got... Did he just pee? Did he just go and pee in a cup and bring it back? Like, what? Like, I'm just guessing. No, he's drinking it! That can't be pee! That can't be pee! Oh my god, well, we can't stream snipe Anarchy Princess, but I definitely will be getting into contact and seeing if we could do a little interview. I would love for Anarchy Princess to be my first victim for interrogation, the interrogation of NCC. Right there, we'll go through Anarchy Princess's files. Like, what files do I obviously already have on her? Being a Twitch streamer, obviously it's not zero. What kind of dirt can we dig up on Anarchy Princess? And you know, like, right, let's go through this. I don't know, is it a pee cup? He brought it in front of whoever's filming, which I assume is AP. I'm guessing she goes by AP. Kind of hoping she goes by AP. He has a bit of an update on the flagpole assaulter. Nice. Nice. Yeah, wait, what's he doing? Everybody hates Gary. And now we know why, I guess. But I still don't know who Gary is. Other than he's one of these... He's like Forgiato Blow has got a truck like that, right? Nobody loves Gary. I'm sorry, it's not everybody hates Gary. It's like a Forgiato Blow. I wonder if he's a MAGA rapper. Oh, wait, I bet he was playing copyrighted music on purpose to get her... But what is he even doing? He's just sitting there. It does look like he might be doing some karaoke. Swinging the mic. That's really good for those XLR cords to swing the mic. Really. He's just sitting. He's getting up close and personal. Okay, let's take a look at let's see what Natalie just gave me. 'cause I'm right here at home. I'm a joker. I'm a smoker. I'm a midnight toker. If I sing it badly enough, will I not get in trouble for it? So we got an update.
Pennsylvania's the same way. I'm not allowed to have a gun in Pennsylvania. I was allowed to have a concealed carry permit in Washington State, though. What's the difference?
Wait, is that the flagpole assaulter?
Pennsylvania decided to make a certain couple of misdemeanors felonies, classified as felonies. Pennsylvania's the same way. I'm not allowed to have a gun in Pennsylvania. I was allowed to have a concealed carry permit in Washington State, though. What's the difference? Pennsylvania decided to make a certain couple of misdemeanors felonies, classified as felonies.
Do not enjoy the show.
Listen to Peter Navarro.
Here we are with one of the most important constitutional separation of powers issues. And people will not let
But that's him.
This is my First Amendment right.
What I'm going to do now is allow.
So that's Jericho Steve. See, they sound like wrestlers. Oh, Steve Gerard, aka Jericho Steve.
There's cameras here.
He's down in a van by the river. I mean, he was in a van somewhere. Welcome to Fuck Around. Next stop, find out. He looks like this guy gives out free candy. Okay, Twitter's being pretty merciless with our... Wait, what is Jericho Steve? Seriously? Jericho Steve! He sounds like a wrestler! He literally... Isn't there like a wrestler called something like that? Oh my god. Nobody loves Gary, and nobody loves Jericho Steve. Is this more Chalk Tifa? Yeah, it looks like Chalk Tifa. Chalk Tifa has been added again. Jericho Steve is like, oh my god! She's got like a whole store of lore. I need to do my research because that's the thing about the interrogation, right? It is not just me, you know, talking to a person and be like, hi person, what is your deal, person? I gotta find out what that person's deal is ahead of time. I gotta have it all in files and have all the files organized so that I can basically just really effectively interview this person about all this. So I need to like learn some of this lore before we talk. I need to learn everything I can from the Anarchy Princess channel and the Anarchy Princess Twitter files and really know my stuff. So I'm not just, you know, not just one of these jabroni interviewers that comes to the interview and doesn't bring anything to the table. I bring everything to the table. I bring your files to the table. I know more about you than you know about yourself. I'm NCC. Of course I do, right? I've got the files. She's got the files. And she knows how to use them. Speaking of files, I feel like... Are you in the mood for something lighter? I mean, like, just, like, after that, Horatius? Why did I call it Horatius? Horrendous is the word I'm looking for, right? That horrendous debate that we watched. I feel like we deserve a treat. Can we have a little treat? Are you okay with a little humor, chat? A little bit of humor. We'll check in on our friend Walter Matheson. Everybody know Walter Matheson?
All over our country. I mean, who's behind?
Wait a second, I haven't heard. No, that one I haven't heard. Tell me.
There's someone pushing these things. There's a reason that the Chinese are setting up police stations all over our country. I mean, who's behind?
Wait a second.
The Epoch Times is probably behind that particular lie.
I haven't heard. No, that one I haven't heard. Tell me everything about that one.
I have heard. Are you familiar with the Epoch Times?
I called it. Yeah, the Epoch Times, basically an extension of the Falun Gong cult that basically does right-wing propaganda and.
Epoch Times, yes.
Okay,
absolutely.
I have read that in there.
So they're going to tell you that there are Chinese police stations operating in the U.S.
That the Chinese are opening up police stations throughout our country. You have not heard about that?
I mean, look, if you're a real American patriot, if you believe in America and apple pie and the free market and stuff like that, then you got to admit that a little competition is just what our boys in blue need to make them better, right? We need to have competition amongst police officers between the Chinese Communist Party and the government of the United States of America, right? A little competition is good for everyone, right? Why are you afraid of competition? Give our cops some competition.
Hey, Forgiato.
What's up, my dog?
It's Forgiato Blow! Not friend of the VOD.
You gonna try to Riz me again? What's up? It's the Riz King.
I mean, he is the Riz King. What are you talking about?
Flip media.
Tell me why Trump is innocent.
You gonna change my words? What we gonna do? Trump's innocent, man. The reason why they pushing Trump so hard is because if Trump doesn't go to
We don't have to change your words. You're Forgiato Blow. You're the biggest clown on this
jail,
fucking...
they go to jail. They don't want him in this race. They want him off this ballot. He's the president of the United States or a former president of the United States. He doesn't need to get a
Does everybody know Forgiato Blow?
mugshot. He doesn't need to be handcuffed. All these indictments
You
are
got a t-shirt thanks to his mugshot. What are you complaining about?
backfiring. They're not going to help him because you don't like Donald Trump. I like Donald Trump. But at the end of the day, there's people who play 50-50 don't really know, and this shit here is making them say this is taking it way too far. Even you, my man, like you had to have more money when Trump was in. The
I agree. Trump did take it too far.
economy's much better now, right? With Donald Trump.
Economy's better?
With Donald Trump. Then now, Donald Trump has helped so many people become who they are. Like you got to go undercover as someone who...
Like, look, if you're going to say the economy was better before COVID, maybe, right? But it definitely wasn't better under Donald Trump with COVID going on, and like, oh my God, no.
likes Donald Trump to give views.
Not all of us can get an inheritance from our dad.
I know, from daddy for Auto Trader, right?
Yeah,
which I love anybody to show me where I got any money from anybody in my family. Never received an inheritance. I don't know what inheritance.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's comes from a really wealthy family, but they never gave him any money. He's a self-made man. He's a self-made rapper.
Inheritance I could have got. But you know what?
He's the heir to the Auto Trader fortune. No, he says he didn't get any money. No money. They didn't give him. He was, you know, he's in the family, but they didn't give him any money. That's what he's saying.
I got 6 Rolls Royces on my own. Supporting Donald Trump. I got brand new cars, Tahoes, Trump trucks, billboards, money, because you know what? I get up every day and chase my dreams in this world that Donald Trump let us.
I love the idea that whatever ridiculous kind of money that he makes from songs like Their Target, and no matter how much money he makes from that, he's going to blow it on like ridiculous stuff like Trump trucks. He's using the Trump trucks. The Trump trucks are going to be, he's going to spend all his money on that after this whole thing. No, but the thing is, no, he's the heir to the Auto Trader. Like, he might waste the money that he earns from his rap career, which, look, he never had a rap career until he started doing MAGA rap. Yeah, he's the MAGA rapper. That's him. Oh, I'm glad you're loving the aesthetics. We love you being here, 43CK.
Let's do that and fight for freedom.
The thing that people joke about is your whole Born to Ride Donald Trump.
Born to Ride 45. That's the...
Yeah, what's funny about that? Born to Ride 45. Born to Ride Donald Trump. I got the blow-up doll in the riding shotgun.
Gang.
Because I'm born to ride. Born to ride that MAGA meat. Yes.
Yeah.
That's the game. We out here putting on for Trump.
That's the game. You ride the MAGA meat, you get money. You get money.
Do you like...
Putting on for Trump. Them people out here putting on for Trump.
That's funny, though.
He is putting out for Trump. What? Is he trying to? Is he?
I don't think it's funny.
Funny.
What's funny about that? I ride 45. What? I ride 45 like it was a slip and slide. What's funny about that?
So funny, dude.
I don't think it's funny.
Born to ride Donald Trump.
I don't think that's funny.
You're too serious.
You're trying to riz me. This man got some riz challenge.
He got the riz. No, dude, he's born to ride 45.
I know, but it's funny.
Born to ride that MAGA slip and slide.
Funny. It's come on.
Let's go to the next one.
No,
You
but
got
if
that
you
one.
listen,
Next one, next.
If you
What you got
just
next?
agreed that you were doing comedy, I'd be like, yo, I'm gonna bow to you as the king of comedy because that's
It's
the
born to
funniest thing.
ride for 45, not born to ride 45.
Because the way it says.
It's not like I'm actually gonna ride him. I'm riding for him. You gotta get the difference. Okay.
Ride 45. Make sure you get
I've
these
seen her
white
at everything.
supremacists.
You're Vietnamese, right? I've been to probably 20 to 30 rallies. I've seen you at everything.
Every single rally in the
Actually,
world.
I don't think I've been to a rally where I haven't seen you.
America, the greatest show on earth. Stop right up, stop right up.
What is this universe of superheroes that we've Chat, what happened? We just stumbled into the universe. This is the real show.
The greatest circus
This is the real show right here.
in the world. The world looks at America as a circus. Well, I bring the circus to America.
What network are you in?
I'm not a network. I'm a private citizen.
Oh wait.
And we just applied for the arrest of Fannie Willis and Magistrate.
Oh wait, can you hold that up to the camera?
This is how you arrest a prosecutor when they charge somebody that you like with a crime.
We're outside of the
That's a legitimate press release right there. That's all on the up and up.
Fulton
I'm
County
sure.
courthouse right now. I just
Okay, so they're in Atlanta. They're in Fulton County.
came from the Magistrate Court of
Stop Cop City.
Fulton County, where we applied for the arrest of Fannie Willis. The indictment has 4 charges. There's 2 under the state law and 2 under the federal law. The 2 under the state law relate to the conduct of public officials, and they are violation of oath of office and unprofessional conduct by public officers and employees. And the 2 charges under the U.S. Code are conspiracy against rights and deprivation of rights under color of law. This is a direct...
Is that even like? It sounds like it's not correct legal language. Am I right?
direct attack on Trump's ability to win the election in 2024. And so those are violations against her oath of office. I actually have been a candidate for office, State House up in Rome, Georgia, which is known
Also,
to
where
most
did he get that sport coat?
of America as Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Like, seriously, where do you get something like that?
Bill. So she lives about 4
Have you
miles.
met her?
Oh, is it to be red, white, and blue? I get it, but still.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
You see her all the time.
Yeah, pretty regularly, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's she like?
I think Marjorie is a lot more intelligent than anyone gives her credit for. It's the same with Trump. They say...
What I want to know is, have you ever seen her turn into a Titan? That's my question, right? Do you see it when she and turns into a Titan?
Trump is dumb. And Marjorie in particular is...
Is he a Peter Griffin impersonator? He's not the Peter Griffin impersonator I've seen, because that dude really looks like and sounds like Peter Griffin. But there's some kind of dark lore to the Peter Griffin impersonator. Wasn't that there weird? Like he had he was married to a Lois impersonator, and then there was some kind of weird bad stuff going on between them. I don't know.
really great at just walking into a situation or room and immediately figuring out what the fix is, like what's going on.
Yeah.
And really sharp at that, in fact.
Yeah, a lot of that's interesting.
Where are they? Where is Bill?
Son said he is a Peter Griffin impersonator.
That's better. 666. That's a sign of the devil, President Obama.
Wait. Is Anarchy Princess here?
Get your hands.
This is like the Grateful Dead or something. These people follow politics around the country. Is Anarchy Princess seriously here? Is it I thought I saw her.
Off of me. Get your hands off my brothers and sisters.
I mean, we saw Anarchy Princess in DC, but is she in Fulton County for this? I want to think that all these people just travel around the country. They get in their RVs and they sell tie-dyes in the parking lot.
They are devil worshippers, right, Briahna?
Are we a devil worshiper at the Super Bowl Sunday halftime show with The Weeknd?
Yo, you know that like she's talking to Rihanna because she knows that TV is on the other side of that microphone, right? And Rihanna's on TV. So if you yell into the microphone, Rihanna's gonna hear it because she's in there. She's in there. That's where the media lives, inside the microphone. Yep.
I am homeless in heels working for President Trump on my dime and my time.
She sounds like a deadhead.
Across this country since
Or like a fish follower.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
Yeah.
You liberals that are out there, they have my balls in a vice.
They go, the balls, you say?
President Obama is married to a man. Mike Obama.
Wait. I thought you said you have balls. No, what are you talking about?
Private parts are bigger than a family-sized can of Right Guard. Why do you think they...
Is there such thing as a family-sized can of Right Guard? Wait, we're talking about like deodorant, right? It's a deodorant stick. Is it can? Or is it spray deodorant? Are we talking about like a big old spray can? Anyway, it doesn't matter. God damn, I wish they would leave Michelle alone.
Killed my sister, Joan Rivers. Why did John Johnson try to kill me? That's me. I used to be a nice girl, went to finishing school.
Wait, are you a comedian?
No, I'm not. I'm a domestic violence survivor. I'm a whistleblower. I'm here to support Trump.
So we're here to support our president.
I have supported our president since he came down that escalator with his beautiful wife. Get over here, girl. You get over here. Abby, this is my sister in Christ, Abby. President Donald John Trump is going in cuffs today to expose the judicial system.
He ain't going to cuffs. Why are you so stupid?
You think liberals are in a cult?
Liberals are in a cult.
Yes, we are here because Trump is guilty. Lock him up and throw away the key.
Okay, so there's the Trump is guilty faction.
Again and again and again.
And again and again and again.
Did you get that shit? I made it. You made that? I made it, yeah.
Explain
Don the
why
Con.
you think
Don
Donald
the
Trump
Con.
is guilty.
We saw him on national television telling that guy from Georgia, the Secretary of State from Georgia, all I need is 11,780 votes. One more. Yeah. That was a crime.
Yeah.
Lock him up. Throw away the key.
They were just talking, so it's like it's illegal to just talk about finding 11,780 votes.
So, like, if I should have probably explained to this is Walter Matheson. He goes all around the country trolling MAGA. He is one of these superheroes that we're talking about. And in this case, he's found it efficacious for whatever reason to MAGA up himself. Now, he's not wearing a red hat, but he's got the red, white, and blue. And he's got Ultra MAGA 1776 We the People. So strongly signaling MAGA support here just to get, I don't know, something good out of all these Trump fans. But he found somebody who's not a Trump fan, and he's staying in character.
I feel like that's like freedom of speech.
I think she knows, though. She knows he's trolling.
It's the first not when you want to overthrow the government and steal the votes of black and brown people. Because that's what he wanted to do.
What are you talking about? People have been doing that for years.
Yeah, but he was doing it bold-faced though. They've been doing it on the
yeah, like an argument that I'll sometimes hear, like even from people like on the left. Basically, against prosecuting Trump, which is a weird thing to argue against, because I don't know how to explain this. But you can't vote for a grand jury, okay? You don't elect a grand jury. I guess you might elect prosecutors, but like this isn't like justice should not be like up for a vote, right? That's not justice. But they'll try to convince you that Donald Trump catching charges, getting indicted, possibly, possibly being convicted, right? That's like a thing that should never happen. It should never happen, either because it makes him stronger, or it was free speech, and this is obviously Biden putting his hand on the scales of justice, putting his thumb on the scale, forcing this to happen, and it's not Biden forcing it. It's not any of Trump's enemies forcing it. It is the little bit of resilience that remains within the judicial system to hold even the powerful somewhat accountable after a long time of not holding him accountable. Because remember, when he was in office, right, it didn't matter what came out on Donald Trump. It didn't matter what came out because he did have that executive privilege. And unless the Congress was willing to actually impeach, convict, and remove him from office, he was going to face no consequences. Now he's in a position where that executive privilege no longer applies. And he's facing justice because he flagrantly violated the law over and over and over and over again. And when you're asking for that all to just be put aside, for that all to be forgotten, so somehow that should just disappear, right? You are not only asking for the miscarriage of justice, you are not asking for an even more two-tier system of justice than we already have. But you're asking for January 6th all over again, and I got no fucking sympathy for you.
The DL.
I don't know who people are trying to impress with this. Like, yeah, like I am on the left, but I believe that the charges against have been weaponized against Trump. Bullshit. Trump has been treated with kid gloves the whole time, right? They are afraid to say anything or do anything or have any real meaningful legal repercussions from Donald Trump because they know what he does with this shit. They know how he riles people up, right? He is benefiting from the fear of the judicial system in like upsetting and upturning the entire system of government, right? He is not being held to a higher standard than anyone else. He is being held to a lower standard than everyone else. And it's about time that ends.
At least trying to do it on
the liberals that want Biden to pardon him. Oh my God, Biden would do. I see, like you say that, and I want to think it's not true, but yikes.
He doesn't care. Detroit, anywhere there are black people, that's where the way he think that voter fraud is taking place. He didn't question when the votes in the areas where he won, which is like white people who voted for him, he didn't question those. He questioned where there are a lot of black and brown people. With the four horsemen of the apocalypse.
That is the funny thing. That's the question asked every Trump supporter, right? What is going on with the fact that every single election that you win is on the up and up? It's good. It's real. That's the American people letting their voices be heard. But every election you lose, they stole the votes. They had a suitcase. They did this. They tampered with the machines. They did that. You take it to court. The judge says, there's no case here. You don't have any proof of anything. None of this, like, you don't have anything to suggest that any of this happened. And then you say the system is against us. Obviously there was voter fraud. Obviously there was this. Obviously there was that. Meanwhile, they are trying everything they can to game the system in terms of gerrymandering, in terms of voter ID, in terms of keeping the people that they don't want voting. And yes, I'm talking about, like, groups of people like black and brown people, keeping black and brown people from voting any way they possibly can to put their thumb on that scale. They're the ones trying to steal the election, usually being kind of unsuccessful with it. And then they'll turn around and say, you stole the election, right? And every single judge, I guess, there's this great big conspiracy, and literally everybody's in league with it. Everybody's like part of the conspiracy, right? This is the best conspiracy in the history of conspiracies. You know about conspiracies? There's a spectrum of conspiracies as far as how many people are involved, right? A conspiracy with only 2 people involved, because that's the minimum. You gotta have 2. You can't have a conspiracy of 1. Otherwise, who are you going to conspire with? You gotta have 2 people to conspire. That's the minimum for a conspiracy. That one might actually work out and not get exposed because there's only 2 people. And as long as both of these people keep their silence and they don't say there's a conspiracy, then, they're okay. But you start to get a 3rd person and a 4th person and a 5th person and a 6th person and a 7th person and an 8th person. That's a lot of people that have got to keep quiet. That's a lot of people that have got to show up. They can't turn state's witness, right? That's a more difficult conspiracy to run. So literally, the bigger the conspiracy is, the more people that are involved in a conspiracy, the less the less likely it is to hold, the more likely it is to be exposed, right? And what they are alleging is that literally every judge that has touched one of these cases is in on the conspiracy, right? Literally everybody who doesn't let Trump run roughshod over democracy is involved in a conspiracy, and they just got their lips sealed, I guess, like, you know, better than. It's unprecedented how great of a conspiracy the conspiracy against Donald Trump is, because it literally involves everybody that's not part of the Trump cult. It's part of the conspiracy. So many conspiracy theories. All it needs is Elon to make it worse. Yeah, to take it in an anti-Semitic direction.
Apocalypse. We have changed it from conquest, war, famine, and death. We have changed it to white supremacy, patriarchy, capitalism, and complacency. Because complacency is what is going to cause the death. Yeah, the death of
otherwise
democracy.
known as neoliberalism.
I don't know what it is known as. I just know that people
out
are
of character.
participating, and when we
Stepping
don't
out of character
participate,
for a minute here.
people like Trump and Eastman, and they're trying to steal our democracy is what we get.
Yeah, I mean, so you're just as concerned as most Americans about the militarization and the weaponization of law enforcement.
Definitely. I think that's the number one issue. I saw recently.
Do you see what I see? Do you see what I see here? That's Nelson Mandela. That's Nelson Mandela. That guy's got him on a sign next to Donald Trump. Jesus.
Something that said that the FBI had shot 4 people dead possibly in their own homes in the last month or so. It was one gentleman, he had said some negative things about Biden on the internet. They came to his house and they shot him dead.
Oh my God, TJ, thank you for the biddies. Sorry I didn't thank you when you dropped those biddies.
No, I mean, I kind of want to see the whole video.
Well, I don't think there is a video.
The cops, they were probably like, you know, fearing for their lives.
They came to his house.
Yeah.
Early in the morning, but he doesn't know what's going on. They bust into his house with automatic weapons. What's he gonna do?
He didn't know what was going on, chat. He only made a bunch of Twitter posts saying that he was gonna start firing if the cops came to his house, right? But he didn't know.
Well, he's just gonna go reach for his gun. He doesn't know who's coming into his home.
You can imagine the police just
That's a pretty convenient excuse there.
Showing up to your house.
And look, that excuse works if, like, in a lot of other situations, right? Guys like this are used to being able to use the excuse of, I was scared, to you know, use that gun on black and brown people, right? But when it's the cops knocking on your door, that excuse doesn't work quite so well.
And executing you, like, and yeah, no knock warrant.
It should never be like that.
What do you think about Cop City?
Well, Cop City is a training ground for the police officers here, right?
Okay.
So what's the controversy with there? I don't
Well, it seems like a militarization. It's 100 acres. You can simulate urban warfare. It just seems like a militarization to me.
Well, I don't have a problem with that. I think our police need to be prepared, especially after the riots and the looting, the burning, all these kind of things that we've had over the last few years. They need to be prepared for all kinds of situations. It's totally different, yeah.
Including a dude that like is provoking people on social media and threatening to.
Totally different than the militarization.
That's different than attacking people.
A lot of talk about the weaponization of law enforcement.
Yeah, they're chopping down the forest to make Cop City.
DOJ, the FBI, IRS.
And you know, like, it's a city, right? One green space within the city, and they want to chop it down. And not for something that is in the interest of the people who live in Atlanta, right? Cop City and the kind of training that they're going to use there is potentially going to be used to suppress the people of Atlanta, to silence the people of Atlanta.
CIA. What do you think should be done about the weaponization of law enforcement?
Well, the only thing that really can be done is to clear them out, clear everyone out, especially at the top. I don't think it's the rank and file that are that.
Is she saying clear out the cops? Especially at the top? Yeah. Yeah, clear them all out. I mean, wait, is she on board with abolition? Yeah, we got a corrupt institution, okay, that's operating in the same spirit where it was begun, as slave patrols and anti-union thugs. And they continue that ignoble tradition to this day. I would say that, yeah, any sort of meaningful like law enforcement would not include the individuals involved in that institution. Yeah, but like I'm sure what she's talking about is what clear out like government officials and let Trump put all of his people in. That's what he wants. He wants a Trump she wants a Trump civil service.
Corrupt. I think it's the ones in leadership, and I think that the corruption is so deep and so entrenched in these organizations that they really have to be totally destroyed.
Wait, they're gonna make a Michelle Obama park inside Cop City? What?
And of course we know Kennedy said that he was going to do that with the CIA
before he died,
and we saw what happened with him.
He said before he died. Now here's the funny thing, okay? Not every MAGA is QAnon, all right? But there is a subsection of QAnon called Negative 48 where they believe that JFK Jr., not JFK Sr., is still alive. Now, some of them actually do believe that JFK Sr. is still alive. Like, it's like a bunch of boomers, and like a big thing that they do is like, you know, Michael Jackson faked his own death. That's right, to get away from the government, to get away from the Matrix. And at the right time, when it's safe, when Donald Trump's got all of his political enemies locked up, when he's got all the deep state locked away or executed or whatever, then all these people that were supposedly dead, that really are just like people that boomers wish were still alive, right? You know, you're a boomer, RFK is a political figure, and he's kind of gone before his time. And they put so much weird shit on RFK and on JFK as being somehow like the spiritual forebearers of MAGA.
They put a bullet in his head. Dangerous venture to go against these people. They're going
12% of Americans believe in QAnon.
To destroy you, and we see what they're doing to Trump.
Almost like an abolishing. You have to destroy and rebuild these institutions because their foundation is just too rotten.
Exactly.
I sound like a liberal when I talk like this. When I talk about this, you know, like, because they talk about abolishing these institutions, and well, because it's like they're basically saying you can't reform these institutions. They're just so corrupt. You need to destroy and rebuild.
I think that we're far past conservative and liberal. I mean, those are the labels they want to put on us to divide us. But
you know, I would agree that we're far past conservative and liberal when you've got people that are dealing with such little real information and so many conspiracy theories, right? Yeah, at some point it does actually defy any sense of ideology because it's just untethered, unmoored.
The truth is,
it has nothing to do with material conditions. It has nothing to do with reality.
Far past that at this point. We're far past Republican and Democrat, conservative.
Yo, JFK Jr.'s secret son, JFK Jr.
Way past that.
Nice.
We're down to evil versus good at this point.
You actually have a good point about this. Should we, as conservatives, start marching with these progressives that are, you know, marching and protesting against the police? Like Cop City, great example. Is that like a weaponization of law enforcement? Cop City.
I'm not familiar with Cop City.
In Atlanta, they're building a military.
Now, like I was about to say, you live in Atlanta. I guess I don't know if that's true. This is in front of the Fulton County courthouse. They may have traveled from out of the city or out of state, or, you know, I don't know that they necessarily, but it is kind of surprising that they don't know anything about Cop City.
Yes.
A military facility. It's
Any fans of internet comment etiquette? I am the spiritual descendant of internet comment etiquette, basically.
like 100 acres.
Like I evolved from
millions of
big money salvia.
Taxpayer dollars, and it's like it's militarizing the police force of Atlanta.
But I think the better question.
I mean, given what we're watching right here, I could kind of go for some salvia.
Because who's behind that?
Anyone else?
The taxpayers may be funding it, but who's behind that? There's someone pushing these things. There's a reason that the Chinese are setting up police stations.
Maybe I could get sponsored by salvia.
All over our country. I mean, who's behind?
Wait a second, I haven't heard. No, that one I haven't heard. Tell me everything about that one.
I have heard. Are you familiar with the Epoch Times?
Again with the Epoch Times, yo. This is like I've noticed this. This news source has grown, and it has always been unmoored. It has always been messed up. Lately, I've been seeing like ads for like documentaries, like just basically anti-trans documentaries.
Epoch Times, yes.
Okay,
absolutely.
I have read that in there that
Matt Taibbi works for the Epoch Times. That is wild. That is like an Ouroboros devouring its own tail. Nar for Epoch. I have to shut off there. Can you do that? Is there a way to do that? I prefer China Bad Times for my info on China.
Chinese are opening up police stations throughout our country. You have not heard about that?
I didn't know that the Chinese Communist
Oh yeah, they should tell them that the Epoch Times is from China.
Party was setting up police stations throughout the United States.
Yes, and they're also...
Somebody should tell them that they're not Christian. They're not Christian! They are not Christian! How can you support the Epoch Times when they're not even Christians?
Funding our colleges and universities.
Okay.
You do know about that, right?
Well, the Penn State thing for sure.
But it's even farther than that. I mean, they are everywhere in this country. But see, this is
so you're saying like if you look further into Cop City, you'll find that this is a CCP plot. Yeah, but I'm saying you're not saying an absolute. You're saying it's if they're setting up.
Question to ask.
Yeah.
Who is behind this? What is the impetus behind it?
It was just training, and then it was all of these other things that people that were
Are they against training? Shouldn't our cops be trained well so they know not to put their knee on people's necks and occlude their blood flow and
trying to tear it down? All the homeless people that were living in there. Are we talking about the same thing?
all the homeless people that were okay. So for the record, I gotta step out of character for a second here. There were protesters occupying the land that they're trying to, the forest, right? The forest that the citizens of Atlanta enjoy, one green area in Atlanta, right? They were occupying it, right? They were protesting, but what she got out of it, there were those homeless people that were up in there.
I don't mind our police being trained well, though. I don't have a problem with that.
Again, you do always have to follow the money. I always do that. You always have to
ask
who is behind this. What's the impetus behind this? I just think that's a wise question to ask.
A lot of us obviously are upset about the weapon.
You're such a genius for finding the impetus behind things.
Of law enforcement.
Good job.
And in fact, I'm actually a defendant in another weaponization of law enforcement case in Georgia, which is the Rome 4 case up in Rome, which involves the police of Rome.
I think is that a college town in Georgia? I forget which town.
Suppressing and arresting protesters at the Trans Queer Pride for Kids.
Maybe I'm thinking of something else.
This case is particularly...
Oh, he was protesting against Pride. Wonderful.
Fairly important and close to me as someone who has been a victim of the politicization of law enforcement. Yeah. You know, I've seen pictures
100-acre trading facility.
Right.
And it just seems to me like militarization.
I mean, the militarization of law enforcement, I think, is a valid concern, and it's actually something that you actually hear from both more the libertarian right as well as people on the left.
That's actually true.
So it's something that actually people can come together on. There's actually a lot if people would not be drawn into.
He supports the CCP plot that is Cop City, yeah.
The bitterness of partisanship that
the Chi-Coms and their Cop City.
People could agree on.
What do you think about the weaponization of law enforcement?
It's disgusting, deplorable.
What do you think is a solution to this weaponization of the DOJ,
it's
IRS?
Cleaned out. It's got to be. We need leaders that care enough and are strong enough to clean up the mess that it's become.
What about Cop City?
I don't know much about Cop City.
100 acres.
Oh, where all the Antifas were assaulting the cops? I did see that. That's right.
Yeah. Is that in line with militarization?
Just to go back to that, there was a protester killed, actually. Yeah, it was the other way around, right?
And weaponization of law enforcement?
The protest to it or Cop City itself?
The Cop City itself.
Yeah, I think they need a training ground to train the cops.
Wait, the Peter Griffin impersonator also does Trump?
My understanding of why they're building that facility, so...
Did you know that recently there has been Fulton County Jail is being sued? They let a mentally challenged man die, and he died from bed bugs. And his cell was completely filthy, fecal matter, broken glass. In this jail right here, so that's why they wanted to do it here at this jail. They would love to see Donald Trump in this nasty, and it's famous all over America for being a very vicious jail to be in, a nasty jail.
One of the people in the Republican debates.
But I only worry about it when Donald Trump is in that nasty jail.
Vivek Ramaswamy, he's talking about
like it's almost like she's like, it's okay to have certain jails that are just biohazards to anybody in them, right? As long as you don't lock up people that I like.
We should raise the voting age to 24 and demand that voters pass a civics test.
Yes, I would agree with that.
So you think in 24 is an appropriate age to start voting?
I would think so.
I think 18 is fine. I do like...
They are so against Zoomers being able to vote, right? I'm getting maybe... Is this guy like under 25? Maybe he doesn't want to give up the right to vote?
The civics test, I don't know if I would necessarily make it a requirement.
There's elected...
I can't actually tell how old he is.
Officials that have never taken a civics class.
Hard to believe.
There's members of the
He's either 45 or 23. It's anybody's guess.
United States Senate.
What do you think, Chad?
Never taken a class in civics. Congress. United States Congress.
Interesting idea. I don't think it'll ever pass, but it's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
I mean, I support Vivek. I met him. Great guy, personally. Came over, shook his hand, talked to him for 10 minutes.
Joseph Stalin? Oh, it's like Joe Biden, but he's Stalin, but he's stealing the... Oh, I get it. Oh.
Great guy.
I'm good with
Joseph Stalin.
the civics test, but no, if you can go to war at 18, you should be able to vote at 18.
I agree, but I do think a civics test might be a good idea.
I think everybody should have to take.
Yeah, because there's no like history in the United States of using tests to disenfranchise specific groups, right?
Civics tests, and especially immigrants coming here should have to take a couple of classes.
Especially immigrants, right? There we go.
For sure.
Did you guys
especially
heard
immigrants.
Of Vivek Ramaswamy?
Oh yeah. Well, he worships a Hindu god, and at the top of this nation.
I feel like maybe he worships several, but okay, go forward.
Just like Obama was a closet homosexual.
Obama was gay.
We don't want a Hindu god worshiper running our nation, bottom line.
We don't want a god worshiper, we don't want a cock worshiper. What's, that's
a Hindu.
Okay. So I thought we liked Vivek.
I don't.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No, he don't like Israel. He just went to Wikipedia.
Israel? Oh, he doesn't like Israel. Yeah, I mean, wait. There might be something about Israel that he doesn't like, but I'm guessing it's not the problem that I have with Israeli policy.
And there may be criminal charges against him.
Yeah, immigrants do have to pass a test. That's part of citizenship. Yeah.
Removed the day before he announced his presidency. One of the main things he had removed was his Hindu faith. But number two, that he was best friends with the creator of the mRNA vaccine and called that man his mentor. All that.
There's some of this. There's some truth to this, right? That like Vivek Ramaswamy was involved in some stuff that Republicans really don't like his scholarship that he got it from George Soros. That's one thing. It's really nothing that it's not. And he worked on worked in industries that they're just trustful Big Pharma. He worked for Big Pharma, right? There's a lot of stuff in Ramaswamy's background that were Republicans like this, more Republicans like this guy to look into it, they wouldn't like. And obviously the there's racist reasons for them not to like him either. However, he is pretty popular with the Republicans.
Now gone
because he made his money.
Much like Forgiato Blow, he is riding 45 every day, riding that 45 slip and slide.
In pharma, in Big Pharma.
True, mRNA. Why would you go scrub that from your Wikipedia? He is our Obama. Slick, smooth, the best talker up there. But
slick and smooth? It feels like you're thirsty.
Once it's all over with, you'll see that he's not a true conservative. There's a lot about him that needs to come out. There's only one man in this race.
I think a civics test sounds
He's slick and smooth.
a great idea.
Yes, civics test would be a great idea.
I may roll it all the way back and say you have to own property to vote.
Yes.
Yes. Disenfranchise more voters.
Just like the founding fathers.
Just like the founding fathers who also held slaves and then.
No, that's a great idea.
Oh my God, it's just the founding fathers. It was like property owners. It was, yeah.
Just men, take the what? I mean, these are like, look, as much as this sounds ridiculous, what I'm saying, as much as I'm kind of taking the piss, right? These are all real policies endorsed by Republican pundits or Republican politicians, right? Including taking away the right to vote from women. I think Tim Pool was talking about this most recently. Slick and Smooth, is that guy sponsored? Yeah, he should be sponsored by the Razor Company.
Really, don't take our freedom.
MAGA pastor Shane Vaughn.
For granted. Freedom's not free.
How old are you?
Freedom's not free, especially when you disenfranchise people from voting. Look at this groiped up dude right here. Do you feel the Nick energy off of this guy? Anybody want to bet with me that this guy, if you look at his Twitter profile, it's definitely a groiper. It's not just a Pepe, it's a groiper.
I'm 19.
It's metastasized into a groiper.
You like him. You've met him.
At first, I was against it. I was like, I think this is a horrible idea. Until I sat back and I thought about it a lot. I believe that it's a good move. I think that while it may make it harder for some to vote, you have to take a test to drive a car.
24. You're 19. You won't get to vote.
I'll take the test and then I can vote.
So the people that can't pass a civics test have to wait till they're 24.
Yes. It's the same concept with a license. You have to pass a test, an exam, and if you fail it, you don't get to drive. And I feel like a vote is influential as driving a car. You can kill somebody in a car. If you have a leader up there in office who doesn't know what they're doing, a lot of people have died.
Tiny head and a huge hat.
Fentanyl and everything like that.
You know, the founding fathers actually
that's a
had
groiper,
very
100%.
restrictive right to vote, and they in their writing repeatedly said that that's necessary to preserve a Republican form of government. And so we've had an experiment over the last 50 to 100 years of maximizing voter turnout, and has that made the government better or worse?
Back then it was just wealth, it was landowners, and
Right.
they would pick the president. Yeah.
Right. Well, actually,
like he's literally saying that he doesn't want, like he wants to ensure Republican victory by disenfranchising people who vote against Republicans. That's like, has that been a good thing? Do you like so in other words, like, and to be fair, like elections tend to go for Republicans for a period of time and then for Democrats for a period of time. So that's not good enough. That's not good. He wanted 8 years of Reagan and then 8 years of Bush and then 8 years of Dole or something? 8 years of Trump. No, 12. No, not 8 years. Trump is president for life, I bet, if you ask this guy.
Actually, I mean, originally, the states picked the president. There was no popular vote for president. And so the original design of the founders was
he wants all Republicans
to have the states have their ambassadors in Washington, aka the senators, and the states to pick the president, so that the president was not chasing after the...
Wait, weren't the senators like appointed by governors or something? Yeah, it was really weird back. Like, you didn't get to vote for a senator. I'm pretty sure senators were like governor appointed.
Votes directly at people and then promising programs, gifts, etc. We apparently thought we knew better than the founding fathers, and
And of course we don't, because they're transcendental religious figures whom we must ride even harder than 45.
Not sure that we did.
He wants to institute a civics test to vote.
I'm not sure about that.
You're not sure? Yeah.
Now, I've seen they wanted to bring the age down to 16.
And then at the same time, like, a lot of the founding fathers don't actually agree with these jabronis.
They're hoping some of the propaganda they have in school now will help them get some more votes. I heard there was talk of dropping the voting age. That's the first I heard of someone wanting to raise it.
Has anybody heard of dropping the voting age? Look, honestly, I feel more comfortable with, like, the enfranchisement of younger generations than I do with older. Like, I feel like you should have to prove that you don't have a Facebook before you can vote.
This is crap. You trying to get my words to change. They ain't going to change, my brother.
So you'll still vote for him even if he's convicted?
I'll write his name in. Only they can get Trump is sedition charge. Trump gets sedition charge and we can't write his
You'll write his name on your
name in.
And all of you liberals.
You're going to still vote for him even if he's convicted?
We will. I will vote for him. I'm wanted. I am
vote for him.
Abby, I'm wanted in 4 states.
If he is convicted,
You wanted in
thrown
oh, don't
jail,
say that. Don't
you'll
say that
still
out
vote
loud.
for him, right?
I will. Yeah, even more so.
If Trump is convicted and put in jail, you're still going to vote for him.
Well, first of all, he's not convicted until the Supreme Court convicts him. In America, that's not a conviction.
Until
We
the
have an appeals
Supreme
process,
Court.
which will take years. So by the time that happens, he'll be back in office and handle everything.
No matter what the situation is, you'll...
Well, Jesus was convicted as well. Innocent man.
Yeah.
So just a conviction means nothing to us at all.
You'll still vote for him no matter what.
No matter what, of course.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
They're trying to accuse Trump of everything. Insurrection, sending fake electors to Michigan, Arizona, 5 other states.
The Constitution demands it.
Mishandling documents, stealing secret documents.
You mean he had it
the
in his garage?
Georgia's RICO law. They went after
Right.
Trump University.
Oh, yeah. They all loved him until they found out he loved America. They don't love America. They love their power. They love their system, their structure, their swamp. Nixon
Wait a
was
minute,
good
wait a
boy
minute.
Because Nixon went home and...
Nixon's a good boy. Oh, I see. You don't mean actually. You mean like Nixon was a good boy to the deep state, even though Nixon was a little subversive there. A little too much of a patriot. Yeah, Nixon eventually, and Nixon stepped down right when the Republican Party, the legislature came in and they said, Mr. President, if we take this to impeachment, if we take this to trial, you are going to lose. You are going to be impeached. That's what got Nixon out, for the record.
Shut up. If Donald Trump would have been a good boy, he wouldn't be here today.
It's just the same thing that they did to Richard Nixon.
Yep.
Famous for being innocent.
But Nixon...
I mean, yeah, that's right. He said it himself.
I watched CNN the other night when they admitted that...
Yeah, that's what Nixon said. Look, Nixon, he raised up his fingers, right? And he said, Nixon said...
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Yeah, he said, I'm not a crook.
The only reason Nixon did not get prosecuted after the fact because
he wasn't running.
Yeah. He went home.
No, because you know why he didn't get prosecuted after the fact? This guy doesn't know anything. Because Gerald Ford gave him clemency. That's why. His vice president gave him clemency. That's literally why there was no prosecution after he left office.
Shut up. No influence. Donald Trump loved America too much to shut up.
You know who really loves Nixon? China.
You're still going to vote for him, even if he is convicted.
If he is the Republican nominee, yes, sir, I will definitely vote for him.
Now, I won't vote for him even if he is convicted. You will. Oh, yeah.
You will
absolutely.
vote for him,
I will
okay.
do a write-in.
You're still going to vote for Trump, even if he is convicted.
Absolutely. It actually makes me want to vote harder.
They may continue to throw more indictments at him. Go for it. Trump is an innocent man, and he will win again.
Yeah, and you'll still vote for him even if he's convicted.
If he's on the ballot, I'm voting for him.
You're still going to vote for Trump even if he's convicted.
Yeah, I think he'll still get a lot of votes if he's in jail anyway. Secret Service will have to come and take him out of jail and go bring him to the White House.
Yeah, I mean, that was an interesting time. Sino-Russian relations began to fall through the floor, and Nixon traveled to China, and, you know, they made a deal.
America is a ship. It only
Or it would be Sino-Soviet, I'm sorry.
It's in the water when it's balanced, just like any ship. Before Obama, America was in the middle. We all gravitated
That is a
toward
groiper,
that
yes,
center where
yes.
the ship rode well. When Obama came,
I would bet money on the fact that that dude was a groiper.
put gays in the military.
That is what a groiper looks like generally. Like the only thing that would, like, I don't know, like some kind of pin or button or some sort of thing with a cross and a crown, right, would be the or an actual picture of groiper, right, an actual groiper Pepe. That's the only stronger sign than being dressed like that guy's a groiper. Like he's literally cosplaying his daddy Nick Fuentes.
And transgenders in the bathroom. The ship goes like this, right? The only way to ride it.
You get transgenders in the bathroom and the ship goes all wonky. It goes all wobber-jawed, and you can't keep the ship in the ocean when it's all wobber-jawed because there's transgenders in the bathrooms. Transgenders should never be able to use the bathroom because that's not how God intended it.
We had to find Donald Trump to bring it back over.
You're talking about indoctrination.
Sure.
You know, there's a lot of indoctrination going on.
I've said President Trump needs to change the slogan to MEGA, not MAG. Make education great again.
By getting rid of the Department of Education.
Absolutely.
Make eradication great again.
Theory, all the books in these libraries that's destroying children's minds.
I hear reports of parents now, they don't want to bring their kids to church until they're like 13 or 16 because they're like, oh, well, then they're old enough
Yeah, they're
to understand.
indoctrinated before that.
So what's an appropriate age to bring your kid to church, in your opinion?
The moment they're born.
No indoctrination, but bring your kid to church the moment they're born, right? It's only indoctrination when it's a liberal teacher trying to homify your kids. That's the only time it's indoctrination.
Okay.
I was born in the church, actually. My mother had me in the church.
Yeah.
So I believe a child.
My God,
Lord,
this
why
guy.
wouldn't you bring a child to start grounding them in the moral laws of the Almighty God?
And that'll get rid of this indoctrination.
Absolutely, sir. But you see, that's the reason we started public schools. The reason public schools was started, you can go read the two reasons. Because at one time, all schools in America were religious, even our colleges, universities, Harvard, they were all religious. Public schools were started to break the stronghold of Christian doctrine over our children. Everyone in our church is homeschooled.
Christian doctrine, like indoctrination? No. No.
Okay. Wow.
We took back over our children. We took them away from the government schools.
And that's a good way to get rid of the indoctrination.
That's the only way that I know of. What other way is there?
What are some ways to stop this indoctrination?
I am for homeschooling now.
Yeah, that's a great way to stop indoctrination.
To
make sure that we can indoctrinate your kids by homeschooling them so that nobody else can indoctrinate. They're not against indoctrination. They just want to be the ones doing the indoctrination.
This indoctrination.
Stop the indoctrination, and I'm not even sure we should be sending them to college. I think we could go to technical schools, make sure that they go to conservative colleges, like where is the one?
Liberty, Baylor.
There's another one, Heritage, I think. Teach the Constitution, teach about our founding fathers,
Don't teach the actual Constitution. Give them the Bible and tell them it's the Constitution.
history, and instead of this indoctrination.
Definitely don't read the Establishment Clause of the United States Constitution to your kids, because that would be indoctrination. You gotta just substitute a Bible verse. Hopefully one from Leviticus.
And putting our students in debt. I mean, they're in debt. They could buy a home with the money that they get out of school with debt. And they, even if they get really good jobs, their debt to income earned will not let them buy a house.
So you're saying that we should make college free for all, or lower the cost of college?
I don't know what the answer is. I used to think it was, I love this lottery idea that the people going to school that made good grades, but now that I'm seeing that happen, these universities are raising the cost of astronomically for these kids to go, and then these professors are paid all this money, and then and then it just rolls upon itself. Then the government only hires like the lawyers and things like that out of these schools, and they're indoctrinated at this point.
I've been hearing parents talking about not bringing their kids to church until they're 13 or 16 and they're old enough to make a proper
She's thinking of Hillsdale College?
decision.
No, that's not. I don't believe in that. No,
That sounds like something like the mask mandates. Separate us, make us suspicious of each other.
For the record, what's an appropriate age to bring your kid to church?
Well, parents have to be involved with their church education as well as their school education.
The national education needs to be disbanded. That's unconstitutional. We need to go to the states running their own education. But I think that should be mandatory.
Are you talking about like school choice, or are you talking about?
Well, we definitely need school choice, but I just don't think that we need a national education. We need to go to the states, need to decide what they do in their states regarding their education.
Let the states decide.
Let the states decide. The federal government cannot tell some little small community in North Georgia what is best for their students there.
What do we do about this indoctrination?
Let's let the raids decide.
That's another
What do you think
problem.
about
I
that, Chad?
Over the last several decades, our schools have been infiltrated by communists.
We've been streaming for a little while here, 5 hours and 15 minutes, trying to keep it under 6 hours so I can edit it if I need to take out any copyrighted music, but I'm sending you to somebody really cool, okay? We're going to go over, we're going to say hi to Willow, we're going to watch Willow play some video games, because unlike me, Willow's really good at video games, good at streaming video games, good at playing video games. Willow's just good. Willow's just good like that. So give my regards to Willow. I may or may not make it over there with you. Thank you for being with me for the stream. Thank you for supporting me. And remember, you can support me on Twitch through a sub. You can support me on YouTube through a membership, right? If you like those early release videos, or you could, if you want to, support me on Patreon, right? I'm on all those platforms, and Throne as well. If you want to,
I think you have
There's the Groiper.
Get rid of the.
You want to contribute to a better microphone and a better camera. When I figure out when I get a microphone, that stuff is on my throne. So yeah, I'm trying to upgrade my production quality, trying to pump out some video essays of a decent quality. But I mean, I think I'm at a Hugbee's quality. Anyway, say hi to Willow. Bye.